Okay, just getting everything set up over here. Got that happening. All right. Let's get TikTok stream working. Welcome in if you're watching on YouTube. Very nice to see you here. Thank you for joining me. We just got a bit of housekeeping to do before we get things going properly. Just starting up the TikTok stream now, and then we'll get things going. So thank you very much for coming in. I'm glad you agree with all four there. That's awesome. All four topics. I won't be able to take any guests from the YouTube stream tonight, but that will be coming soon. So if you are watching on YouTube, bear with me on that. We'll be rolling that out probably in the next few days. So you'll have to put up with my TikTok guests. Okay. Bear with me a second and we'll get this going. Okay, we are now live on TikTok as well. Looks like all the things are happening, which is always nice to see. Okay. So we've got Aileen. Hi, Aileen. Welcome in on YouTube. And Dave Murphy. Nice to have you both. TikTok is now up. People coming in, and Sean is here. I'll just bring Sean in right now.
Did you say Dave Matthews is in here?
I did not say that. No, Dave Murphy. So yeah, we've got guests. We've got friends on YouTube as well this evening.
So, wow!
So we are
first time streaming on YouTube. This is quite an event.
We are spreading our wings. We're spreading our wings. How are you, Sean?
Doing well. You know, on the double, what do you call it? Sort of the split showing. Just a consequence of that, not necessarily bad, but just something to be aware of. I believe chat in the box either takes place in one place or the other place. So the regulars, if they're split between them, they aren't necessarily talking to each other.
Oh yeah, they're completely separate platforms. So yes, that is true. There are services that unify them, and I might look at that at some point. But
okay,
yeah, we at the moment the two worlds are completely separate. And I think we have our first guest request, if I can see that correctly. I'm just opening that up right now.
I don't see it.
Yeah, we've got Whitey9 coming in right now.
And then also the viewership will be split between them.
Hey, John.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very good indeed, thank you.
If I were to choose a topic, I would say the first two.
Sure.
Or
yeah.
I like the first three, really. I could talk about all three. But...
Well, we'll definitely get into them. If I may just ask a very quick question to our friends watching on YouTube. Can you hear my guests okay? Can you hear Sean and Whitey all right? If you could just pop a yes in the chat if you can, that would really help us out, because this is the first time of dual streaming. So I just want to make sure that before we get into it too much, they can. That's fantastic news. Okay, so we appear to be rocking and rolling. So thank you very much for joining us, Whitey. Should we pick the top one first, because it is a sort of a bit of a favourite for us?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this a point? Forgive me for not knowing the answer to this. Is this a point you've heard me discuss before?
I don't think I've ever seen you or heard you ever in my life.
That's absolutely great. Okay, no problem at all. So it sounds a little bit crazy, right? If you hear someone saying, well, you don't choose what you believe, because it sounds like what I'm saying is you're not in charge of evaluating your beliefs, which is not what I'm saying at all. Thank you for that. Of course, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the process of forming a belief isn't something that you choose. It isn't actually an action. Like if you think of an action like deciding whether you want to have tea or coffee, or how to affiliate politically or stuff like that, those are actions that you take and decisions that you make consciously that you decide to do. They're courses of action and they're actually things you do. The thing with belief is we make the mistake of thinking that belief is one of those two, but it actually isn't. So belief is actually a cognitive, internal state of your own mind, right? It's what happens to your mind once you become persuaded that something is true. And your mind has got a system of evaluating whether you think something's true or not, which is not actually under your conscious control. The bits that are under your conscious control are things like, what do you pay attention to, who do you listen to, and even your own attitude in terms of how open-minded you might be inclined to be. But in terms of whether you actually believe something, whether you actually find it convincing, that part of the process happens outside of your control. So that's why I say nobody chooses what they believe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I understand what you're saying. So do you think would you say it's, and honestly, I do agree with your interpretation. And what I was going to point out was that I agree with nobody chooses what they believe. But I do believe that we have free will, and that's what I really wanted to ask. Is like if you believe it's predetermined what we're going to believe, then I would disagree.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even say predetermined what we believe.
Yeah,
It's just a consequence of our life experience, the way our brain works, and what we're exposed to. But it's not like deterministic in nature.
So you wouldn't subscribe to like the deterministic ideology?
I'm sort of I'm agnostic when it comes to determinism, but determinism also entails actions that you take, not just what you believe. But even if we have libertarian free will, we still don't choose to be convinced. We don't just decide, I want to believe this. Stimuli comes to us, or we contemplate something, and we are either convinced or we are not.
I do agree with you, and I think that we're all looking for the truth.
right.
And
Yes.
and in order to like facilitate the truth, I think a lot of times people have confirmation bias, and that can lead to your beliefs almost like exemplifying and just
Oh, yeah.
growing based off of like the pattern recognition that your brain is so privy to. But
Yep. And it's subject to like internal biases, whether we're aware of them or not. Emotions, if we really want something to be true, how close we are to something. There are
Right.
some things, there are some emotional, what do you call it, influences on what we end up believing. But we end up in a state that we are either convinced of a thing or we're not. And it's not like a decision we make.
I agree.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
reason why it's important is because we have religious traditions that are all set up to either reward or punish belief or non-belief. And once we understand belief correctly, once we realize, we have to kind of reframe it. Once we realize that it isn't an action you take, essentially it's a sort of thing that happens to your mind, then you realize
Right.
that it's actually morally incoherent to punish it. To say to someone, you're gonna get set on fire unless you manage to convince yourself that these propositions are true, is ludicrous, because
Right.
you either can or you can't. And if you can't, well, what are you supposed to do about it?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think that a lot of like modern religions, their interpretation of hell isn't or is I guess isn't necessarily what's reflected in the Bible. I think that hell is what it really is just separation from God. I think that is completely your choice and I do believe that your beliefs play the like predominant factor over if you're going to decide to follow God or to decide to follow your own instinct. But I think that
Go ahead.
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
Yeah. Can you go ahead, John? Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, the problem there is, of course, that there's also obviously we know there's some kind of relationship between whether you have a relationship with God or not, and you follow God or not, and whether you believe there's a God or not. We know that those two things are connected, right? So the question then is, what is the nature of that connection? And I would submit that one is a necessary component for the other one to take place. In other words, the first thing that has to happen is you have to think there's a God there. And then once you accept that proposition, then you can think and use your free will, in so much as you have it, to decide what you're going to do about that. Am I going to have a relationship with this God? Am I going to turn away from this God? Am I going to be rebellious? Am I going to move towards him or her?
Yes.
But if you don't get past that, if you don't get past that first bit, if you're someone like me,
I don't think you're held accountable. I don't.
Well, I'm happy to hear you say that, right? Because in my head, that immediately puts you in the sort of one of the good ones bucket, and I have actually no quarrel with the kind of doctrine you're talking about then, because the whole thing we're about here is pushing back on the idea that people deserve to be punished for not being convinced of things. So it sounds to me like you're very definitely not coming from that angle, and with that in mind, I say then if you have religious faith that doesn't include that particular doctrine, good for you. And if it brings you, value in your life and comfort and meaning and purpose and encourages compassion and other values that we would aspire to, then I say good for you, my friend. I've no quarrel at all about that.
Yeah, I think that's mutual. I think we both agree to that. Like, for example, my own anecdotal experiences. My grandfather was atheist. My dad's an atheist. I grew up with that, and I know that they're good people, and they have their moral agency is set in the right direction. And I don't think that an all-loving God would punish those people because they're, like what you're saying, their beliefs just led them otherwise.
Yeah.
You know, if we're created by God and we have the ability to be curious, and your curiosity leads you to atheism, then I think that's just the nature of what happens. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I really don't.
Well, then I salute your compassionate faith, because that's absolutely fine. I have very little to disagree with you on there, because what I say, you probably don't know this, but I've written a book about this, which is coming out on Prometheus Books in November. And I'm one of the things I say in the book is, if there is a God, and if that God is moral and virtuous and ethical, then that God would not punish people for the contents of their minds and for not being able to be convinced of things they're not convinced of. Like, that would be a part of being a moral and fair God. And if there's a God who does punish people for that, then it would put a question mark over what the moral nature of that particular deity is.
Yeah, like you think of all the children that have suffered and passed away at such a young age. How would they even be able to conceptualize the teachings of the Bible? There is no case for that. So yeah. I totally agree.
Yeah. Ironically, some people propose a special kind of theological cutout for those instances where they say, well, people who haven't had a chance to hear about Jesus or Allah and Muhammad are spared this because they haven't heard yet. And if that's true, then it reframes the virtue of proselytizing and evangelizing, because you could be depriving people of the immunity from hell they were enjoying by knocking on their door and spreading the good news, because then they're suddenly without excuses, right? So the only virtuous thing for any evangelical to do is stay at home and be quiet.
Yeah, you're right. I guess that's a good point.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming up to join us. You've been our first guest of the evening, and it's been absolutely delightful to talk to you. So
it's a
thank you.
Pleasure
very
meeting
much.
you.
All right, all
Thank
the best.
you for letting me up.
Pleasure.
All right, take care.
Thanks, man. Sean, how different was that to the first call and the last live?
Oh, dramatically. We get it. We definitely get a mix.
We do. Okay, we are going to take nobody next.
I was going to say I have some in the queue, but you meant literally nobody. The name
I was
nobody.
going to take literally this. Yeah. Welcome, nobody.
Yep, appreciate it.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well, and you?
Yeah, good. What would you like to say?
Well, first, I would ask the question: when when writing out your topics, did you not come to the conclusion that these are by definition my choices of what I believe as you're writing them down? Because by definition, you're already violating prompt one, so we can't even
Right.
touch the rest of the topics.
Yeah,
So
I
what I'm
see.
asking is,
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Shall I address that, or did you want to flesh out your position a little more first?
no, I land my plane there because you already get it. So yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So, okay, so to have an opinion and to express an opinion is not to choose what you're convinced of. So if we look at some of the things here, I would say if we look at let's look at the second, third, and fourth items here, right? So God is not morally good. I'm not proposing that as a fact. I'm expressing it as an opinion. So that's got nothing to do with the first line, right? Because when I say nobody chooses what they believe, I'm talking really about what you think is true, right? So when you express an opinion about someone, like saying someone's not good, that's slightly different because that's a value judgment. But I'll come back to, you could say, well, what about the facts that make you come to that value judgment? So we'll come back to that in a moment. Hell is ridiculous is another judgment, right? That's just me saying what I think about it and why. And I think it's a completely ludicrous concept, particularly with regard to non-belief. I can see how it might have some logic as some kind of karmic punishment for the way people acted in their lives, but in this context, I'm really talking about hell as a consequence of not having been convinced of things is ridiculous. And then the last one, Noah's flood is a myth. That just happens to be a fact, and I haven't chosen to believe that fact. I've become convinced of that fact because it contradicts pretty much everything we know about science. So if Noah's flood really happened, there would be so many other things that we would have to throw out and say, oh, well, that can't be true then. Everything we know about thermodynamics can't be true. Everything we know about the water cycle can't be true. Everything we know about phylogenetics can't be true. Everything we know about geology can't be true. Everything we know about weather systems can't be true. Everything we know about geology can't be true. And at that point, it's just much more parsimonious to say, well, obviously those things are true. They've got mountains of, no pun intended, evidence for them. And therefore we can conclude that a story which contradicts those things is likely to be a myth. So does that make sense?
To a degree, but not to a degree. The reason why that is because it's predicated upon a subjective belief. Okay, so you're choosing to believe because you're inserting the word convinced. So being convinced is a subjective standard. So therefore, it's not necessarily you're begging the question. What you're doing is in a subjective stance, you're looking at it. I'm not convinced of A, B, C, and or D, but I'm going to equivocate the idea of position E, which is invoking, because by definition, you're using the Christian worldview to make the stance of a non-Christian worldview, which
I'm not.
by definition and logic, it contradicts itself.
I understand.
Nobody, I
I
literally,
understand the presuppositionalism, but I'm not using the Christian
It's not
worldview
a pre-
in the slightest.
but you are though. But
Not
you
in
are
the
though.
slightest.
nobody, I'm literally incapable of choosing to believe Noah's flood actually happened. That's an impossibility for me. Like I can't just, and I will myself to be convinced that it's true.
Okay, so you're making the choice of the negative. So by
No,
definition, yes, you're
no,
making that
no,
choice.
no. If there's a choice, it would be a choice if I could just decide to be convinced of it. Choosing something implies that you can do otherwise. Like I can choose to drink white milk or chocolate milk, and I'm literally capable of doing either. In this case, it is literally impossible for me to be just decide to be convinced that Noah's flood is actually happened. So it's not a choice. My brain becomes convinced it's something that happens to me.
Yep.
Okay, so what has happened? What I mean by choice. Okay, so I would ask the question: what is the definition of a subjective standards in regards to Sean's subjective principles of the word choice?
Well, what the way I define choice is something you do where you can do otherwise. If you have the capability to do X or Y, and you choose X or you choose Y, that is making a choice. If you have no option, then it's not a choice. So with the information, my life experience, everything else, my brain is convinced that Noah's flood is a myth. I cannot choose to be convinced that it really happened. That's why we say it's not a choice, because it's something that happens to your mind. It's not just something you decide.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so the way that I'm viewing choice is you're giving the option, which I agree. Think of it as a fork in the road. Okay,
Yeah.
one road leading to subjective truth, the other one leading to objective truth. The point that I'm driving is, hypothetically, and this is just a hypothetical. Let's say you were raised in a Christian home. Don't know your background. Don't know you from Adam. But let's just say hypothetically you were raised in a Christian home. So
Yeah.
you decided to go to, you get intrigued by biology. Then next thing you know it, even though you're a affirming Christian who believes in the Bible, believes in Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection, and he ascended to the Father. The point that I'm getting at is, at the end of the day, you decided to go to the university and they taught you a different way to believe. So by definition, you made that decision of what choice you wanted to kind of veer off on, by definition of that
Okay.
fork in the road.
Let's differentiate here between the decision to take a fork in the road, which is essentially you choosing your information diet, which I would concede absolutely we all choose that, right? You can choose what books to read, what university to go to, who to hang out with, what lives to join online. These are all things that are within the bounds of our control. But once you do that, you're then on a sort of path towards a collision with ideas, right? When you meet those ideas, that's the point where your control stops. That's the point where your brain kind of takes over. And when I say your brain, I mean the cognitive machinery in your brain that evaluates claims. And that process of evaluation is completely outside of your control. So even if you've completely steered the car towards that point, I think about it as kind of driving a car towards a big patch of ice. And you can determine the direction of travel of the car, which is kind of the ideas landscape you want to drive over. And you can determine the speed of the car, which in my mind is like the speed of the car is like how invested you are in it, right? And then you hit the ice. Once you hit the ice, that's the idea going into your head and then being evaluated. And at that point, that's where your control ends, because your mind is either going to be persuaded or not. So in the example you used, you take the fork which leads to going to university, and the university tell you all of these things which challenge the faith beliefs you were given growing up, right? So what happens then is your mind will come into contact with those ideas and either find them persuasive or not. And if you don't find those ideas persuasive, you'll retain your religious beliefs from your childhood. And many people do. There are many people who grew up in religious families and they come into contact later in life with, secular ideas or non-religious ideas, and they retain their belief because that's what their minds are not convinced away. And then there are other people who hear these new ideas and these different ways of thinking and these different areas of knowledge, and it changes what they find convincing. And at that point, they're not able to believe anymore.
So you're using okay. So what I've noticed is, throughout the duration of, not necessarily with the previous guest and other lives, I'm talking about this specific one, amongst the atheist community, amongst the agnostic community, the one word that is regurgitated is convincing. For one, I'm not here to convince you of anything because I'm not forcing any belief upon you. And if you actually look at the synonymous word of convincing, if you actually go into to Google, type in brainwashing, you will see that it's synonymous with convincing. What I like using the word is persuasion. Now, I'm granting the connection between persuasion and convincing. I'm granting that. However, because I would persuade you to think a different way in which you're thinking, just like with choice. You're choosing to live this life, and all of a sudden you just quit believing. You're only appealing to, again, the Christian worldview by invoking 2 Thessalonians 3 by the way of falling away, which is what the apostate. I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just saying you cannot have a worldview without a Christian worldview by definition.
Of course you can. That's complete nonsense. I could say you can't have a worldview.
Is it nonsense? Because you're literally using every. Okay, if that's the case, then why aren't you using anything in regards to Hinduism? because your prompt has because hold on, sir. Your prompt implies Christianity, sir. That's what I'm getting
well,
at.
my main argument is with religious traditions that tell people that they deserve to be punished for the contents of their minds. Hinduism doesn't do that, right? The main culprits here are Islam, Islam and Christianity.
Okay, so does any Islam teach anything about Noah?
Does it teach anything about Noah?
Sure.
I'm not sure. So we're addressing by Noah's flood. We are certainly addressing Christian doctrine, but we don't have to.
So
we don't.
Hold
on. Let me finish. Let me. Please don't talk over me.
Sure.
We are addressing. With some of these, we are addressing Christian doctrine, but we're not borrowing or accepting the Christian worldview by addressing them. We could just as easily put up prompts giving opinions about Darth Vader and Spider-Man.
But that's pivoting. If you want to talk about
how's that pivoting? It's an analogy by addressing
the prompt, because I'm explaining it to you. So the prompt, just the prompt alone, entails the Judeo-Christian God. It has nothing to do with the Hindu gods. It has nothing to do with Spider-Man versus Batman.
Actually,
it invokes. Well, no, I'm not wrong. Okay, God is not morally good. So 9 times out of 10. So if I would have said, "Hey, let's talk about the moral God," 9 times out of 10, you're going to talk about slavery.
Nobody. You cut me off. You cut me off before I was finished speaking. Nobody chooses what they believe. That applies to all beliefs, not even just religion. That has nothing to do with the Christian worldview. God is not morally good. Hell is ridiculous. Noah's flood. The last three. We are addressing your worldview. By addressing your worldview, we are not by default accepting your worldview. Do you understand the difference?
Of course, but I mean, obviously you're using the internal critique, but what I'm doing is I'm internally critiquing you and your worldview.
I don't. What am I? What are you? What Christian doctrine are you accusing? Uniquely Christian doctrine are you accusing me of accepting?
Can you repeat that, please?
What uniquely Christian worldview are you accusing me of accepting?
Well, I mean, you made a laundry list full of, actually the host did, about Noah's flood. It changes our whole parameter of how life is viewed, how we conduct science, how we conduct basically how life is constructed from Noah's flood. So by definition, default, there's not any other religion actually technically is the Chinese, I guess the Chinese records actually prove.
What worldview am I? Okay, what worldview am I accepting?
The Christian worldview. By definition,
which is what?
Well, that's what I'm getting at. So, by definition, to proclaim that there is no God, you have to put on a theological.
That's not on the prompt.
It literally is.
It doesn't say there is no God.
We haven't said anywhere that's not even a claim we make.
No. What I'm saying is, okay, so for example, hypothetically, let's just look at the way that I'm interpreting Noah's flood is a myth. Okay,
right.
So if Noah's flood is a myth,
right,
by default, the way that I'm interpreting the rest of this entire life and how it is conducted from catching y'all's previous life, by default, I have to go with the consensus of you not believing the rest of the entitlement of the book. Hang
on a second. Do you think that the Christian Bible is the only conception of the divine ever expressed by humankind? It's like there've been 40,000 gods, dude. That Noah's flood could be a myth, and there could be another god. Sure. It could be that the god of Sikhism is true. So we have nothing in this list here says that we're saying there is no God. It's not a claim that either of us have ever made.
As a matter of fact,
yesterday I actually was going to join yesterday, and I do believe I heard you say that there is no God. If I'm not mistaken, that could have been. Hold on. That could have been the guest. That could have been the guest, though. I'm granting that. So
I've never said it.
Okay.
All four of our prompts are directly in contradiction to the Christian worldview, but you're simultaneously saying by having these contrary to the Christian worldview opinions, we are adopting the Christian worldview, and you still haven't made sense of that.
Yeah, it's because it's metaphysics in regards to the physics or the metaphysics. Because for example, to proclaim that there is no God, by definition, you have to get, if you're, and again, I'm using the conditional clause if
Uh-huh.
you are proclaiming atheism, which is by default. So if you're proclaiming that hat, by definition, you have to venture in to put on the theological hat to make the proclamation that there is no God. You can't have in between, because what you're doing is you're benefiting from that information that you already know in regards to the Christian God, because what you're doing is you're weaponizing. For example, you will use the moral regurgitation of slavery, Leviticus 25. That's what I'm getting at. Basically, what you're doing is you're weaponizing Leviticus 25
Right.
against the believer, and just to hear them crash out. Therefore, you make a thumbnail. Therefore, you put this on YouTube.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this stupid Christian who bounced out and crashed out because so
It
you're
happens
weaponizing
surprisingly
against
often.
them.
Yes, it happens surprisingly often. But the point is,
I-
you don't have to
but-
borrow
go
from the
ahead.
Christian worldview in order to
But
say.
you're doing that though.
Listen, you don't have to borrow from the Christian worldview in order to say, here are commandments from a God that a load of people believe in for some reason, who seems to love human beings owning other human beings. Isn't that crazy? And when you then reflect these values back at somebody who in every other context appears to be a normal human being operating as a kind of non-psychopath, and then you give them these verses and these commandments which have the God commanding the destruction of children and commanding the stoning to death of people for picking up sticks, and then the keeping of slaves and stuff like that. I'm not borrowing from the worldview in order to say, isn't it crazy that supposedly normal people have to paint themselves into a moral corner where they are obligated to say this is good and twist themselves into pretzels trying to come up with reasons why? That's not borrowing from the worldview. It's burning it.
Well, it's not burning it; it's borrowing it.
How?
I'm interpreting as you, because okay, for example, if we look at what you just listed, because there's a laundry list of what you just entailed, because there's cause and effect. For example, if we use the God quote I don't know how any other, I don't want to get your live taken down, so I'm trying to choose my words correctly.
Thank you.
How do I imply the G word, that mass unalivings? I think that's a proper word.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah.
okay, that word. I don't know if it's for
Yeah.
TikTok friendly. Again, I'm trying to respect
Yeah,
your
you
life.
got you.
Thank you. No, we appreciate
Okay, so-
you. Thank you for that.
Yeah. So, okay. So, in regards to that, God allows, I'm just going to use the G word. Okay. So, God allows G word. There is a cause and effect in that. For example, if you look at Numbers 30, I think it's Numbers, maybe 17, 30, somewhere in the midst of that, you have the Israelites coming out of
Midian.
Egypt.
Oh, okay.
Well, you have them coming out of Egypt. Yeah, you have them coming out of Egypt. Okay, so you have, the Amalekites coming in, and basically from the rear. And I'm using that conditional clause, if they would have actually, they would have basically got them back into the slavery. Okay, so, but God remembered that. So he fast forwards it into going into 2 Samuel. I think it's 2 Samuel 16, 1 Samuel 16, somewhere. So God says to destroy the Amalekites, right? The reason why that is because of what took place back in Numbers, because God remembered that. But fast forward it, you'll read it in 2 Samuel where the Amalekites weren't completely destroyed. So it begs the question, you're only using a worldview by way of targeting, well, I would say targeting, weaponize what you know about the Christian scripture, and you're turning around and using that as a talking point. That's what I'm getting at. So, for
Yeah.
example, cause. What is the cause? Because of what the Amalekites were going to do and turn around, which is going to be the effect of God said, hey, go in and unalive these individuals because of this.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
The question I would ask is, are you right now trying to justify the very behavior I just mentioned as being horrible, or are you using it as an example still to say that in critiquing that behavior, I'm somehow borrowing from a Christian worldview? Because they are completely, they're separate conversations. It's not clear to me which one you're trying to have.
I just think that there's a lot of misinformation that people are not informed of because they don't bother reading the thing. Because I'm a psychologist. So what I look at human behavior. And so when I hear a person making the proclamation that they don't believe, my first thing is, well, what makes you come to that conclusion? What drew you to that conclusion? And I look for the boundaries within inside of that scope. Then I make my determination of where they're actually going and what they could possibly do. because I study human behavior. So
Hmm.
what I'm getting at is when a person makes the proclamation that they are an atheist, well, what drew you to that conclusion? And 9 times out of 10, it's because of they are in an emotional state, because we're emotional beings. But what drew them is 9 times out of 10 because their prayer wasn't answered, or because they prayed for their grandparent not to go, unalive or anything else, and then they became mad at God. So therefore, they become an emotional, become an emotional creature. They're mad at a being that they don't supposedly believe in, but yet 6 months ago they believed into him. So the way that
Or
I'm
maybe they
looking
were
at
just
that,
never convinced of it like me. I've never spent a single second of my life thinking there was a God. Not for 1 second.
not
No,
one time,
no,
not
Not
nobody.
one
one
time.
second.
I'm trying to gain clarity here, and I'm genuinely trying to understand like what Christian worldview, I'm uniquely Christian worldview I am adopting. So, all right. So this, you said, or then you used the word borrowing. So I'll say this. When we say Noah's flood is a myth, yeah, we are borrowing a story from the Bible to address it, to give our opinion that it's a myth. But earlier you were saying we are adopting a Christian worldview. And I just want to know just succinctly what uniquely Christian worldview are we adopting? I say uniquely because thou shalt not kill. That's a human principle that's existed long before Christianity.
Well, no, actually, that's not a Christian. That's not a Christian principle. That's a Judeo philosophy. That's found in the Ten Commandments, which has nothing to do with Christianity at all.
Okay, well, not addressing that. So please answer my question. What uniquely Christian worldview are we adopting that's unique to Christianity?
Sure, because again, if we're looking at the worldview that you're adopting is, or actually, I always say adopting, I would say hybrid, using the hybrid method. Like, say, for example, again, predicated upon the word if. If we look at your atheist hat, oh, I'm an atheist. Yeah, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in God. But I know enough about the Bible, but I'm going to use and turn around and use that against a, a person for my own belief. Because
What does
what you're
that have
doing
to
is
do?
because what you're doing is you're borrowing from what scripture you're using Genesis 6. Okay, so you're
Yeah.
borrowing from what we know as the Bible. So therefore that
We fully acknowledge. So if I think Lex Luthor is a terrible character, and I put up there like this guy's a mastermind who's done all kinds of harm, such Lex Luthor is a terrible person or what have you,
Right.
I'm borrowing from a Spider-Man comic book in order to address the Spider-Man comic book. But it sounded earlier like you, and I don't remember the exact wording you used, but it sounded like you said we are adopting Christian principles.
okay, so let's clarify. Okay, Lex Luthor is Superman, not Spider-Man.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I was speaking fast. I sometimes mention both characters, so I
That's
got
fine.
mixed up there.
Get it
So
right,
Thanks,
so
Sean.
if
thanks for that. He corrected me on something. That's legit.
For sure.
okay,
I'll take
so
that one in
so
the eye.
okay, so it's I mean cool. So I mean I'm not trying to
Kingpin.
disrespect. Yeah, I'm not. So here's the thing. In borrowing, like I said, if you want to use Lex Luthor as the example, yes, you're borrowing this story entirely from the comic book. You're using the characteristics of that
Yeah,
from that literature. Okay, so what you're doing is you're using the same literature in regards to Genesis 6 to draw
yeah.
your conclusion, in which by definition you're making a choice. I chose to put on the Christian hat, the Christian worldview, to make the proclamation an argument that there is
I
no
would
God, or so by definition you're making a choice because you chose to take off the atheist hat to
no,
put on. You literally are though. Again,
no,
that's that
because
fork in the road. Because what you're doing is
I'll
you're
explain
pivoting.
yeah, I'll explain.
You're pivoting between both the fork in the road is what you're doing.
Putting on the Christian hat would be like accepting it, even if it's just for a moment, and I don't. So I can read the claims in the Bible,
Yeah.
and I'm either convinced by them or I'm not. And if I'm not convinced by them, I can talk about it. So we're only borrowing them the stories in the sense that we are choosing to address the stories, which isn't really a revelation. Like, of course, if we're discussing, leprechauns, then we'll be borrowing from the leprechaunist worldview.
And you know what else
Well,
might
no,
bear saying
I mean,
here?
but see the thing about this.
nobody. What else
Go ahead.
might
Go
bear
ahead.
saying? Thank you. What else might bear saying here is to actually say something about the motivation for doing this in the first place, right? I actually have absolutely no interest in in God or the Bible or stuff like that beyond the effect it has on other human beings that I see around me, right? As a book, I think it's an interesting piece of literature, but I think the world is full of interesting pieces of literature, and I could equally spend my time, reading other books and thinking about other books and other pieces of literature. The reason I don't, and the reason I speak about this stuff and think about it and engage with it, is because I find myself very, very moved by the hurt caused to people who have internalized the idea, and if you're a psychologist, you will understand this, have internalized the idea that it's a falling away from what's good if they don't believe certain things, right? That if they find themselves without belief in these ideas, they have been conditioned normally in the early parts of their life. Their schema include the idea that such thoughts make them bad, make them unworthy, make them worthy of being punished, and make them deserving of being punished eternally. And the thing that motivates me to get up every morning and do this stuff is really a feeling of deep empathy for people who struggle with that burden. So the reason I create content is not to laugh at religious people. It's not to even pull people out of their faith. If I speak to people like our previous guest who are happy in their faith, I've absolutely no problem with that. I don't even disagree that for many people, faith is transformative in their lives and helps them. I've no problem with that at all. I'm literally speaking to the people who aren't in that particular box, right? Who maybe used to be in it or maybe haven't been, but they get the signals from the culture around them and from the people around them saying, you're bad because of this. This makes you bad. This, think about Revelation 21:8, right? Who gets lumped in with the non-believers for the lake of fire in Revelation 21:8? It's murderers. It's the sexually immoral. It's the worst of us, right? And this is the kind of morality that comes from this doctrine, is that it tells people that they deserve to be lumped together with the murderers and the sexually immoral, and that it makes them bad. And so what I'm trying to do, rather than attacking faith, even though it looks like that sometimes, rather I'm trying to delegitimize to legitimize, forgive me, not having faith, and just put out a bridge to those people and say, you're okay. You're fine where you are. I know you get lots of signals telling you that you're bad because of this. You're not bad. I know you get lots of signals telling you that there's going to be consequences for the contents of your own mind. There aren't going to be. You're fine. You're okay. And that's where I'm coming from. So in order to do that effectively, I have to reach into the mythology and pull it out. I have to reach into the book and pull out the text and say, come on, guys. You really think donkeys occasionally speak Hebrew? Or come on, guys. Do you really think enough water fell on the world to cover the highest mountain and then magically disappeared because we can't see it anywhere now, etc., etc., etc.? Or I have to critique the morality and say, we're told this God is a God of love and kindness and all the rest of it. Here he is telling people to keep the soldiers to keep the virgin girls for themselves. How do you make sense of that? I have to do that sometimes, but that doesn't mean I'm building on the worldview. I'm just referencing it.
Well, no, what you're doing is you're invoking what you're saying. What you're invoking is choice. That's what you're invoking, because you're choosing. For example, you said in the beginning of your opening statement, or just then, you said, "I choose to look at a specific literature," but you didn't say that. You indirectly chose to pick up the vast many. Okay, so you're making a choice.
Those are all choices. Those are all choices.
Correct.
I grant all of that.
The consequence of doing those things is not a choice. So
Well,
a
no,
Christian,
hold on.
no, absolutely.
Hold on. I'm
Well,
talking about at the
let me
tail end.
elaborate.
I'm talking about at the tail end. He made the decision. He's making the choice to go out and seek to help others that may be going through deconstruction. So therefore, he's making the choice to wake up and try to make the world, quote, a better place for those that are feeling indifferent. So that's what I mean by that. I wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, got you. So you recognize
no disagreement about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no disagreement about that at all.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm always very careful to clarify anything you do as an action is a choice. I mean, there are people who will argue against free will, and actually, I don't know if you've heard those arguments, but Robert Sapolsky or
Sure,
Sam Harris,
I have.
their critiques are interesting, and I find them quite compelling. But I always say I don't need to go there to make this argument. None of what I say rests on the assumption that of pure biological determinism. Whether it's true or not, my point still pertains.
A real quick admin note: Mysterious Galaxy, you're on here challenging John. I'm throwing down the gauntlet. We can guarantee if you come up on the live, we are going to let you speak. We're not going to shout over you or incessantly interrupt you, because I'm sure you agree if certain people do that, it's rude, or kick you or do anything like that. We'll have an adult conversation where we all answer each other's questions, yourself included, but also John and I, direct questions. So you're welcome to come up, but stop throwing down the gauntlet if you're not willing to come up.
My guess
Sorry,
is that
nobody, go for
my
it.
guess is that he's going to do what Gary did and just say, "Well, I'll come on your live if you'll come on mine," and then they can do the silly.
Yeah,
games
he
and
literally, as you said that, as he said that, he typed it.
Oh yeah, there you go. Look, dude, I'm
Like,
not playing silly
very-
games with you.
like-
You're welcome to come and talk to
Yeah.
us if you want to. So sorry about this, nobody. You're very
No,
welcome
go ahead.
to come and talk to us if you want to. And if you don't want to, that's also fine. But stop crying
Yeah.
about me not bringing my audience to your live, because that's not going to happen. Sorry about that.
Yeah, because we can like, I haven't watched his content, but like Gary just incessantly interrupts people, refuses to answer questions. Here we're on neutral ground. We control the mute button, but it's seldom used. Only if you incessantly interrupt us, like your master does.
we can ask nobody right now. Sir, do you feel this has been a cordial and reasonable conversation?
Personally, I'm not going to make that determination. I'm going to let you, the host, make that determination.
All right, he's
think-
like, I'm staying out of it.
Yeah, well, no, I think that it's been
It's all right.
cordial. I think that it's
Yeah.
been cordial. I think there was respect. I think we, if we were honest, if we were all three honest amongst one another, we sit down and broke bread. That's an important thing. I mean, we're
Yeah.
coming together as a believer, as non-believer, agnostic, whatever you want to call us. We sit down and we actually come to the conclusion that, hey, we all have conceded. We all have done things. I mean, and I think that if we could have more cordial conversations like this across TikTok, it would be a happier place. But there are some militant people out there, both left and right, political and non-political, etc. So I think that, if you can come to a common ground and actually be an adult and have a conversation about things, yeah, you can get some things across. But if you're sitting there shouting and being an asshole on it, then yeah, absolutely, you're not going to get anything across. So I think that,
Preach, brother.
yeah. So
Yeah.
with that being said, I land my plane there. I do have
Okay.
to go to.
Of course.
I do have to go to take care of a client. So I appreciate you, man.
course.
And
Thank you.
I'm going to give you an amen from an atheist. Nobody. I appreciate what you said.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We appreciate the good faith conversation. So feel free to come back
Yes, sir.
anytime. Thanks, my friend. Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Okay. Galaxy, if you're listening, that's how the grown-ups do it. Okay. We have we've got Baku is here. So Baku, we're gonna hold off on bringing you in for just a bit, but we do definitely want to hear from you, of course, and hear what you've prepared for us today. Sorry for not giving you a heads up on today's items, Baku, by the way. Okay, we're welcoming back RC. Hey, RC.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're very well indeed, and we are also joined by our friends on YouTube today. So this is a spreading of the wings.
Okay.
So you can say
you're
hi,
getting more
hi to the YouTube
sophisticated.
crowd. Yep.
YouTube is the most helpful social media, and TikTok is the most entertaining social media.
Well, let's see.
my
Interesting
opinion.
perspective.
Let's see if we can cross the streams.
Well, I guess by that note, we're being helpful and entertaining,
Well,
which
that's
is a
it.
great combination.
or neither is also possible.
Yeah, that's right.
What have you got, RC?
Well, I've been up before, so I just wanted to. We've had a couple conversations, actually, 2, maybe 3, I think. I don't remember how many.
Yeah.
But I wanted to talk about hell is ridiculous.
Mhm.
And I think you're right in how people conceive hell. But that conception of hell seems very strange to me. Now, one thing you have to know about me is I'm not a typical Christian. I'm a Mormon, Latter-day Saint. Okay, so our conception of hell is a little bit different, and we believe that the bulk of people will be saved, right, in one of the kingdoms of glory, what is what we call it. So the Christian view of heaven and hell is completely flawed, in my opinion. As one wise person said, I don't know anyone good enough to go to heaven or anyone bad enough to go to hell. And I think
Okay.
if you consider that, you'll probably think that's probably true yourself. The
I
other thing I hear people saying, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say,
Sorry.
I personally find myself not particularly well equipped to really get into discussing Mormonism, because every time I confidently make a claim about a position that I think is entailed, I'm told by my Mormon interlocutors, oh no, that isn't actually what we believe. We believe this, and then there's something that I didn't realize
Yeah.
Mormons believed, and so I always end up making an idiot of myself because I don't have a sufficiently deep understanding of it. But it sounds to me like Mormonism has kind of taken Christianity and sort of morphed it and gone in a different direction. Would that be a fair characterization?
No, a fair characterization would be that Christianity has morphed and warped over centuries, and Mormonism has restored it back to the original gospel preached by Jesus Christ.
RC, can I ask
That's
you a quick question? Do you, and there's a reason I'm asking this. Do you take the Bible to be inerrant and or univocal?
I believe the Bible is the word of God, but I don't take it to be
Inerrant.
inerrant,
Yeah.
and I don't believe the Book of Mormon to be inerrant either.
Okay,
I
because
believe both are holy books of scripture, but neither are perfect.
yeah,
And they were written down by men, so there's going to be mistakes in them.
that the reason I'm asking, and it's just really interesting to me because I'm learning about Mormonism myself, or
Hmm.
I'm going to. So far, the few Mormons that I've spoke to, all of them have said that yes, the Bible contains errors, which is it's just really interesting to me because it clearly does. But normally, I'm like more conventional Christians, it's inerrant, it's univocal, perfect Word of God, etc. And I just think it's really interesting, and it's a less flawed point of view for sure.
Right, and that's what I say. I call creedal Christianity, right? The Christianity that believes in the creeds, like triune God and all that. We don't
Hmm.
accept all that. That none of that was preached by Jesus Christ. That was, people had different conceptions in the first couple of centuries, and then they settled on it in Nicaea, and they came up with the Nicene Creed, and that's where they really locked that in as solid doctrine. Before that, there were various ways of thinking about it, and
Got you.
so
I would ask you
So what?
a question, RC. What do you think is the strongest evidence then for your beliefs? Because obviously your beliefs are predicated on assuming the Book of Mormon is true. What justifies that
yes.
assumption?
Well, the Book of Mormon has several eyewitness accounts with it. Are you? I don't know if you're familiar with that. In the front of the Book of Mormon, there's something called the account of the three witnesses and the account of the eight witnesses. So where Joseph Smith had those records, right? The golden plates, they're referred to, some ancient writing on plates
Mm-hmm.
that was actually shown to men who um, wrote this statement that said, here's what we saw, here's our experience. It's only like 2 or 3 paragraphs. And several of these men were later left the church. Some were kicked out of the church. Some went in direct opposition to Joseph Smith, but none of those men ever denied that testimony. That's the amazing part about it.
So
I don't.
so is your acceptance of the Book of Mormon based on also accepting the testimony of a few people as well? Then is that I'm just trying to understand what the evidence package is. Like if you said to me, why do I believe in evolution? I would say, well, we've got all the evidence from genetics. We've got the fossil record. We've got an understanding of the phylogenetic tree. We've got I could point to lots of different things which all converge on this one thing, right? They all are all points of evidence. What I'm hearing, and again, I'm woefully ignorant about Mormonism, so I'm sort of asking really from a curiosity point of view more than anything else, is I'm hearing that there's the book, and then there's people who claim to be eyewitnesses of something about the book. Is there anything else?
Yeah, and then there's personal experience. So I'm sure you've heard or are aware that Mormons are very big on personal experience. In other words, we've been taught, we've been counseled, and we take it upon ourselves to get a confirmation, right, through the Holy Spirit. And that's a big part of Mormonism. At the very end of the Book of Mormon, there's a famous passage which says, hey, if you've read these things, ask God if they are true, and he will witness it to you. That's kind of a prompt that we call it sometimes the Book of Mormon promise or Moroni's promise or whatever. It's a verse of scripture that's very important in the church because it's a mainstay of I guess, missionary work. So in other words, if I was trying to convert you, I wouldn't say, hey, John, do the A, B, C, D. I would say, take the book, read it, pray about it, and see how you feel about it, and see if God will give you a witness. If he will, it's hard to argue against it. If he won't, then it's easy to argue against it.
Well, would I take it then that you feel that personal testimony and personal experience is a powerful form of evidence?
Yes, I think it is a powerful form of evidence.
So how then do you account for the personal testimony and personal experience of the divine of people in other faiths that make claims that are incompatible with Mormonism?
Well, I don't think there's a lot incompatible. What I mean by that is you can have a belief and a faith in Allah, for instance, but Allah is God the Father, right? They're not two different beings. They're two different ways to describe the same being. The doctrine written down about him might be different, but it's more alike than it is different.
So if somebody says that they had a personal experience with the Father, and the Father told them that Mormonism is a false religion and that the only prophet is Muhammad, do we take that as evidence of that claim?
What would be the final prophet?
I'm sure they would for their belief.
But I'm saying if someone told you that they had had that experience, right? They'd met God,
right?
They'd had a personal experience with God, and God had revealed to them personally that Mormonism is false and that Islam is true. Would that count as evidence for you for their claims?
Would it count as evidence? I suppose it would. It wouldn't make me turn my back on my faith. It would be something I take into account. I might challenge them. I might ask them to, elucidate what they actually experienced. I might, as you would probably think they were incorrect about something. Maybe they, as Dickens said, maybe it was a bit of cheese. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
RC, would you agree that we who have never had that sort of personal experience would be justified in rejecting? Let me reword it. Would you agree that other people's personal experiences is not rational justification for us to believe that it's necessary to the first person?
I believe that. Okay. It's like I enjoy playing chess, and if I said, "Hey, chess is a great game," I wouldn't expect you to agree based on me saying that, but I would encourage you to play yourself, and let's have a game. And I think as you get to know the game, you'll naturally come to love it because I'm a lover of chess, and I assume other people can also grow that love.
It's a good game, to be fair.
It's
you and me both.
Our friend Radio Spencer, and if anyone is not following Radio Spencer, follow him immediately. He is all kinds of awesome. So he just said, with regard to the person who claims to have met God, who told them that Mormonism was false, he makes the point. He said, would you challenge yourself or just them? So in other words, in a situation like that where two people have a claim of the divine, right, both claiming some revelation, and those revelations are incompatible, either one of them is false or they're both false. And so it's like, where would it shake you to think, well, I feel solid in my faith and in my belief based on my experiences, but he feels just as solid in his belief and his faith and his experiences. That tells you that you can have these experiences and they can be false.
Yeah, I can see that argument. I don't disagree with what you just said. However, that doesn't prove that they are false.
No, you're right.
Right?
It doesn't.
So in other words, there's the truth and there can be counterfeit truths. In other words, just because somebody feels that way. And I think when I look at Islam or other gods, people say, oh, you don't believe in Zeus, therefore I only believe in one less god than you. That always makes me laugh, because to me, Zeus, Allah, God the Father, they're just like, it's the blind man describing, the 5 blind men describing the elephant. One says the elephant is a wall, one says a rope. They're all describing what they see and what they've experienced. Sure. It doesn't mean that...
The problem is when one of the blind men says the object is tiny and warm, and the other object says it's enormous and it's really hot. And the other one says, I can't feel it at all, but I'm sure it's here. And the other one says it's wet, and the other one says it's dry. Then we've got a problem, because it's hard to square those things. And you're right that, a conflicting personal testimony doesn't disprove yours, but it does show that personal testimony is unreliable. That's what it does. It forces us to recalibrate how we evaluate that kind of evidence if we're going to be intellectually honest, right? We don't have to all be intellectually honest. Some people are not. But if one wants to be, and if one wants to be, we should all be as critical of our own beliefs as we are about the beliefs of other people, right? And so it must be quite a sort of sobering moment if you think, well, personal testimony and personal experience is a really important part of why we believe something is true, and then to contemplate that there are other people who do believe incompatible things for the same reason.
Yes, but I think your example is just stretching the point too far, because the arguments for God aren't complete polar opposites. As I said, there's much more similarity in the description of God than difference. So in other words, any of the major religions will take God as the creator, and they'll take God as the father of us, and they'll take God as the most powerful being in the universe, and they'll
Hinduism?
take God as the wisest being in the universe. Hinduism, I don't know that much about it, so I don't know how powerful an elephant can be. So, what can I say?
Yeah, I got you. I have a quick question for you on personal experience. Do some people have a personal experience that they believe is from God? I'm not saying all cases. I'm just saying, would you acknowledge that there's some cases, at least, where people have an experience that they strongly believe are from God, a personal experience, but it's not actually from a God? It's just there's some other explanation?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. How do you tell the difference between the two?
How do you tell the difference between the two?
Yeah. So one person has a powerful experience that they are fully convinced is from a God, but there's actually some other explanation. Another person actually has a powerful experience that is from a God. How do you tell which is which?
Well, I think the main direction we're given in the Bible is, by their fruits ye shall know them. Now, if this strong impression of God is saying, hey, mix up this Kool-Aid with some poison in it and have everybody drink it, that's one kind of fruit, right? But if the fruit is helping millions of people across the world and doing unspeakable or undocumentable good across the world, that's a different fruit. And I think it is true, by their fruits ye shall know them. And I think if you look at the various religions, I think you can tell a lot by the fruits of those religions.
So if two people had personal experience with God, let's say they're both religious and both producing good fruits, that means that both of those personal experience necessarily must have been God? Couldn't a Christian or a Mormon or whoever that sows good fruits have just had an experience that they thought was from God, but actually wasn't?
Yeah, of course. That's within the realm of possibilities.
Yeah,
absolutely. And
so then how do you tell the difference? Because your answer before was, by their fruits you shall know them, but fruits doesn't really, you can have something you thought was a divine personal experience, but there's some other explanation, but that's like irrespective of what fruits you're sowing, right?
Yes, I guess that's true. But my belief is God reveals himself to everybody who humbly and diligently seeks him over time. And by the way, I don't say, Christianity or Mormonism has some, what's the word, lock on God, and no one else can experience God, right? I believe Muslims across the world, Hindus, atheists, all people can experience God and will experience God. I think the claim of Mormonism, I don't know if I'm sure you guys don't remember, but Gordon B. Hinckley, who was a former prophet of Mormonism, he went on the Larry King show, if you remember that show. I don't know.
I remember Larry King. I'm old enough.
So anyway, Gordon B. Hinckley went on there, and what he said I thought was pretty profound. He said, here's what we say to the world. We say, bring all the truth you have and see if we can add to it. That's what Gordon B. Hinckley said. And I thought that was pretty wise and I think pretty on point, because in my experience, any religion, if you walk into an LDS church, you'll be accepted for what you believe, and I think you will be able to have knowledge and truth added to what you believe. I 100% believe that.
RC, before you go, there's one thing I just want to offer you is,
Yep.
When you say all people who seek God will find him, I would just say just be a little careful with that, because there are people who seek God for years, even decades, and don't find him. And when you say that people who diligently seek God, that makes it almost even worse, because the implication is then that they didn't do it properly, that they weren't fully committed, or they weren't looking hard enough, or they weren't trying hard enough. And that compounds the kind of narrative of, if you didn't find God, it's your fault. It's not that he's hiding. He's right there. He's knocking on the door. He wants to come in. He wants to have a relationship with you. So if that relationship fails to materialize, that's on you. And I just think, I mean, you sound like a really nice guy, RC, and we've spoken before, and I hope we speak again. But you're in danger of inadvertently straying into less compassionate area than you might want to with that kind of idea.
I hear you, and I have to apologize if anything I said was offensive, because I didn't mean to offend, and I hear what you're saying.
We know you did.
But remember what I said last time. We're playing the long game. So we're not talking about this 80 years. We're talking about 100 billion years. So you may not accept God today, but you may in 100 million, or you may in 600 million, or you may in 1.3 billion, or 12 billion, or you know what I'm saying? So we're playing the long game, and we believe this life continues. I don't know, the LDS have a doctrine of baptism for the dead. So in other words, if people have died without accepting the gospel, guess what we do? We get proxy baptism. We go into the temple and we say, okay, here's a name. Let's say my great-grandfather who never heard about the Mormon church. We'll go in there and we'll read his name and baptize on his behalf. And our belief is that in the next life, he now has an opportunity given to him. For some strange reason, which we don't believe, we think baptism has to be performed with a physical body here on this earth. That's why we do this ordinance called baptism for the dead, which, by the way, you can read about in the Bible. It's not mentioned in the Book of Mormon, but it is in the Bible. But that ordinance, we believe, helps those who have moved on and never accepted Christ, for either they rejected him or they never heard about him or whatever. Everybody has the opportunity eternally to come to him.
Okay, well, RC, thank you for joining us.
Yep.
So it's always nice to talk to you.
Just real quick, because this just popped in my head. RC, have you seen those 1980s Latter-day Saints commercials, television commercials?
Yes.
One with a ball. I remember those as a kid. One with the ball. The guy, they accidentally hit the baseball and it broke someone's window.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Those are classics. I'm 61 years old. That was my era.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Great commercials. I got to say, great moral behind it too. By the way,
and I think the church was trying to improve its public image at that point, because there's a lot of questions and about Mormonism, and it seems to be shrouded in mystery and all this. And really, if people look into it, it's pretty darn simple and straightforward. So I'd recommend it. Anyone that's interested, look into it. But next time I come, John, remember what I said we would talk about sometime. That if you accept modern day, what's the when you take people into your home because they're less fortunate, foster care, if you accept modern day foster care, remember I said you have to accept Old Testament servitude. So next time I come, I want to talk to you about that.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that.
Okay?
Yeah, looking forward to
Yeah.
that one.
Those are two sides of the same coin, but we leave that for another day.
Bring sturdy boots for that one, my friend. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I will. Don't worry.
All right.
I'll bring my humble pie. Don't worry.
Nice to see you, RC.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye, everybody.
Take care. Take care. Okay. Yeah. I mean, they got some crazy stuff up in there, but I don't know it well enough to really critique it.
Yeah, RC's a really nice guy.
He's a nice
So this commercial, just real quick, these kids accidentally hit a baseball and it broke someone's window. And the kid, it's sort of a musical. The kid is like, why is my stomach so nervous and queasy? And then like, as he's going up to tell the truth, but the moral was he knocked on the door and said, sorry, sir, I broke your window. And it was this triumphant thing that he was like honest and took responsibility for it. And it's like brought to you by the Church of Latter-day Saints. It was actually a good moral. I'm going to give that to them.
Fair enough. Fair enough. When I was a kid, I once was hanging out with the wrong person, and we thought it would be a really good idea to throw some stones at the back of a building at the back of our school, and I did break a window, and I was so overcome with grief and guilt that I went and owned up for it the next day. Cried like an idiot the night before. So I can relate to that. Okay, let's bring in Harlow. We hope Harlow's okay, and we were looking forward to saying hello.
Busy, but can you give me a fucking minute? Wait, whoa. Sorry,
Hey,
wait
Shay.
a minute. I'm talking to my nephew. So, whoa. Okay.
Hey, Shay.
Hey,
We
Shay,
got
how you
three
doing?
vehicles fixing to run tomorrow night. I'll talk to you in a minute because this is stupid. I'll address you in a minute. Hold on. Anyway, explain to me, because I'm not a man, how in the hell 480 horsepower outrun 660 and 720, because it doesn't make any sense to me. But we just spent $400 on entry fee for my nephew to decide he wants to run a Magnum up against a Godzilla.
I can explain that. I'm a car guy. It's all
Please
about power.
do, because I'm a little pissed because I done spent $687 on entry fees for this child to do whatever it is he decided to do.
It's with going fast in a straight line. It's all about power to weight ratio and traction. All three of those are important elements to getting a good quarter mile time.
Well, we'll see you at the Benson and Dunn drag strip tomorrow night to see which one wins, because I'm putting the money on my truck with the bigger motor and the bigger horsepower.
Well, you have a lot of traction too, but yeah. So what you got for us, Shay?
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
I mean, I appreciate that, because it's my husband's nephew that's distracted me here, because he's in my husband's garage and he's so excited. He's so beautiful. We just brought the 2020 Magnum GT home from the last person who drove it was my husband. He kind of wiped out on it. We literally just brought it home 2 days ago. So my nephew is super excited to drive it tomorrow night. And I'm not trying to kill his dreams, but mathematically it doesn't work.
Okie dokie.
All right, Noah's flood is a myth. It didn't happen all at once. The best explanation I can give you of that as a biologist is, if you think about ancient tribal people, if you walked outside even 500 years ago and everything was flooded, you would have thought the world flooded. That's basically how you explain that.
That's a good hypothesis.
Yeah,
I'm a biologist. Yeah, we do that all the time.
absolutely. Yeah, and also, I mean, one of the other really compelling notions. It's always ironic that people who rail the hardest against evolution are obligated to assume the most enormous amount of evolution you could possibly imagine, packed into 6,000 years between the point of the flood and now. The amount of evolution that you would have needed to achieve the amount of genetic diversity that we have in the world now, from a very small collection of animals on a boat 6,000 years ago, is more evolution than can possibly happen, right? I mean, Shay, you know about this. You know about genetic drift.
It's a lot. I appreciate Ash's vote down here for the diesel, which is my husband's truck, it actually has less horsepower than my truck does, but I appreciate that you like the diesel.
Yeah.
So to answer
talk to us about
theory,
about genetics and how much
theory,
genetic variation you could get in
impossible.
6,000 years.
Okay. So in 6,000 years, you get a minuscule amount of genetic evolution in 6. I'm sorry.
Tiny, right?
Yes.
You could even count it in terms of generations. of any given animal, and that there's only a certain amount of genetic change that can happen per number of generations, just because these changes have to happen very gradually in populations.
Right.
So it's
The
always
Ken
about
Ham,
yeah.
the
What's
Ken
the Ken
Ham
Ham
explanation is
What can happen?
there were 7,000 kinds.
Oh
So
yes, that's right.
basically,
Kinds,
yeah,
yes.
because the Bible says by their kind or whatever, and so
Yes.
now he uses it as if it's a scientific term. And when you ask them, specify what constitutes a kind in animal and species taxology, or I might have missaid that, but anyway,
Well, I mean, are
7,000
we
different
talking about
kinds,
amphibian? Are we talking
and
about reptilian? Are we talking about
and they
mammal? Are we talking about fish? I mean, there's lots of kinds.
Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah.
and then microevolution made all, because yes, they adapt and change, but a frog still stays a frog,
Let me
and
take my
so
hat off and put my glasses back on.
that's how they explain it.
I was
Yeah.
in the middle
What
of
I
it.
want to know,
Moustache Mac in the YouTube chat says, "How did the kangaroos get to Australia?" Exactly, and if they started,
Okay. Oh, wow.
Go
Okay.
go
So
on,
how
Shay.
did kangaroos get to Australia?
Yeah, from
So
Mesopotamia.
most. Oh. Okay. Wow, that's a lot for me to answer. Okay. So are we going back to Pangea? Like, how
Well,
far back do you want to go?
it's
Because they're basically regional animals, right?
right.
yeah, yeah. In fact, there's all kinds of different marsupials that are in the Australian areas. Like kangaroos aren't the only marsupials.
Yes,
But
my
what I
friend,
want
but
to
we don't
know,
have kangaroos in North Carolina.
what did the so you have two of each kind as they got off the boat. What did all the lions and tigers and bears eat?
Mm-hmm.
Because as soon as they start feeding,
I bet it
they're going
wasn't
to
the
eat.
kangaroo because that's a pretty hardy animal.
But
My
but
money's on the kangaroo.
if they eat one species, it would eliminate that species altogether.
Right.
Because you need two of each.
They took spares, Sean. They took spares.
So I'm going to actually be kind here because I love you too, but you're being a little naughty and I can be a little naughty. So I'm going to actually be kind here. So this is basically, so we're talking about, with all due respect and kindness, we're talking about how ancient tribal people explained the world of which they were living in at the time, which meant if 500 years ago, me, you, and John would not know that each other existed. Well, I mean, me and Sean might have because we're in the same state, but we wouldn't know John because he's in another country. However, if we walked outside and we saw a flood that we didn't understand, what would be our first reaction? We're going to gather all of our resources, right? And we're going to hold on to them, right? So over the generations of that story, it's going to transition into what I call a kind fable, because I don't want to dig down on your beliefs or make you feel terrible. I mean, I don't want to do that to you. But in biology, we simply cannot prove that a worldwide flood happened all at once. Was there floods that happened? Absolutely. I mean, if you've ever been to Tennessee, there's fossils in the mountains of Tennessee, right? I know I've been there. Sean might have been there. I don't know yet. I don't think Sean's from North Carolina. I'm from North Carolina. But so there's definitely been different floods. One of the largest would have been from the Ice Age, right? We can all agree that science said there was a flood. There was a big defrost, right? So we can agree upon that. For the most part, I'm not trying to force you to believe what I believe, but this is what science tells us. So that explains to us why we see different layers in the sedimentary specimens that we look at as scientists. And listen, I study the human brain. Don't quote me on this. This is something I study in my free time. So I'm not going to tell you that ancient people didn't believe in some sort of, in their world, flood.
Yeah,
That's not to take away from what they believed, because they
we're
didn't
addressing modern
Google.
people who still believe it.
Yeah.
Well, now I can't help you there.
Yeah, I mean, the point of this is not to dump on, ancient mythology and the beliefs that people formed as they were trying to make sense of an unpredictable, mysterious world, centuries and millennia ago. Of course, we give license to people to do the best they could with the information they had to work with. The problem is when you have people now telling children that, basic facts about biology are not true. and telling
Right.
children that there's this thing called kinds, and it somehow unifies bats and birds because they're both flying things, which is completely ridiculous. And stuff like that. So really, it's the offence here is not at ancient people doing the best they could to explain the world.
Right.
It's at people who ought to know better peddling BS.
So let me be clear. So I do want to separate my respect for ancient tribal people who didn't know better to people today who want to push off their beliefs on you. So please allow me to make that distinction.
Yeah,
Because it's been a
Yeah.
long 24 hours for me.
sure.
Like, actually, I've got a YouTuber that wants to actually interview me, which is really weird. I'm trying to understand it. I'm trying to cope with it, all the things. But I want to be kind. I always want to lead with kindness, even when I don't necessarily understand what your belief is. But that's the closest thing that I can give you as to if someone told you that, then they're going off of a belief from way back yonder that we can't understand in today's back 40. Does that make any sense?
It
And
does.
I know that's a very Southern terminology. So I don't want to harp on any belief, but and by all means, let me be 100% honest. I study the human brain. I get paid decent amount of money to cut up the human brain in really specific slices in order to put it on slides for other people to research. That's what I'm really good at. So I guess you really don't want to get in a fight with me because I can slice you up pretty quickly. But
No doubt.
that being said, but that's what I get paid to do. So I study pathologies of the brain. So my fascination with religious studies is not necessarily what I get paid to do. So let me be honest with that first. That's not what I get paid to do. I find the study of religion quite fascinating. I recently I got to have lunch with Mr. Jack day before yesterday. You know I love him. I love him so much. I try so hard to get him to come up here. He just will not do it. And he gives me advice and he encouraged me on that level and of trying to explain the difference between an ancient tribal civilization and today's civilization. And we should not be basing today's civilization on what they believed 500 years ago because it's not accurate. We can prove that it's inaccurate, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can prove that. Mm-hmm. So we don't need to try to tell my 12-year-old niece that she needs to believe that the next fire and brimstone is going to come via fire because the last one was via flood. Like, don't scare her and make her cry like that. That's unnecessary. You're scaring children because you want to believe in something. So, like, let's move on to the next one. Is hell ridiculous? No, hell's a real thing. Hell's called grief. And I've lived it. And I live it every day. Hell's grief.
Yeah.
That's a fact. You can't get away. Hell is real and it's grief. You don't want to go there. It sucks. God bless you for everybody that's struggling through it.
Yep.
God is not a moral God. I believe that. He's not morally good. He's not. He doesn't exist. Get over yourself. You can't go through true tragedy and think that was God's will. Was any of you? I was here. I was alive on. Remember. What was it? 2000 was it when the towers came down?
Yep.
I remember where I was that day. I remember Robert waking me up. And I remember us being, because we were on vacation in Miami. We were freaking broke, by the way, but we were down on vacation in Miami. And I remember trying to figure out how we were going to get home. So explain to me how if God is moral, he wished that upon a whole world, because that was a global catastrophic event, right? That was a global thing that happened that actually was just terrible. I mean, and a lot of us remember where we were when 2011 happened, right? A lot of us remember that, or 2021 happened. We remember that. We remember where we were when that happened. And it just, to sit there and say that you don't is astronomical to me, because you absolutely do remember what you were doing that particular day. So just to sit there and say that God is moral, well, then how did he let that happen?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, people will come up with all sorts of predictable theodicies and explanations for why and how it's some part of his plan and everything is for a reason, and those arguments all fail. They are copes, unfortunately.
Right. I mean, and I know Sean is a hair older than me. I don't know how old John is, but do you remember when like that second tower fell? Because that's about the time that Robert woke me up. And I remember, like, because we were in Miami, and I just remember the fear that I felt. And it's like, we didn't do anything wrong as a society. So if God is real, why would he put that fear in us? Okay, and to the last one, no one chooses what they believe. We don't choose what we believe, but we are. And I'm going to give you a scientific, an emotional, and a realistic view on this. Because I'm working on this on the last 24 hours. Because I just actually got offered a lot of money to do an interview on YouTube, which I'm not actually really ready for. I'm going to talk to John and Sean about that privately. Well, that, anyway. But so listen, you are, and I tell people this. I tell people this professionally. You are an adaptation of your education and your experiences. That's what you are. So I guess we could add belief to that. Because if you were to ask me why somebody took my husband when he was only 51 years old, I would tell you that was the most horrible creation that anybody ever came up with.
Yep.
And for why would someone try to turn that into some type of economic growth of themselves would be even worse, right? That's what I would say. But people do it. We do it. So there is no God, darlings. There's no God.
We agree.
There's only life. There's life, there's love, and there's grief. That's your three things. And that's reality. All summed up in one thing.
Shay, it's great talking to you again, and good to see you're in good spirits tonight.
Well, I've got a child spending my money on. I still think. I mean, you guys can tell me in the chat, which he ain't driving my truck, but I don't understand why we're going to run something with 480 horsepower when we got something with 660 and 720. I don't understand it. I know you guys do. I don't. I think
shoot me a message.
I think we're going to get our asses whooped.
Yeah, I have drag race experience. So shoot me a message. I'll go. I'll tell you.
Excited.
I'll tell you the ropes. Yep.
You can call me. You have my damn phone number. You can just call me and explain. Because this child is so excited as to why I got to spend this amount of money for him to run at this damn event. And I'm like, you're picking the least amount of horsepower we own in the whole damn garage.
Yeah.
Well, there we are.
So.
Shay, we need to move it on because we've got a few in the queue, but it's nice to see you and we're glad you're doing okay. And
because we're talking about money, I'm always okay when we're talking about money. Emotions and money, I completely separate the two.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm irritated maybe. And so Sean, if you want to help him out, you should call me and explain to me why I should spend this amount of money for us to go on this expedition tomorrow night. Sure.
Okay, sounds good.
We'll speak soon, Shay. Nice to speak to you, sweet.
Oh, absolutely. Oh my God, 7 made it. 7 made it.
There you go. Speak soon. Take care. Okie dokie. We will bring in Baku right now, who's been waiting super patiently. We've got Clifford. Thank you, Clifford. We'll be with you in just a moment. And of course, Ash as well. Baku, what's up?
Hello again.
Hello again.
How you doing?
To just introduce you to our friends over on YouTube who are watching right now. Baku is our friend who always comes into the lives with brilliant questions. The best questions. He writes them down. He prepares them like homework. And he comes in and he normally has a few. And he really makes us think. And he's always really smart. So wonderful to have you back. And how are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
I mistook the last topic for the woman one again. So
that's okay.
That's perfectly all right.
Write down listening some questions for the last one, but I have some woman questions down if you'll take them. If not,
have you got a few that we can spread out over the live like we did last time if you have the time?
I do.
It's such a good way of doing it. You've got 10. Awesome. So let's have one. Let's have 2 now, and then we'll get Clifford in, and then we'll spread them out as we go.
Okay. I'll do 2 for the first topic.
Okay.
The first question is, if belief isn't chosen, what distinguishes a reasonable belief from an unreasonable one?
Oh, okay.
I think that's a good one.
I can hit that.
Sure.
So a reasonable belief is one which is justified by the evidence. So it's possible to hold a belief which is unreasonable because you've come to believe it for the wrong reasons. So maybe you hold it because you have an emotional, need to hold it. And very often when that happens, you're not aware of it. So you can think that you've thought it through, and you can be completely convinced that you're holding that belief for rational reasons, but actually you're holding it for irrational reasons. So a belief is what was, how exactly did you phrase it?
I said, if belief isn't chosen, what
Yeah.
distinguishes a reasonable belief
Reasonable,
from an
yeah.
unreasonable?
Yeah. So the reasonableness, really, I would frame just in terms of, does the evidence for it justify it? Sean, have you got anything on that?
No, I think that's it. And it's important to note you can believe true things for bad reasons, and you can believe untrue things for good reasons.
Yeah.
Okay. The second question I have is, if no one chooses beliefs, is persuasion a rational process or just psychological influence?
It can be both. So you can make an appeal, which is you can make an emotional appeal and end up persuading someone of something in an emotional way, which isn't necessarily rational. And emotions can often be very much more persuasive than logic, because we know that human minds are predominantly emotion driven rather than, over logic. We are more emotional than we are logical, much to our continual disappointment. We would like to think that we're rational agents and thinking clearly all the time, but most of us are not quite as clear thinking as we'd like to think, and we're more emotionally driven than we'd like to think. So you can persuade someone with emotion, and you can also persuade someone by presenting a logical argument, which then persuades them as they think about it, and their brain contemplates the logic that you're presenting. But both can happen.
Okay, Sean, anything you needed to add, or?
Sure. So there's like the art of influencing people, and oftentimes that also entails influencing them to believe something. There are principles of influence that someone named Dr. Cialdini, if I'm not mispronouncing his name. So there's these principles, and they're very effective. So one of them, for example, is social proof. All these other peoples are trying to buy this car, so many other people, or so social proof often influences people to believe something, but it's literally an argumentum ad populum, an appeal to popularity. So people very often form beliefs for irrational reasons, and so that's why it's important. Skepticism is very important if you want to align your beliefs with reality as much as possible. Learn about these principles, things that influence people that aren't necessarily rational. Learn about logical fallacies. Being able to more effectively align your beliefs with reality is a deliberate effort, because most people just go through their day-to-day being partly rational, largely emotional, and that's how people get end up in cults, being fooled by scams, etc. So it's important that everyone adopt a deliberance to their epistemology. And epistemology, if people don't know, is the study of how you can know things.
Okay, well, those are my two questions for now.
Good stuff, Baku. Well, we'll keep you in our Baku pocket, and bring you back in a little bit later, if that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
All right.
All the best. Speak shortly.
Oh, quick admin note, John.
Yeah.
You're good, Baku. Quick admin note. On YouTube, even though you're not soliciting them, you may be receiving super chats, which people actually pay for. So you may want to keep an eye out in case people have sent you super chats, because it'll be important that they're usually questions.
Yeah.
So you read them out loud and then address them.
I'm keeping an eye on the chat, but I'm not seeing any, and I'm not sure how to. Forgive my rank amateurishness at this.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm not sure if. I'm not getting any.
And it could be that no one sent any, but
I don't think.
In case anyone sends you, go ahead.
If anyone knows how that stuff works, I'm presuming it needs to be sort of set up first. But it's pretty quiet.
I bet you can YouTube it
in the YouTube chat at the moment. So
okay.
if there are any specific questions from there or inputs, I'll trying to keep an eye on. So
Sure.
yeah, but yeah, thanks for that. Shout out to Skeptic Philosophy in the YouTube chat, whose output I have enjoyed. Always enjoy your stuff, and it's really nice to see you here as well. And Bex is in there. Hey Bex, nice to see you on the other side too. Okay, yeah, I think we have to do things to get super chats working. I don't think they sort of work by default. So
Oh, got you. Okay.
so we'll worry about that further down the line. Okay, right. Let's, as promised, bring in Clifford, and then we have Ash patiently waiting as well, and then we'll see where we're at after that. Clifford, hello.
Yeah. Hello. Yes. Hello. Yes.
Hi. How are you?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we got you.
I'm good. I'm doing good.
Great.
So tonight I would take on God is not morally good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that he's morally good. But before I go into that, I do have a question for you to
Sure.
back what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, there is information or data that proves on how the earth supports life, and it's perfectly positioned. Because if you look at the galaxy, there are bigger planets, there are colder planets. You can say there are more richer planets. But Earth is the
You're making a fine-tuning
only
argument.
planet. Earth is the only planet that kind of supports life. So my question is,
That's
when
not
you
true,
think
actually.
about, all right. So my question is, when you think about how perfect Earth supports life, does it make you feel more like it was designed, or more like it is an incredible cosmic coincidence?
Sean, you want
Yeah.
this?
So sure. Clifford, Google. You don't have to do it right this second, but like Google planets in the Goldilocks zone. Are you familiar? You sound. You have an accent. I don't know your culture. Have you ever heard of Goldilocks?
I have read it a little bit. I have read it a little.
Yeah.
Bit. Yes.
Okay. So
It
there's a
shows kind of
there's
how.
a story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a story about Goldilocks. Like this porridge is too cold. This porridge is too hot. This porridge is just right.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
child's. That's why it's called the Goldilocks
Yes.
zone. But there are many other planets out there we have found that are in the Goldilocks zone that cosmologists believe can support life. In fact, even in our own solar system, there is some speculation that Titan, one of Saturn's moons, they don't know, potentially it has underwater oceans, and there's speculation that there may be life there. So Earth is
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. And also important to note,
Okay.
the universe is so incredibly vast, and our ability. So with what we've been able to sufficiently explore so far to find other life, it would be like there was a cosmologist that described it this way: taking a glass of water and dipping that glass of water into the ocean, pulling it up. There's no fish in this glass, therefore there are no fish in the ocean. So yeah, Earth is not necessarily unique. Well, it's definitely not unique to being able to support biological life.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, from what you have researched, how many human beings live in the parts that you are talking about? Can you say that, oh, there's this person here that is actually living there, or is birth? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With Earth, we all naturally, yes.
Yeah. So
You and I, we naturally live here.
Well, human beings are. All species of life on Earth are unique to themselves because we've all evolved to have this diversity of life. So there's only human beings on Earth. But let's say human-like beings or intelligent beings that are at least, to the degree of human intelligence. We've dipped the glass into the ocean. we have found one fish, and there is still the entire rest of the ocean to explore.
Okay, so you are arguing that Earth is not so perfect, right?
Well, it's not. It is, but it isn't. It's absolutely sufficient to support the life that evolved on Earth, and the life that is on Earth has evolved to be able to survive into their particular environments, whether it's the Arctic or down at the bottom of the ocean. A hotter, more extreme planet will have different life that's adapted to that environment. So life kind of fits the shape of the environment that it happens to be in. So other planets may have different conditions and have life, and the life that it has will have adapted to those conditions.
Yeah, Clifford, there's a reason why these arguments are a bit fallacious, which is that they all basically come down to probability arguments, right? They all come down to someone saying, but what are the chances of this happening? And the problem is nobody really knows, because we don't know what the odds are.
But they are not.
Right? We don't know how many opportunities there are for planets to form that can enable life. We don't know how many different configurations of possible life there are. We look at the life that we have here and we think, well, what are the chances of another planet having exactly the properties to support the life that we have here? That's an idiotic argument, because another planet doesn't have to support the life we have here. Another planet just has to support the life that's capable of evolving there. And the basic building blocks for that, the types of elements that you need to put together the building blocks of life are fairly abundantly found throughout the observable universe. And so the chances are probably a lot higher than you think. But the point is, trying to make a probability argument without the numbers is never going to work. It's always going to be silly. We don't know what the numbers are.
So please, the question is, so if it's not perfect, but it's kind of close to it, because we can all agree that there are thousands of people in your chat who are very happy tonight, or who are happy today. So with that being said, would you say that the Earth, which we are kind of okay with, was it designed? Does it feel more designed or more like an incredible cosmic coincidence? So that's my question.
It's not a coincidence. It just is what it is. It just is what it is.
So would you have to choose? You have to pick one. Was it by design or was it a coincidence?
Well, it depends what you mean by
that's
a coincidence.
A false dichotomy.
Yeah, you don't have to pick one, because a coincidence is like event A met event B. The life that's
what
evolved.
The scientists can agree on.
No.
Okay, come on. You talk.
Yeah, Clifford, the life that's evolved on this planet is the only life that could evolve on this planet. Now, if you think it's so perfectly designed for it, how do you account for the fact that 99% of all species that have ever lived on this planet went extinct because the environment couldn't support them? That sounds like a shit design.
We are all going to die one day.
Not just die. The entire species went extinct. They don't exist anymore. That's a terrible design.
Can you agree? Can you agree that as human beings, we sometimes do need rest? I know it's not. We do need rest. And can you agree that sometimes when somebody dies or leaves this planet, they are kind of resting? Can you agree to that?
No.
I would say their consciousness doesn't exist anymore.
So Mike, okay. This
dying is not resting. Dying is not having a nap. It's not a rest. It's the end.
So do you want to live on this planet with your conditions for 1 million years?
I mean, I think it would get dull after.
You're going to get old.
I think it would get dull after a while.
Yes, you're going to get tired.
Yeah.
So you would want some rest. You get tired, especially when you are in your 90s, when you are pooping on yourself and going through a lot of mess. You would want some type of rest.
Well, I don't think I'd frame it in terms of I want to have a rest. I think I'd probably get to a point where, if I got to a point where my quality of life was sufficiently poor, I would probably not want to live anymore. But I wouldn't go, I want to rest. I'd probably say, I feel tired of life. I'm ready to stop here.
So what I would want to say tonight is, if the earth that we live on is not perfect, and if God is not perfect, And if it was designed by God, who is not perfect, I think that he has done us a service of creating something, an experience which is good for us to, as I said, an experience for us to enjoy, to even breathe, to laugh, to have a conversation, to eat, to dance, to sing, to have an opportunity to live. I think that is morally good. We should even not consider the Bible, but if we have a pen to write on, a room to live in, a microphone to a son, that I think that that is morally good. That is
That's
an
great,
opportunity.
but while he was doing that, why did he have to include bone cancer for babies?
Bone what?
Bone cancer in babies. Why did he have to include that
I,
in the morally good world that he perfectly designed for us?
you see, I can't argue with you all night because there are people in the queue. But what I can say tonight is, I think that he has done something good. It's like a doctor, right? A good doctor.
I'd love to know your answer to that question. Don't worry about the people in the queue. We got this.
All
So,
right,
we're
fine. I
talking
think
about that
that
he's
yeah,
done this wonderfully good thing to create this perfect
yes,
environment for us, but
yes,
it's an
yes,
environment where the sun that we rely on for our life kills us
yes.
if we get too much of it because it gives us cancer.
Okay,
You've got
all right,
97% of the water on the earth is poisonous to us and can't be ingested, and you've got
all right,
children dying of painful diseases, babies dying of painful
okay,
diseases.
yes,
Why
yes.
is that? How does that point to a wonderfully good God for you?
I think that that is okay. If I should explain myself, all right. There are there are there are cripples who play basketball. They don't see their condition to be a limitation. They find joy in being. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but sometimes as human beings we tend to rely so much on what we don't have, but rather look at what we have. We confuse what we don't have with what we have. Like I'm African. Some people consider that to be a limitation, but I don't see. So what I'm trying to say is that I think that the fault is not with God, but with us human beings. We find so much problem with ourselves rather than looking at what we have. I don't think
I'm
that
asking you
if
what I'm asking you why God gives babies cancer. I can appreciate a lovely sunset and be thankful for the
yes,
wonderful things too. But I'm asking you, you're
yes,
talking about that God is moral and that the world is so perfect.
yes.
Why do babies have to have cancer?
That I cannot answer tonight. It's a question I'm not prepared for, and I think that some of these questions we have to leave them to God. And when we get to heaven, we can. I know you are going to laugh, but when we do get to heaven, we can ask Him because He's the Creator, He's the Father, and a lot of things that sometimes our parents do, we don't have the opportunity to ask them. But if we do ask them, I think that they would give us a better explanation. And what I would end my argument on is that you see, when it comes to human beings, their default, I don't know if default is the right word, but there are people who think differently. And I don't think that's the problem of God. I think that sometimes it's something that I cannot explain because I don't have the knowledge to explain everything. But I think that with time and with a lot of love, as some people are saying in the chat, I think that most of these questions are going to be answered. But if we should keep throwing like this type of arguments in each other's faces, I don't think we are going to learn a lot. That's my honest opinion. And I can't answer everything tonight.
I hear you, Clifford, and you're not obligated to have answers to everything. But I would say that if you're going to say that God is good and that He creates a perfect world, then it's for you to wrestle with the sort of the implications of that and what's entailed by that. And it's hard to square a perfect world with so much easily avoidable suffering, because if God is as powerful as you think, He could click His fingers and make the babies not have cancer. And even if there's some amount of suffering that human beings have to have in order to make a plan work or something like that, so much of the suffering is just random and needless and easily avoidable. So that's why I think that God is not morally good, and that's before we even start looking at the verses in Scripture where He commands people to, you know, do terrible things to children and things like that. But we can have that conversation another day if you want to.
But okay, aren't you sometimes amazed that some people who have serious diseases and problems can actually have this type of love, not bitterness towards God? But sometimes I wouldn't say we don't have problems, but we are kind of okay. We tend to have so much problem with the existence of life itself. But some people who have like cancer and they are going through a lot of problems, they kind of have, I'm not saying all of them, but most of them have this love for creation that sometimes we don't have those problems, we kind of miss. And that is a question that actually sometimes hits me very hard. So yeah, thanks for
All right.
I think God is morally good. Yeah.
Well, okay, Clifford. Well, come back and let's have the conversation again when you feel ready to look at some of the verses in the Bible that disprove, in my view, that. But we like speaking to you, so it's nice to talk to you again.
You too.
All right.
I always learn. Thank you.
Thanks, my friend. Okay. He's a super sweet guy. I mean, I don't think we got any answers to those difficult questions, but to be fair, he kind of said he didn't feel prepared to give them. So there we are.
I'm fine with that too. I would rather somebody really think about it and give an answer they believe instead of just ad hoc, shoot from the hip, come up with nonsense on the spot.
Yeah. Okay, we've got Bert in the queue and we've got Orthodox Mormon in the queue. We will get you both in, but we're going to quickly say hi to Ash first, because he has been waiting a long time. Ash, what's up?
Hello.
How are you?
I know that song.
Yes, Chris Isaacs.
Sorry, I don't know why it does that. Like, I'm watching the live the entire time, and as soon as I get accepted, it plays whatever YouTube song I had in the background.
It does that to me. It does that to me too.
It's a nice little surprise to keep me on my toes, I guess.
How are you, Ash?
No, it's always a pleasure to see you guys.
Nice to see you too.
It's all good, man. It's I just love watching these lives. It's again that my fascination is always human psychology and just ways of thinking about things, and how people work through stuff, where people hold on to certain thoughts and just can't believe anything else, while others can challenge it and go, okay, have you thought about it in this way? So this is why I really love your channel, because there's times where I've joined other people's lives, just listening in on the similar type of discussions and talks. And even if I agree more with the atheist view, and so like just the way they conduct the back and forth, it ends up becoming very shouty, not really listening. And it can be like, okay, this is, even that I kind of support the host or so, it just doesn't go as smooth as some of like these conversations. So I've just got to applaud your ability to always, hear different arguments out, remain calm, kind of just challenge certain ideas, and just always end up on a positive note. Like, that's talent, that's skill, patience, so applaud that. But yeah, again, having an open mind, I always love like seeing where people, like the previous conversation, right? Like, if you can try and come up with a reason why, if there is cancer, and why would God make cancer exist? And essentially, it's a horrible thing to exist in the world. We know it does. We have to suffer with it, and with all the other cruelties and suffering in the world. But there is also the balance of good stuff and love and amazing things as well. But yeah, looking at it from a sense of, let's look at each one of the questions and just see an alternative way of looking at it. Again, my basis on I'm not religious or so. I just like the challenge in looking at something slightly different, perhaps. So nobody chooses their belief. We've definitely thought, like in previous lives, that yes, you can't choose the outcome. You can't be convinced. I love your argument in the way you say, like, can you just believe that I am your mum? You can't you can say it, but could you legitimately believe it? You would have to be very, I don't know what the word would be if you had to get to a state of mind where that is true. But it's, you can't control that.
Often we'll use that as a silly example when someone declares that you can choose belief, and we'll say, okay, choose now to, believe that you're a zebra, or choose that I'm, a sandwich, or your mother, or something like that. And it's always an interesting moment because they'll quite often say, okay, I believe it. And that's when
That's
you
just
know
saying it.
that's
genuine,
that's when you know they're just not engaging honestly.
It opens up the character as well, you know. Yeah, they're just trying to win an argument for the sake of saying it, and it's like you're still just not seeing the point here of the whole idea of this discussion. Like, people would just want to say their points. They don't want to be convinced otherwise. They just want to yell at each other. And this is why I love these discussions, where it's always calm. It's just challenging ideas. What is your genuine thoughts? And trying to answer it, and just seeing a different way of thinking about things. Because that's, as soon as you have that skill in life where you can just see other people's point of view, because you can literally interpret everything slightly different. You can have the same information put in two front of different individuals, and they'll get something taken away that's different. And it's just trying to understand why did they come to that conclusion. And that's power in that, because if you can't do that, then you're always going to struggle to relate with people, understand where they're coming from, and you can't persuade them different because you don't know how they came up with that thought process. You know, it's like steel manning, right? Like really fleshing out an idea. So going to like, nobody chooses what they believe. The only thing I can say against that is that just like you can influence, you know, your choices of being open-minded, then you are able to become to believe something because you can try and hear any kind of positive arguments for it. And with anything, there's always some form of positive argument. But again, there's overwhelming evidence as well on the negative. It's just depending on the balance you have. And just like Brian Cox says, you can't truly rule out a God, but you must operate in a framework from the stuff we know. So if religion goes against evolution, goes against how long the universe is, obviously I can't believe in that belief system, because from what we know in the evidence, it just doesn't support it. But to say if there was a creator or not, we never know that for sure. We'll just see, won't we? And obviously, from over, you know, just looking at the different religions and how they all formed and how they are that religion from where they're born in, and just how our minds work, you can kind of think there probably isn't a God, especially with all the suffering and we see. But thinking about God in this way is that, let's say people just imagine it that God is all powerful and all good. One of those could be possibly true. Just the other one has to be false.
Yes.
So God could still exist.
Yes.
You know, he just like, if he's a good God, he's just not powerful. He can't do anything about cancer. He's probably making other planets that we have no idea about. He's all powerful, like trying to make something different, but he doesn't know what's going on, and he's powerless to change things. Like, just like a robot could do amazing things, but for very simple things, they may struggle.
Yeah.
It's an interesting concept, but again, it's just the thought process on that.
No, you're absolutely right.
And there's no way out.
The arguments against
There's no way
the good God don't disprove God. They just disprove the triomni God.
Right.
Yes.
and there's really no way out of it, because when I discuss, when we bring up, you know, why is there this bad thing or this bad thing, they will say, okay, well, that bad thing was necessary to achieve this better, greater good. But if God is all powerful, there's literally nothing is necessary. And in other words, he would be able to achieve the greater good without the bad thing. So it's just,
honestly,
say again.
If you ask like Hitler or someone, like, why are you evil? What he'll probably say, I'm not evil. I'm doing what's best, you know, for what I believe in. You know, he thinks he's good. No one actually thinks they're evil, but that just shows like I think it was Jurassic Park, like I think the third one, that says some of the worst things imaginable are done with the best intentions, you know? So it's an intro. I don't know why I use that quote. It's just that Jurassic Park 3 wasn't that great, but still, it's something that's in my mind.
But to give a simple analogy, so let's say we vaccinate a child. All right, we have to prick that child in the arm with a needle. So that is a harm that is done to the child, but it's necessary in order to for the greater good to vaccinate him. But if I'm all powerful, not only can I just vaccinate him like by magic, I can just not make whatever I'm vaccinating for that disease even exist. I just, you know, wave that out of existence. So there's never
viruses and stuff. They're all still kind of like living in their own right, but they're only in their own interest, right? Like certain things, like let's say cancer. What exactly is cancer? It's uncontrollable cell growth. Right. That's non-functional cells. They've lost their ability to function properly, and it's just unchecked growth. What is also unchecked growth of stem cells. They also live forever, but they're functional, you know?
Right.
And we've just not realized people have cancer because now we're living so much more longer. And we start to discover, oh, these are the things that are coming up to be. And the cool thing is I have great faith in humanity in the sense that with science of gene, and AI coming into it, we can start targeting things and hopefully getting rid of these things. We don't need to rely on a God to save us on this one. But hell is ridiculous. I believe in was it Harlow's interpretation of that? Hell is right here with us, you know? You have to deal with it. We have to come away from it. It's a nice analogy to kind of just show our suffering and move towards something we don't want to be in, you know? Sometimes even making a hell and dealing with hard times, because that's what life is. You could, like David Goggins, I don't know if anyone watches his stuff. He's brilliant of just self-discipline and pulling through the most hell you could possibly imagine, of running on broken feet through crazy number of ultra marathons. And he was a fat guy who became a Navy SEAL. He's a fascinating piece of work when it comes to just what the human mind is capable of, you know? Right. Noah's flood is a myth. That's just one too hard to think different about. It's just, okay, a big boat that could hold every single animal. I think in the concept of at that time, just like Harlow said, you just wouldn't know a concept of the whole world. The whole world to them could be literally a small city. They didn't travel so far out. How could you really know how big the world is?
Yeah, we have no
so it's a
problem
flood in their eyes, and they just wrote it in a book.
People thousands of years ago thinking the whole world was flooded is completely understandable. People thinking that now is completely unforgivable.
I hear you. That is very true, man. It's just holding on to old notions in a day where we've got the internet and share very easy scientific information and explain it in a simple manner for people to understand. They still deny it because their emotions, like you said very strongly before, blinds them. They are more irrational, and they are driven by their emotions and what they truly want to believe in comfort. There's times when that does help you in life, where life can be horribly just suffering and painful, and you can take away all your optimism. But if you can somehow hold on to some form of hope, you can get through the difficult thing. You know, it's a balance, I really find. But yeah, the Noah story, every single animal really on every ship, on a ship.
Yeah.
No,
all very sick.
Enough said. I can't really defend that and think of in a different way besides. But it's always a pleasure to be on here. And
thanks, Ash.
Baku's always got some great questions. So I'm always love watching him and seeing your thoughts.
He's on standby, but we'll get him in after the next game.
I would love to finish off with just asking both of you, you and Sean, again, I have said this before in previous conversations, but with all the different people that have come on, and, again, some people will just stick with their current belief set, no matter how much, they get stuck in answering certain questions. And, like the Goldilocks thing is, there's clearly some form of evidence out there that there is some form of life. It is very difficult to imagine how big the universe is, and we're just it. Like, we're just elements, atoms, movements and things. But is there any arguments you have heard that would say, is there any benefits in believing in a God in your eyes? Like, where, how certain truths, and certain lies, there's always benefits in both in certain ways. Is it just seeking pure truth, or is there any benefits of believing there is some form of supreme being?
They can be benefits. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, so an obvious one is one we talk about all the time. If I believed in God, particularly the Christian God, I can go to any church and have a vast community of people that I can have camaraderie with, that I can network with, and I can have support groups and everything else, and a shared religious experience with all these other people. That's just one of many beliefs. So
you are stronger for it in that sense with people, because picking one person on their own who doesn't resonate with everyone else's idea. Like, I feel bad, like the people in the past, like Galileo and things, that would look out and start to imagine, okay, I don't think the world is flat. And it would go against the religious doctrine at the time, and he would end up in jail, or something like that. Like these great scientists. I don't know if it is Galileo. I could be mixing up my people.
I can come up with multiple advantages to believing in a God, and also multiple advantages to not believing in a God. I can come up with both. But the most important thing is there a God? Is there rational reason to believe? And I would rather accept reality on reality's terms and deal with actual reality.
I'm siding with you.
Yeah.
Like, I don't believe there is a God, but you never know. If something shows up and has evidence, then by definition, science proves that there is a God. But at this point, there isn't.
We remain
Yeah,
open-minded.
maybe after I
Unconvinced.
go, I'll find out there is one. I'll be like, oh, how about that?
Dude,
How
we're
about
gonna
you,
move it
John?
on.
Is there any? Okay. No worries.
Sorry, just
Okay.
I will just quickly say, yeah, there definitely are reasons why belief can be helpful, but I'm more interested in whether it's true, and in providing that kind of permission structure psychologically for people who don't have it to just feel okay and know that that's absolutely fine. It's not bad. It doesn't make you bad. It's not immoral. There's no punishment waiting for you because you didn't believe. So yeah, absolutely, belief.
You're a good man.
Belief can have utility, but I'm interested in what's true. Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Bless you. All right,
man.
I'll see you.
Good to see you always. Thanks. Okie dokie. Okay, we're going to bring in Bert, and then we'll get Baku in after that, and then we've got Orthodox Mormon, and WP Fluxy is back. Nice to see it again as well. A big shout out, by the way, to my friend Hey I Don't Like Mayo in the YouTube queue. Really nice to see you here. Thank you very much for coming in. Really appreciate you for that. Okay, and Skeptic Philosophy is asking, are we going to be able to do a 16 by 9? If there's a demand for a horizontal stream, I can probably make that happen. Yeah, might take a little bit of playing around, but this is the first dual stream, so I'll walk first and then I'll run like a cheetah. What's up, Bert?
Hey, man.
How are you?
Doing all right.
Good. Would you like to pick a topic or talk about something tangential to the topics?
I think over time you can kind of control what you believe.
Over time you can control it. I would concede that you can make choices which may influence it. That's about as far as you can get. You can make choices which may influence what you come to believe, but you can't ever actually directly control it. You can only influence it, because you can only believe something if you're convinced it's true, and you can't decide to be convinced that something's true. Something has to convince you. So you can decide to try, you can decide to be open-minded, you can even decide to live as if it's true, behave as if it's true, and very often doing that does lead to conviction and that it is true. But in that case, it wasn't your decision that caused the belief, it was the conviction, which was the one part you didn't choose, because you could do all of those things and not have the conviction also. So most of the time when people say that they think you can choose your beliefs, what they really mean, and what I suspect you might mean here, is that you can choose to act in a way which is likely to bring about a belief. And with that, I don't disagree.
It's interesting that this is such a hard thing to make yourself believe, because about 99% of the information in our brains is kind of based upon faith. Like, you don't really know that Alexander the Great lived. You don't really know that George Washington.
Well, it's not faith. There's reasonable evidence to support those beliefs, and therefore it's not faith. It's looking at a certain standard of evidence and saying these claims meet that standard. And if they don't meet that standard, then it's not logical, it's not reasonable or rational to accept those beliefs.
Well, even things that we don't have physical evidence of, such as like past civilizations, we do kind of have to make a leap of faith. Like, if we don't have any physical remnants of past civilization,
we do. It's not It's not a leap of faith. We have a thing called history.
Well, I'm saying ones that we don't.
Well, anyone who believes in past civilizations for which there's no evidence doesn't probably have a very good reason to believe, and they're probably believing something on insufficient evidence.
Do you mean to believing that there were past civilizations that we haven't discovered yet?
Well, I'm sure. Well, I'm just saying from my personal point of view, and I'm sure this is true for everyone. Like, we kind of just take it based upon the what the consensus is, what the scholars say. When the scholars can be completely misled.
That's not faith. So I took one logic class. I will never claim to be a Phil bro, but you've heard of an appeal to authority fallacy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, an appeal to authority fallacy is an appeal to an unqualified authority. An appealing to experts in a field that requires expertise is not fallacious, and expert consensus is in itself evidence. Otherwise, when you're sick and you go to the doctor and the doctor says, "Here's how to treat you," you are accepting the doctor's conclusion based on fallacious reasoning, but you actually have rational reason to accept the doctor who has gone through all the training and medical field. We know medicine works, etc. So that's all still, when you appeal to authorities, qualified authorities in an expert field, that is actually rational. It's not faith.
Yeah.
Only based upon the time that we're living in. I'm sure like 300 years from now, 1 second.
I don't know if you got a call.
I mean, the other thing that's worth saying is that we can believe things with different degrees of confidence, and we can say it looks as if this may have been the case, or we can say this was almost certainly the case. But in all of those situations, it's still the case that whatever you believe because whatever the evidence was convinced you.
Right. And then you apportion your degree of belief to the weight of the evidence.
Yeah, and it might be that the evidence convinced you and it shouldn't have done. It might be that the evidence was someone told you. Someone told you they saw a dog flying down the street in the sky, and you believe it. Well, okay, in that scenario, your belief has formed because you were persuaded by what that person said, and you could make a strong argument that you shouldn't have been, and that a claim like that needs a higher level of evidence in order to justify and warrant belief. But even that, if that's true, it's still the case that someone who believes it because they were convinced by the claim. They just need to probably recalibrate their standard of evidence. Are you still with us, Bert?
I think Yeah. I think if it correlates more with your everyday life, day-to-day life, then you'll be more likely to accept it as, true, which is hard to do with, the Gospels and everything. But
yeah, have you ever heard the phrase "extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence"? So
yes.
So that's quite often batted aside by apologists as if it's some kind of outlandishly dogmatic position to take. But actually, it's a really sensible position to take, because if I tell you something, bog standard, if I say I had eggs for breakfast, then you would be unreasonable to demand to see the evidence of the eggs, before accepting my claim. I need to see the shells in the in the rubbish, and I need to see the evidence of the eggs. You would be okay. It would be okay for you to accept that claim without any further evidence. But if I tell you that I had eggs for breakfast whilst flying on a magic carpet, then a claim like that would require a much higher level of evidence, because if it was true, so many other things that you currently hold to be true would have to be false in terms of your assumptions about how carpets work and gravity and things like that, right? So when someone makes a really huge claim, like there was this guy and he died and then he came back to life, and it was all part of some elaborate scheme to forgive us for our wrongdoings, that's a hell of a claim to make. And so you would think that the evidence that would justify such a claim would have to be very robust and very impressive. And instead what we get is, well, some people spread the stories by word of mouth for a few decades, and then some people who we don't know who they were wrote it down in a book, which then got copied and miscopied and translated and redacted and changed on and voted on and all of this stuff for hundreds of years until it was adopted as the official religion of the Romans in the 4th century, and then it got further, pushed out into the world. And suddenly, like, you've got a massive claim with a real gap in the quality of the evidence that's being provided for it. So, I think it is worth focusing on that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And when you hear something like that, what is the quality of the evidence? Is it good enough?
I just feel like you have to always be open to what I guess, the nature of the physical world, and because we truly don't know. I mean, you can
Agreed.
always try to. So, and even though you may think, I can even concede that Christianity might be false, even if it is, I still think it should be the thing that we, base our society on. The propaganda that's in our society, I think, should be based around it. I think that,
Why?
even if you wanted to have a utilitarian society, the best thing to do would be base it off of Christianity, because even if it
Why?
was made up.
It's a horrible
Why?
doctrine. Dude, it's horrible. It tells people that they were born broken in sin, deserving the default position of a human being is being deserving of punishment. That they're that rotten and disgusting and broken that they deserve punishment, and only by believing the correct things about highly improbable claims are they then spared the punishment as a supposed like act of virtuous mercy or something, and that if you're not able to convince yourself of those things, then that makes you, groups you together, as the book of Revelation says, with the murderers and the sexually immoral, and it promotes ideas like certain groups of people being chosen people, God's people, the Israelites. I mean, that's racism 101, right? The chosen people who God favors above other people. Like, what about the rights and privileges and humanity of those other people?
Well, they were supposed to just be a holy nation that spread God's word to everyone else.
Right, and when people had other beliefs, God sent them to go and slay them all. Go and slay all the Amalekites because they've been praying to a different god, or go and slay all the Midianites because some of their women seduced some of our men, who I then had to punish. All of this stuff.
Hold on, not all the Midianites. Not all the Midianites.
Oh
The
yeah,
virgin girls were spared.
yeah. You were allowed
For
to
the
keep.
keep
Yeah.
the virgin girls for yourselves.
The soldiers were told off in the book of Numbers in 31 for not finishing the job properly. They were sent back to kill the last remaining young males, but keep the virgin girls for yourself. I loved it in that verse, by the way, in Numbers 31 and 18. It says, kill all the women that have known a man, but keep all the virgins for yourself. Like, one has to wonder what the test was for determining that, how exactly that was ascertained. The whole thing is brutal, dude. It's not a way to organize a society. The sooner we can move on from this kind of barbarism to better ways of dealing with the problems we have as a global civilization and a global community, the better. And I don't feel hopeful about it, because these ideas will still be around, I think, in hundreds of years. They're not going anywhere. All we can do is try to build a bridge of reason to people and say it's okay to not buy into this stuff. It's okay. You can be moral without believing in this.
I mean, I think that the pendulum will always swing back and forth between conservative and, progressive. And I think we're seeing such a turn back to this more like Christian type of society, because people are tired of this, because it gives us some sort of scaffolding. With like a progressive point of view, everything is permissible. There's really no way to say what's right or wrong, because everything's a moral subjectivity. And like moral subjectivity changes day to day. I mean,
yours is subjective too. Everyone's morals are subjective. You just chose a different moral compass. So,
well, I don't agree with that.
Okay, so how do you define objective versus subjective?
Objective is not dependent on the mind.
Okay, cool. We're in agreement there. So basically, your mind has chosen your preference is to outsource your morality to God's mind, the subject, meaning subjective. So it's not mind independent. Yours actually has two layers of subjectivity.
Well, I don't see that. I don't agree with that, because I think that every story of the Bible has one meaning, maybe like a couple. I don't think, but it has multiple applications. I don't believe there's multiple interpretations of all the stories of the Bible. There's a difference there.
That doesn't address what I said, though.
Yeah, well, you're saying that I have to take my experiences and then attribute what God's saying in the Bible to my experience, and then I kind of filter it through to my, morality. But I don't agree with.
Okay, so all right, so here we go. Beautiful and delicious, those are adjectives, and they describe subjective things, correct?
Beautiful and delicious, sure.
Okay. There are adjectives that describe objective things that have objective criteria, facts of reality that define the word itself. So, for example, water is frozen if the water is in a is in a solid state. So, the word frozen, it's not a subjective matter whether water is actually frozen. Same with bald. A head is bald if it has no hair. What is the objective criteria for distinguishing moral from immoral behaviors?
Repeat the question.
Okay. What is the objective criteria? So, for example, the criteria for distinguishing if water is frozen or not frozen is whether it's in a solid state. What is the objective criteria for distinguishing moral behaviors from immoral behaviors?
Yeah, I think it has to be, it has to be interpreted through the Bible by someone very credible. That's
Okay.
kind of one
So
of the
the
problems
objective,
with this whole, like, everyone kind of gets to just choose what the
okay.
interpretation of the Bible is. I don't
Okay,
agree
so
with that view.
if the Bible says unaliving babies and grinding them up, and then spreading them on bread and eating baby sandwiches is moral, does that make it moral?
Well, that it would never happen because that's not good, and
But that
it's
wasn't
written
my
on our
quote.
heart.
Hold on. You said it would never happen because it's not good.
Yes, and God is good.
That's suggesting
Like they're synonymous with each other.
Okay. So basically, if good is defined as whatever God says, then if God says that's a thought experiment, then that would be good, correct?
Well, his whole nature would have to change.
So what? If it's just God's nature, God can be a sadistic, cruel jerk, and being a sadistic, cruel jerk would be good by your definition, right?
And his nature
Well, the
wouldn't
whole
need to change
universe
that
would
much.
change,
Remember,
would it
this is the
not?
guy who drowned every baby on Earth, so he clearly has no problem with the destruction of babies. This is the guy who, in 1 Samuel, instructed the Israelites to go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all they have. Do not spare them. Kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. Right? Child and infant. So you are in the unenviable. Let me just deal with TikTok, police. You are in the unenviable position there of having to say that act would be good, right? And that's the problem with, if you tether your own morality to the word of God, then essentially you abolish morality, because God is defined as good by fiat, by decree, and then all the atrocities he commands are retrospectively labeled good because of how we defined him, which just doesn't make sense.
Well, I think that you're not looking at it in context, because sometimes these sort of things, I mean, in a vacuum, of course, that sounds horrendous.
What's the context?
What's
that
the
makes
context
it okay
that
to
makes
put
it okay?
swords through babies?
If you have like someone in a society, like I don't know, some really crazy tyrannical leader, and he's doing the most heinous things, like, raping little babies and then killing them, and the whole society is doing this, would it be okay if we bomb them now? Which, of course, I don't want to hurt anyone. Bomb them now, or do we allow this civilization to keep on spreading
It wouldn't
until
be okay,
they might just take over the world?
Because we don't do collective punishment, and when we've looked at the times when we have done that through a moral lens now, we can see that it probably wasn't okay. But remember, this is not God talking about bombing them, which is a way of getting rid of all the problem. This is go there and defeat the people, and while you're at it, make sure you finish off the babies. Who is in danger from those babies?
Well, first off,
babies going to do?
This is in the Old Testament, right?
Irrelevant, but yeah,
Well, it
It's
is
the same God.
relevant, because
If you believe that Jesus
says
is God,
to not keep up with those laws.
No, he doesn't.
He says not to keep those laws.
In Matthew
Actually, says the
5:17,
He says to
opposite.
keep what?
in Matthew
Wait, what?
5:17, he actually doesn't say that at all. In Matthew 5:17, he says, "Do not think I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I've come not to abolish, but to fulfill," which means to make sure that it continues. "For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great. So he's a big fan of the Old Testament laws.
But then another time he says that we don't have to keep the Sabbath and we don't have to stay with all the laws, right? He only says
chapter and
keep the
verse is
ones,
that?
keep the ones of Moses. That's in Matthew.
Paul, it's Paul who says that. This idea that
I'm pretty sure it says that in Matthew.
No, this idea that we could abolish the Old Testament law apart from the few that we like is a later innovation from Paul, who in Ephesians, I think, who brings up this idea, because Paul was trying to reinvent a version of the faith that wasn't so onerous, that didn't have all of these obligations. And he was like, oh, I know what we can do. We can get rid of all of those requirements to do certain things at certain times of day and all the crazy dietary requirements and circumcisions and all of that stuff. And we'll still have followers, but they won't have to do all of that crazy shit. That came from him. So also, if you think Paul is God, then yeah, then that's the position. But if you think Jesus is God, he never said that. Jesus stood by the law.
Also,
no,
Bert, it's almost
the law, though.
It's almost irrelevant. Well, it is irrelevant because even if God later on put his Jesus hat on and wasn't such a war criminal, it's still God who gave that order. Which I'm in the army. If I gave such an order, I would end up in the brig. It's still God that did it. So the question is, was that moral or immoral to order his men to go in and unalive every man, woman, child, baby, and animal in the town?
Can you give me like 2 minutes? I'm bringing in something inside really quick.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I mean that's a really important point as well. This idea that Jesus came along later and said all of that crazy stuff I did doesn't count anymore. Even if it were true, and it isn't, it's not supported in the text at all. Even if it were true, so what? You did that stuff. Those laws were in place for nearly 1,000 years. People being stoned
By the
to
way,
death.
yeah. So I just saw a headline. I just saw a headline that Kim Jong-un unalived some school children. I don't know what age, I have to read it, for watching Squid Game. So imagine if in the future Kim Jong-un changes his ways, becomes Gandhi. Do we just forget about that and say, oh, he's such a great, perfectly moral being?
We don't.
Of course not.
And of course the irony is that this is a conversation where are you back, Bert? No, okay. And the irony is
one more minute.
Okay, no problem. The irony is that this is a conversation where the sort of main thread is God's unchanging nature and the objective that we get the morality is objective and comes from God, but he changes his mind about everything that's right and wrong. 1,000 years later, it's impossible to square those two together. He's either the objective source of what's moral, in which case, if slavery was moral then, it's moral now too, and if it was immoral then, it's immoral now too. Or not.
Yeah. And there's so many directions we can go with this. I would like to know by what standard or by what criteria he determined God is good. So either God is just arbitrarily good no matter what, or he has a standard, a criteria for being able to call God good. And if he does, that standard is independent of God. There's really no way out of it.
Hey, I don't like Mayo in the YouTube chat has made a really good point that I hadn't really thought about before. He said, think of the young male Hebrews who had to come home afterwards knowing for the rest of their lives they had killed babies. I mean, that's true. I hadn't considered that, but that's absolutely brutal.
That's
right?
just
absolutely brutal to inflict that on your own people, that they must go and do that thing, unquestioningly go and do that thing, otherwise face the wrath themselves. Why? Yeah, he says, why would God put that on them? Absolutely. Great point, man. That's absolutely horrific. Everything about that stuff is horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. Yeah, and why should we follow God's standard if he can't hold it to it himself? He has to have a do-over later and go, yeah, guys, I know I said all that slavery and stuff was good, but I've had to think about it. And of course he never does. Jesus never, ever spoke out against slavery. In fact, Jesus used slavery as an example of the value of being well prepared. He's talking about like a slave who does what his master wants and is well prepared won't be beaten, but a slave who doesn't and is not organized in time will be beaten. So he's trying to teach a parable about how good it is to be prepared and do a good job and be fastidious in what you do. And the example he chooses is slavery, right? He could have just said, by the way, be prepared and work hard at your job, but we shouldn't own slaves. But he definitely didn't do that.
I actually have to go.
Okay.
Some families here, so I'm gonna follow you, and I'll come up another time.
Thanks, buddy. We
come on back,
the conversation. Yeah. Thanks, man.
All right, man.
Take it easy. Okay. Well, as promised, we're going to bring Baku back in, and then we have our friend Acadian in, and we've also got WP Fluxy back as well, who we spoke to last time, and we've got Fuzzy Wuzzy as well. So we've got a few in the queue. For my friends in the YouTube queue, I am going to get Video Ninja happening, which will allow me to give you a link that you can click on to get involved as well. I'll try and have that in place by the next stream because I don't want you guys to feel left out at all. So we will get that happening. So forgive my fledgling YouTube behavior at the moment. We will get there, I promise. Okay, so bringing in Baku again, who no doubt will have another tranche of good questions for us. What's up, Baku?
Hello again.
Hey.
How many questions would you like this time?
Well,
take your pick.
Why don't you give us another two, and then because I'm aware we've got people who've been waiting ages as well in the queue. So we'll keep it moving along, and then we've got some more in the chamber for later, which I'm sure we'll need as well.
Okay. I have one more question for the first topic, and then it moves on to the second one.
Great.
My first question is, does the claim apply equally to deeply held beliefs and tentative beliefs, or is there a meaningful difference?
It applies equally to all beliefs. So it applies to beliefs that you think are just about likely to be true because your mind has been persuaded that thing is just about likely to be true. And in exactly the same way, it applies to things about which you feel almost certain or even certain. The cognitive apparatus in your brain that evaluates those things works and does its thing, and then spits out whether you're feeling a sense of of propositional assent and how strongly you feel it. That's the work product of those processes. So yeah, it's exactly the same.
Okay. And then moving on to the next topic, I have, could a morally good God prioritize values other than human well-being and still count as good?
Oh, that's a good one.
Not according to my moral standard.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a subject. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I'm trying to imagine what I would say. As long as those other values all resulted in human well-being being carried along, it might be that there's some other sort of teleological aim that if achieved would also enhance human well-being, in which case you could say, okay, he's not focusing on the human well-being, but human well-being is going, if that aim is achieved, it's going to be good for human well-being, would be the only instance there. So
I would add a caveat that intentionality is important to me. So if the God is indifferent to us, but it just so happens that his goals help us, then that's not, I wouldn't consider that like being morally good per se. It's just good for us. But the intentionality is really what I think is important.
Okay. Okay. Well, those are my two questions.
Keep the rest in your pocket, closely guarded, and we'll get you in for all soon. Thanks, Baku.
All right.
Cheers.
Yep, no worries.
Thanks, man. He's becoming invaluable. I mean, he's such an important part of what we do here because he delivers the goods. He asks really good questions. Really good questions. I
keep waiting. Sometimes his questions have to run out, but he just keeps coming up with them.
He's like a machine. He's just on it. He's on it. I don't think I could do it. I'm really impressed, Baku. You're amazing, man. Just to quickly address a couple of points in YouTube. I will get the super chats enabled so people can have their say as well. And what was the other thing? When will I start pushing it on TT so people come over? We'll see how many we can tempt over. We'll do that. That will definitely be a thing.
Nice.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, we are going to bring in Fuzzy Wuzzy, and then we've got Lacadian and WP Fluxy will get in after that. Fuzzy Wuzzy, hello.
Hey, John. How you doing tonight?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. I just imagine you're on Earth, 3,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago, how scary and frightening the idea of existence would be. So, I mean, it seems so clear that religion was invented because life is scary and people just needed an explanation.
Yeah.
And like you, I never believed because it just seems so obvious in human nature. You want an explanation, and life is scary, like I said. So
Yeah.
I don't know if were you also raised secular Jew or not? Yeah, I mean, I went to Hebrew school, which I'm glad I like learned the Bible, but my parents didn't care. They were not religious. And I learned, the biblical stories. And as a kid, I just thought they were so preposterous.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand how other people aren't on the same page. But it's just so interesting to hear this discussed on TikTok all day long. So
yeah, it is. And I've always been fascinated by it. I mean, even as a really young man, I can remember being like 21. I think I was 21. And I met this guy who was like, he wasn't the pastor of a nearby church, but he was like I don't know if he was a deacon or a trainee youth leader or something. I can't remember exactly what happened, but we got like talking in the street. You meet a stranger sometimes and you're waiting at a bus stop or something. I can't remember what it was. We just struck up conversation. And I ended up like doing like Bible study with him for like 6 months. I'd go once a week and we'd sit and he thought he was going to convert me. And I knew he wasn't. And we were kind of using each other because he probably saw me as fresh meat. And I saw him as like, wow, okay, here's this fascinating thing. So from a young age, it's always fascinated me to look at these belief systems. But I've never for one moment thought there's a God. It's always struck me as a totally silly idea.
Right.
John, do you have Jewish tradition in your family? Like rituals or family members who are Jews, like theologically, Jewish culture, anything like that?
I mean, I come from that background. I don't currently have any religious people in my close family.
Right.
Yeah.
Anecdotally, I would say even a lot of Orthodox Jews are atheists, but they believe in the cultural, the tradition, and it gives them comfort and structure. And they feel like those rules and structure make sense, but they don't honestly think God is real, but they appreciate what religion gives them.
That was going to be my next question, because there's a television show, House MD, that I like to watch. And there's a line in there when his potential mother-in-law was trying to convince him, an atheist, to Judaism. He's like, I'm an atheist. And she said, half the Jews I know are atheists.
Yes.
And
it's totally true. It's totally true.
Yes, that's what I want to know. Is there truth to that?
It is.
Absolutely.
And of course, there isn't a requirement for belief in quite the same way within the Old Testament doctrine, within the Jewish tradition, or not tradition. The religious aspect doesn't penalize non-belief. It's not so much about what you believe and the internal state of your mind. It's about the actions and the obligations. I mean, to me, it looks like organized OCD, because there's all these things they have to do in very specific ways, and it's it's very misogynistic and it's very racist. And please don't think that I'm making apologies for it. I think from a religious point of view, I completely repudiate it. But one can definitely be cultural in that way, and many. I completely agree with you. What you're saying is find a comfort in the familiarity and the cultural history and that sense of belonging.
Although I do live like on the border of a religious neighborhood in New York, and on Saturday, all of the observant people are out there with their kids playing in the street, no cell phones, having a Shabbat dinner. So in that respect, I'm like, wow, that's actually really nice in today's modern times, just to have that mindfulness.
Absolutely.
It's really interesting.
For sure.
But on TikTok, it just seems crazy to me that people think that they can prove God. I mean, he may be out there in some manner, but Catholics I talk to, say that's why it's called a leap of faith. But other Christians say, no, we can prove God. It makes sense, and it's just you can listen to this stuff all day, and it never ends. It's so interesting to hear different people's perspectives. So I just wanted to thank you because you seem to have a more naturalistic approach. You're not a Phil bro. You're not just talking about Bible verses all day. So
we talk about Bible verses a fair bit sometimes, but it's only really for the purposes of illustrating a point, normally a moral point. I get the Bible out normally when someone says, how good God is, and it's like, okay, well then let's have a look at these things that God did or commanded, and how do we square that with goodness? And then you watch people tie themselves into pretzels. But thank you, thanks for your kind words, and good to speak to you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Have a good evening.
And you, buddy. All the best. Okay. We are bringing in our very, very good friend, Lacadian. How are you, my friend?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We are good. Say hello to YouTube.
Hello, YouTube. I'm here, but I will check out that side soon. Maybe not tonight, but soon.
The dark side.
The dark side.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, earlier we were talking about the unalivement of babies. So the Amalekites or any of the genocides that happened and the flood. And I want to know what your answer is, because I have a different approach that I don't hear often. What's your answer to the apologetics that come up with, well, those babies would have grown up to be evil because they were, what's your comeback on that?
Two things on that.
Fantasy.
Yeah. So two things. Well, actually, three things just come to mind. One, it's ludicrous to suggest every single baby would have grown up to, like, in a society you have a mix of all kinds of different, doesn't matter the society, that just goes against the human condition, sociology, and what we know. So it's a ludicrous claim on its face. But two, even if it's the case, if you were to take baby mustache man, put him in a different country, different environment, raised by different people, he would have grown up to be a different person. We know that.
Yeah.
But then three, if they just are completely obstinate about those two, explanations, if God is all powerful, he would have a remedy that doesn't require unaliving the children, the babies, everything else. If he is unable to solve that solution without the atrocity, he's not all powerful.
Yeah,
I like that. I have a different approach, and my approach is, if God is all knowing, he already knows that those babies are going to be killed. So there's no way that they would have grown up. He already knows that those babies are only going to live whatever life they're living in advance.
Yeah.
So that point is like, let's not talk about it. God is all knowing. He knows that they're not going to grow up anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's a defeater for many of the theodicies and the excuses and the hand waving that happens when people start trying to justify the unjustifiable. It's like, well, God knew this was going to happen. God knew what the outcome was going to be. The right thing to do would have been to not even let those babies be born, right? If he knew that the fate would be
right,
that their fate would be to have swords put through them or to whatever. The whole thing just collapses the moment you apply the slightest modicum of critical thinking to it. It's horrendous. And this thing, the idea that there are bad babies, that these babies were destined to grow up to be evil, is like, what are you, 7? To someone who says that, like that's not how human beings work. We're shaped by our environments. We're shaped by, yes, we have a genetic, our genetics build the kind of brains that we have and the kind of, capacities and inclinations, but babies are not evil. They're not destined to be evil. Bad people or people who do bad things, there's always a story. There's always a reason why. They're made bad by their experiences. They They're shaped by
Right.
not being loved, or by being abused, or by being subjected to harmful propaganda, or by whatever. It's never because they were just born evil. They like and have an evil inside them. That's just
Exactly.
crazy superstitious mumbo jumbo. So if anyone says that, yeah, they had to, they had to wipe out the population. There was a degree of ethnic cleansing that was necessary, and then to just make sure the job was finished, that 3-week-old baby whose mother you just slaughtered needed to be finished off as well, because otherwise, we know how he would have turned out, is completely ludicrous.
And it's not, the crazy thing is, it's not even a fringe apologetic. I hear that response all the time.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. Like they bring it up all the time. And I'm like, you know what? If you're well, that's, that's exactly what I think. It's not brought up often, but in my mind, I go, well, if your God's all knowing, he already knew that those babies would be killed by the sword. Like, this is not, why are you saying that they would have lived? Like, they wouldn't have lived. Your God already knew what was going to happen to them in advance. Like,
yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you. You always bring up the good stuff. I appreciate it, and appreciate everything you do, as always.
All right.
Thanks, my friend. Speak soon, buddy.
Have a good night.
All the best. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get. We have to get Fluxy in, and then we'll get Sir Jedrick in, and then we'll see. We've got some more after that as well. So again, if you're waiting in the queue, thank you very much for waiting, for being patient. We appreciate that. Fluxy, welcome back.
Thank you for having me. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, I'm good. So you're talking to someone about fine tuning earlier, and you're bringing up like the quality of life seems imperfect.
I don't think that's.
I think it's the world. The world isn't perfect for life, and there is no perfect for life, because life can exist within a pretty broad range of parameters. We know this because there are so many different extreme environments where life exists just on Earth, from extremely high pressure and ludicrously high temperature, like around the vents at the bottom of the sea, to the Arctic, to the dry, hot desert. Life exists in all kinds of different environments because life evolves into their respective environments. There's a like, life can't exist on the sun, of course, we can all acknowledge that, but there's a pretty wide range where life can exist. And the universe is made in such a way where the vast majority of the universe completely inhospitable to life, but we do have Earth where life can exist in various, all kinds of different environments, as long as the planet's in the Goldilocks zone, meets certain parameters. It may be very different from Earth, but it would just have life that is adapted to that particular environment. So there isn't like a one shot, this is the perfect conditions for life. Life exists on a range.
I got you. So the idea with like fine tuning, right? Most people like to bring up these sort of like examples how, you have life at the bottom, deepest point of the ocean. If we went there, we'd get blown up. But they want to bring up this sort of like facts, right?
Right.
And I think it's actually irrelevant to like fine tuning, because fine tuning's concerned about whether life's possible. And if we get rid of the physical constants and these like nomological laws, then biological life is impossible. So that's what I think the fine tuning's talking about, the possibility of
No,
life.
it is.
With
Yeah, you're right.
Constants.
Yeah, that's just how that conversation went with that particular person. But there's another fine-tune argument that has to do with the universal constants, like the laws of physics, the strong and weak nuclear forces, and that type of thing. Correct? Is that what you're alluding to?
Yeah, and I think that one's a lot stronger than saying, look at the trees,
It is stronger than looking at the trees, but it's still problematic because they're making a probability argument without knowing what the probability is. So they're saying like, well, if those physical constants had different values, then, matter couldn't form. Well, that might be true, but we have absolutely no idea whether it's possible for those physical constants to have different values. Maybe it's just a brute fact of reality that those are the physical constants that there are, and there are no other configurations of a universe that involve different physical constants. Therefore, the probability of those physical constants would be 1, right? Because they can't be anything else. Or it might be the case that there are billions or trillions or quadrillions or quintillions of different ways of making a universe with different physical constants. Some of them don't have any matter, and because they can't form matter, and some of them do. Well, definitionally, you're not going to find life in the ones that can't, and the ones that can sustain, matter, which could lead to organic chemistry, which could lead to life. That's going to be the places where you find life capable of asking these kinds of questions. Yeah. So yeah, I agree with you. It's a lot stronger than look at the trees, but it does require a bit of thinking about the problem with, making a probability argument when you don't know what the numbers are, which is what they always do.
Yeah. I mean, even if you like grant the probability for a second, right? And you say like, yeah, nomological law. Yeah, someone said anthropic principle. Yeah, I think anthropic principle is a good point.
Exactly that.
Yeah. When you bring up like if you grant like yeah, nomological laws are super precise, and it's life permitting. Even if we grant that, what like I like to ask like what inference justifies from going from quantitative facts to intention, because I think there isn't going to be some sort of like explanation for that.
No, there won't be.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that's like my response to it. But I hear a lot of people saying like, look at the spine on our backs, like we breathe and eat through the same hole. Like this isn't intelligent design. Yeah.
There was a good book actually. There was a book called Unintelligent Design. I can't remember who the author was. And I think are
you thinking of like Richard?
I can't remember, but it was like instances from nature where things have been done really stupidly and badly, like the laryngeal nerve in the giraffe and the cluster of optic nerves that come out of the front of a human eye rather than the back. If you were going to design a seeing device to go in a human head, and that seeing device needed to be connected to the brain behind it, why would you make the optic nerves come out of the front and not the back? It's stupid. It's stupid. It's not intelligent design. It's idiotic design.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when it comes to the universal constants, another one I heard that, has some merit, I think, was from Deconstruction Zone. His analogy was a gumball factory. All right. So a gumball factory is designed for gumballs. If something is designed for a thing, like in a gumball factory, you will see gumballs everywhere, just tons and tons of gumballs. Everything in the factory is set up in such a way to produce these gumballs, where if you look at the universe, like 99 point God knows how many % of the entire universe is completely inhospitable to life. Just we will die instantly if we just leave our atmosphere. That alone, and so the life is just so little of the universe can even support life. Even on Earth, much of it's inhospitable to life. So it doesn't look like the entirety of the universe was designed in such a way for life.
I've got like another analogy, right? Imagine you have a safe and the password to the safe is 40 digits, right? And you smash in a random code and it opens up the safe, and in the safe, there's going to be life, right? It doesn't say whether life's going to be everywhere. Sorry, I'm like sick right now. It doesn't say that life's going to be everywhere. It doesn't say that, life is going to be happy and all this sort of stuff. But there is life. It could be small probability, but there is life in it. And I think that's what they want to say for like fine tuning. It's kind of like irrelevant when you talk about like state of affairs with like quality of life and these sort of things.
Yeah. And let's say we got very lucky. And the universe following the Big Bang, this is all theory, just sort of a brain experiment. But let's just say like the constants could have been different in umpteenth different ways, and it happened to land on us. Well, whatever shape the universe took, there would be different things in it. And then someone could then say, if someone was there, oh, look, this was fine tuned for those things. So there must have been an intelligence behind it.
Yeah.
So it just so happened to land on us. And because we're alive, we're aware about it and thinking about it and saying, oh, aren't we special? But it's like if you, that like cards, if you shuffle a deck, deal yourself 52 cards, all random order. There is a 1 in 52 factorial. I'd have to look up. It's an absurdly large number. Chance that you would have dealt yourself those cards in that order. But guess what? 100% of the time when you do that, you're going to defy those extraordinary odds.
Yeah, it assumes that the outcome was specified at the beginning, and that's where the disconnect the disconnect is. That's why the whole probability thing is nonsense, because it assumes that everything that's happened was with the specific goal of getting to the point it happens to be in now, whilst missing the obvious point that whatever state it happens to be in now is the only state it could be in given what's happened. So there you are.
Okay, yeah.
On that, we're going to move it along, my friend, but good to see you again. Thanks for coming by to say hi again.
Thanks for letting me up.
Bye, buddy. All the best.
Yeah, man.
Take care.
Yeah.
Okay, bringing in Sir Jedrick. I hope I'm saying that right. Hello, Sir Jedrick.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you?
We're good. How are you?
Doing well. Just got out of work. I've been listening to you guys off and on for the past couple hours. Just came across your page. And I just wanted to start by saying that I absolutely love the spirit and approach that you guys approach these topics with.
Thank you.
It's really, really refreshing that there's not a bunch of yelling going on back and forth.
Yeah, we don't like that.
From time to time, but most of the time it's pretty chill.
It gets testy
Sure,
sometimes,
sure,
but we what we're after is not owning people and destroying people and all of that. We're after interesting discussions and to make points, and we hope we make them well.
Yeah.
And we like to listen to each other. So, what's your perspective on this stuff?
Yes. Just to give you a short, very brief background of myself, so you all know who you're speaking with as well. I am in kind of a process of taking a step back from a very, very strict side of fundamental independent Baptist that I grew up in. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that, if you've had anybody up on the panel associated with that. But I grew up in a pastor's home. I became a missionary later on. I was an assistant pastor, youth director, all the things for quite a while. And just began to see some irreconcilable differences in Scripture. And I believe one of the earlier guests that you had on may have indicated that people tend to take a step back from religion the majority of the time because, the emotions and things like that get involved. I also would like to come at this from a different perspective of it is totally possible to take a step back from those things, just looking and reading and opening your eyes and seeing. And with no emotions involved whatsoever. Obviously, emotions can be involved very deeply as well. But if someone is out there, trying to take a step back and reconsider some things, there's raw data that you can look at that will make your mind begin to see some discrepancies and some what I call irreconcilable differences. And one of the things, the topics that caught my eye tonight that you guys are discussing is the morality of God. Because I think that's probably one of the biggest things that caused me to take a step back. And you've got another great point on there about Noah's Ark and the flood.
Yeah.
And then, later on in Scripture, there's so many stories that we could throw out here and we can discuss, but later on in Scripture with the exodus of the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt into the promised land, if you do a lot of research and back study into that, the timing of that with, there being 431 years of the Israelites being in the land of Egypt before they go on the campaign there, the Bible does make comments like the iniquity of the Amorites was not yet full. So we like to say, as independent Baptists, I'm coming from this perspective for the majority of the time, that those people had to be destroyed because of the iniquity, right? But so essentially, God is sitting up here deciding that this iniquity meter was not yet full for some people, and then it doesn't mention those other people groups what that iniquity meter was for them, and
Right.
if they even knew what that iniquity might have been, you know?
Yeah, yeah. So can I ask, is there one particular thing that you could look to as being a moment where I won't say the dam broke, but where the dam significantly cracked?
A
Like,
moment of clarity.
Yeah, was there a particular, doctrinal position or verse or thing from the Bible or command that God gave, or something that for you was your kind of moment of, hang on a minute, or was it more just the general ambience of it all?
Yeah, I would say yes to both, if that makes sense. So, and I got asked this question by another individual last night that I was having a discussion with. In doing missionary work, they said, "How did that feel?" And I said, "Well, it felt two ways. One, I was the type of person in this high demand religion that essentially just threw myself at it. I gave myself entirely to it. I wanted to know all the ins and outs of it. I can quote entire books of scripture from memory. That's just the person that I am. It's no boast. It's just the way I was raised.
Yeah.
And so I gave myself entirely to it because this is the only thing I knew. I thought that I was, 100% correct in what I was doing. But then I began to see these discrepancies in scriptures, and when I would approach, say my father or my pastor or somebody like that, the answers that I got, or the non-answers that I got, or we shouldn't question these types of things that I got, only made me question more, right? If we have an entity that we cannot question, then that's a problem. And then also, as it related to my interaction with other human beings, when I would try to evangelize or proselytize or whatever you want to call it, out in normal functioning society, I began to see that there was a lot of breakdown there with my arguments, or what I was trying to pose, and essentially coming up to a stranger and trying to convince them immediately that they needed to just completely erase everything that they had known growing up and adopt my philosophy.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very wild. And so one of the other things was I got married. And this was when I was on staff at this church. I had gotten married, and my wife and I had a child. And some of the things that were being promoted from the pulpit as being masculine, those types of things, I didn't want my son to grow up. I began to see that if he grew up believing those things, the type of person that he could turn out to be. And so that was, I would say, probably the final straw for me, as in drawing the line. But as far as the years leading up to drawing that line and finally taking the step away, I would say it was more of a progression of holding those questions in for so many years because I really couldn't ask them in a safe format and them being answered honestly. And so for me, it was more of a progression leading up to this moment of saying, yeah, I've finally had enough. I need to take a step back.
Well, I can tell you'll definitely get the love from my community, because we love hearing stories like yours, even though they quite often involve some pain and loss of something that was precious for you before. What replaces those things that you had before is so much more authentic. And the thing that I hear time and time again from my friends who have been through processes of deconstructing is the relief of not having to constantly manage cognitive dissonance, not having to constantly make sense of things that clearly don't make sense, to find moral justifications for things that clearly aren't moral. And to eventually reconcile, like, holding beliefs that they don't actually hold. Did you ever hear about the Clergy Project?
I don't believe so.
So the Clergy Project is still ongoing. It's an anonymous online support community for active clergy who don't believe a word of it anymore. They've lost their faith. They don't believe this stuff, but they're still in post. They're still in the jobs. They're still delivering sermons every Sunday and doing that stuff because maybe their lives depend on it in many ways. Their security, their homes, their social circles. Not everyone has the luxury of being able to say, okay, folks, I'm out. This is not for me anymore. And there are a number of people who are still having to do that and having to live a full double life And the Clergy Project exists to support those people with complete confidentiality and anonymity. And you could have a look at that and see if that's if anything that might be of interest to you. But, you know, I probably don't need to say this to you. There are many people who have walked the path you're walking right now. And even where it's hard and even where it feels challenging and frightening, you can come out the other end in so much of a better place, just because you don't have to shoulder all of that cognitive burden anymore. You don't have to do that. And, you know, I know that we are all really like rooting for you in that respect, and you know, feel pleased. It sounds like that's the path you're on, if not there already.
Yes, thank you so much. I sure appreciate every word there. I know I'm intimately familiar with what it's like living, feeling very forced to stay in the situation while continuing to give it your all, give it your best, because it is essentially performance based. And while I was heavily involved in the youth ministry, and my wife and I both, and I didn't want to. It's a very fine line to walk while you're having these intimate, heart and mind struggles, and being able to stand up every day, every Sunday, week in, week out, classes throughout the weeks, and teach everyone else's children, and without undermining those things,
Right.
that they so ardently believe in. I'm intimately familiar with all of that, and I finally just reached the point. Essentially, my wife and I talked about it, and she was more on board with it than I was. I was more hesitant to leave than she was, for sure. And she just said, "Babe, we need to go." And so we pulled up our entire lives and just left. We went to nothing. And so this is where we are now, and I'm so happy to have found y'all's page, to where it means so much to me that y'all are. That you guys can discuss these things with a cool, level-headed mind, without trying to force some sort of idea or topic down someone's throat. And so when I heard you make a statement earlier, like I don't believe in the flood, because my mind is convinced that is a fairy tale. A couple years ago, my mind would have immediately reacted, well, good Lord, how in the world could you be convinced in that aspect of it? But taking a step back,
Right.
and then now my brain has the ability to think more freely and more open. And like you said, that weight is it's not gone. It's not gone yet, for sure, but it is alleviating itself slowly.
It's a process.
I have found that my brain can actually process thoughts, can actually adopt of someone else's ideas and think about it without just immediately, unknowingly rejecting it.
Good for you.
So did you say your wife is deconstructing with you, or has deconstructed with you?
He did.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's amazing to me. And I think that's great. We have another couple. I'm not gonna. Well, I don't know. I'm sure they're fine if I give their names, but there's another couple that is part of this community who also went through, an experience with very strict religious environment, where they also left together as a couple and went through that journey together. And I think that's amazing, because so often one person amongst a married couple deconverts, the other doesn't, and that
Right.
can cause big problems. And it's great
Yeah.
that you have each other to rely on.
Fantastic. I do have a question
It's
for you,
amazing.
actually, from the YouTube chat. Astronova says, do you think that church was like a constant reinforcement of the belief system, like dosing up on the feel-good feelings to try and override the impending doubt that creeps in?
100%.
Very well observed
Absolutely.
question.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole ambiance. I've been to countless different churches. I've tried different what have you, but the whole ambience is always the beautiful architecture that it's religiously based, or the stained glass windows and the music, the ambiance, the candlelights, or it's all sort of psychologically putting you into that sort of religious experience that then becomes shared because other people around you enhance the experience as well. And then there's the songs, the singing, and the praying, and the charismatic pastor or preacher or what have you. It all ties in there to really keep you reinforce that belief every single week.
Yeah,
Correct. Yes, and not only are those things, it's structured to reinforce those things every week. All of the mental things that go along with that, but it's an entire societal bubble, right? So all of your friends are in that group. All of the things that you do day in and day out, you don't really associate. In my case, anyway, I didn't associate on a daily basis with anybody outside of this group. Very closed off. It was a large group, but it's very closed off to society. Um, and so associated with it, all of your financial things are tied up with that as well. So it's an entire structure. And so to take a step away, my wife and I were talking about it the other night. You feel very alone. And I don't say this to say, hey, pity me or those types of things. It's just where we're at in our
of
Yeah.
construction.
course. I mean, on that,
It feels
can I
very
just say,
desolate, very alone in those types
I
of
just
things.
want to say to you that the most important thing we do here isn't actually the exchange of ideas. The exchange of ideas is a really core part of it, but the most important thing we do here is actually the community, and it's getting together people who understand this, who've maybe shared these kind of experiences, can empathize and understand, and know that there are other people around who get it too, at whatever stage they are, wherever they've been, wherever they're heading to just know that it's okay to just be whatever place you're in, and no one's going to judge you for it, and people are going to understand it. So please understand that you are extremely welcome in our little community here. We get together and hang out in these lives. We even hang out in the comment section under my videos sometimes. Like it really, it's the closest thing that I can offer as a sort of, we can never replace the physical community of a congregation, but it's something in the meantime to just be able to be around other people who get it, who get what you've been going through and where you've come from. And
Sure.
they're giving you the love in the chat already. I don't know if you've seen it, but you're very, very welcome amongst us. You really are.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and I'm very. I don't want to take up all the time. I'm very very interested to keep following your lives and maybe come back and join in on some of them.
We'd love
I'm
that.
very well versed in the King James Bible specifically, so I would love to interact with you guys on some of those topics as well. I'm
We'd love that.
wondering before I go. I'm wondering if you guys have discussed the differences between, and specifically in the King James Bible again, the differences between the deity figure as it's given in the Old Testament versus the deity figure. So God and the all powerful, the all knowing, like I was taught growing up, he's omniscient, he's all powerful, he's everywhere present all at the same time. Those types of things in the Old Testament and his interactions with man versus Jesus and the difference there in the New Testament.
Yeah.
Because I think that those are very very, very different deities.
They're very different. Yeah, he's much more
yes,
anthropomorphic in the
100%.
Old Testament. I mean, we were joking about it last week. He got into a wrestling match with someone, and he won by cheating. I mean, like the Old Testament God comes from a very different, not from a monotheistic, origin story. He was one of many gods, and he was much closer to sort of the Greek pantheon, more like Zeus, sort of walking among men and taking walks in gardens and things like that. And then when the sort of New Testament version, and even after Jesus, is more of this notion of he's everywhere, he's in all places, he's much more sort of ephemeral. That came much later.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting topic to me. It's something that I've just recently, discovered by doing research on my own, because I was taught obviously the Trinity, God, the Holy Ghost, and then Jesus. They're all Trinity, it's all the same, which makes zero sense. It never made sense to me as a kid.
Watch my
up,
video on that. I did a video on the Trinity about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I had fun.
Oh, wonderful!
It was amusing. Yeah, just find it.
And I think the crowd favorite for John's for John's content is his context as a product. John's very clever. I don't know if you've ever seen his actual like recorded context. So I'm sorry, content, but you should definitely check it out.
I will be checking that out for sure, guys. I don't want to monopolize the time here. Thank you so much for having me on. I am sitting out here in the cold parking lot here in Georgia, so I'm going to go home and get warmed up. But thank you guys so much.
We really hope we see you again. Thanks, sir. You're super welcome here. So thank you for sharing your story. We really applaud you for it. So thanks, my friend.
Thank you. Have a wonderful night.
All the best.
You too.
Man. Cheers. What an amazing guy. I love hearing stuff like that. I mean, it's my favorite part of doing this is hearing from people who are like at that point where they're realizing that they can actually, they're not stuck anymore. They may have felt stuck before,
Right.
but they're not. That guy is not stuck. And it was brilliant to speak to him. And you made a really good point, Sean. I'm so pleased for him that his wife was there as well. And I was just imagining how that first conversation would have gone, right? When neither one has necessarily showed their hand about it. And can you imagine the relief for whoever was I mean, he sounds like he brought it up. Can you imagine the relief for him when he brought that up to his wife and she said, babe, I'm glad you said that because I've had similar thoughts. You just like, you would be so relieved, right? Because the alternative doesn't bear thinking about. It would be so hard. So hard. Okay, we see you, Baku. We'll get you back in soon. But first, we're going to speak to Kristen. Hey, Kristen.
Hey, how are you?
We are very well indeed. How are you?
I'm good, but I'm the Noah's flood person.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew this from an early age. And I questioned it. And nobody ever told me anything different. But how do you put 90 million animals on one ark that don't devour each other?
You don't.
That was always a thing that I had.
Yeah, there's so many problems with it. I can give you the apologetic answers, but they're wildly insufficient.
No. Yep.
But
give me the apology. I'm sorry. I'm laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm sorry. I'm laughing. I'm not.
No, it's okay.
You should laugh.
No,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah. No, it's 7,000 kinds of animals were put on there, and then each of those pairs of 7,000 animals got off the ark through incest, repopulated the earth, and I guess like all the penguins went back to their domain, and the marsupials went back to Australia, whatever it was called back then, etc. And then, by the way, the carnivores, how did they eat? Because
How did they eat? Yes.
Yeah, because you only have two of each. So as their food source, if you have a lion and then there's like only two gazelles left, if you eat one of them, guess what? No more gazelles. You know. Yeah. So how do the carnivores eat?
So this is
they're herbivores for that matter, because all the plants got killed too.
Yep. This has always been in my back. It doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense.
Not to mention, there's not enough water molecules in the world to flood the entire planet above the highest mountains.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, this really is.
So why
the silliest story in the whole Bible, and the Bible has got lots of silly stories. Let's not get this twisted, right? We've got talking donkeys. We've got sticks turning into snakes. We've got crazy creatures being predicted in the book of Revelation that are locusts with the head of women, with women's hair, with like, it's ridiculous nonsense, right? This is peak silliness. It really is.
Yeah.
And this is only one that I chose to talk about because the rest of them, Jesus fucking sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
So
I think that's his official middle name.
That is. When you were a child, then hearing these stories, did you have a sense that you were the only sane person in the room because no one else was saying it, or were there other people you could confide in, or how did you manage that being a child and feeling that incredulity?
It was taught to me.
Right, but
it was just something taught to me. Yeah.
At what point did you think this doesn't add up?
If I'm honest, maybe 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't like, oh, okay. So you were relatively new to the reality-based community.
I'm new to deconstructing. Yes, I
Right.
am.
Well, welcome you. And again,
Thank you.
like I said to our previous guest, you're very, very welcome here. And no one will judge you for anything you ever thought, and no one will judge you for anything you think now. I don't know if you know this, but I've written a book about the nature of belief, and the concept of the book is basically our first prompt above here, which is that belief isn't chosen. You can't choose a belief. You believe once you've become persuaded by something. And so the idea of making non-belief into a kind of crime because you've not been persuaded by something yet is morally ridiculous. And so that's really the sort of central core of pretty much everything we do here. We'll look into the side issues. We'll look into the morality of the biblical God. We'll look into the ridiculous stories like the flood and stuff like that. But really the thing that we always come back to in the end is this notion that to make it a crime to not have been convinced by something cannot make sense. And if there's a God who does that, then that God cannot be good, because goodness can't involve punishing people for things they had no control over. And you can't decide to make yourself convinced. If you're not convinced, you're not convinced. There's nothing you can do to make yourself convinced. You can try. So that's the kind of background here.
And like I said, I chose one, but I have multiple that I'm in. Like, nobody chooses what they believe. No, they were taught.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. And
God is not more.
When the beliefs change, when you lose your belief, then you didn't choose that. And this applies, by the way, also to people who become religious after not being religious. So in case anyone thinks that there's any unfairness going on here, I extend this same presumption of kind of goodwill, if you like, back to the other side.
Exactly.
So somebody who takes on a religious belief does so because at some point in their life they were persuaded that it's true, either as a child by their parents, in which case they never knew different, or in many cases later in life by someone else. And we speak to lots of people who have, recently converted, and they've got the fire of the faith in them, and they say, I chose to accept da-da-da-da. And I'm like, well, you didn't really choose. You were just persuaded. Somebody put an argument in front of you, or you went to you did whatever it was you did. It could be a series of events, or it could be a one-off thing. Something happened to make your mind think, yeah, this stuff is true. And it's a much more kind of compassionate way of thinking about belief.
It is. And God is not morally good. That hit me hard. It did. Because I had to understand that he is giving us free will, but he's not giving us free will. That's what I had to understand. Like, no, he is, oh, Jesus Christ. He is not giving us free will because he's divining everything. He says, I knew you before you were born. So, yeah, he knew what was going to happen before it happened.
Yeah, exactly. And here's another perspective on this that you may have come across, or if you haven't, it may be useful, which is for every person alive, God knows whether they believe in him or not. And he also knows exactly what he would need to provide to just convince them without messing with their free will, without forcing them to do anything. He could just provide the evidence now. So, for example, for me, he knows exactly what it would take to make me believe that he exists. Now, I don't know. People ask me almost every day, what would it take to make you believe? And my answer is always the same. I don't really know. But if God's all-knowing, he would know exactly what that evidence is, right? And he could provide it, but he chooses not to, obviously, because it's not there. So that must mean he's happy for me so far to be a non-believer. But at the same time, apparently he's going to punish me for that too. So he could give me the evidence that would persuade me he's there. He chooses to withhold it. And then if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, he punishes me for not having benefited from the thing he could have given
Exactly.
me and chose not to.
Yeah.
So it's a big old
Exactly.
divine stitch up, isn't it, really?
You're literally damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, because what can you do? What can you do? And have you...
And I'm just going to throw it out there. Noah's flood, again, there's no way it would have been anything.
No, it's not.
Because you got to put how many people, savages against each other, they're going to eat each other. Nope.
I have a question for you from the YouTube chat. Astronova is asking excellent questions tonight. Is asking, actually, that was aimed at someone else, but I was going to ask you too. It's pertinent to you. Forgive me, Astronova, I misread that. May I ask if there was something in particular that started your deconstruction? I mean, that's a really pertinent question. So did you have a moment where there was something that was like, this doesn't add up for me? Was it the flood? Was that the first thing? Or was it something else? Was it God's commands to kill babies or something like that?
No, it was not. It was the fact that God/Jesus would evict such horrible stuff against humans.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that makes sense. It doesn't make sense, but
Yeah.
how would a justifiable God, Jesus, have non-convictions about murdering people? I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. I just...
All good. It's all, we can hear that this must have been a difficult process for you.
It's very. I'm sorry. I'm so sick of people being... I'm not gonna lie. I'm so sick of people being murdered in justifiable God people saying that they're saying...
Yeah.
People are actually saying that murdering people are in God's work. And I'm sick of it. I'm so tired of it.
Including babies, by the way. Young children, infants.
Including babies.
Yeah, must be good. He commanded it, therefore it must be good. It's terrible.
And don't ever let anyone gaslight you and say that God not revealing himself to you or you losing faith, everything says something deficient about you. That's just gaslighting. Don't even listen to it. In one ear, out the other.
I'm not. I'm holding faith in what I believe in what should be. And I'm sorry that this society has reflected to this. I am so sorry.
Well,
because it's sick.
You'll be pleased to know that the fastest growing group demographically are the nuns, as in believed none of the religion, believed no religions, and these horrible cults are on the decline. So we're heading in the right direction.
Are we now?
Yeah, we are. We are. We're going in the right direction. I mean, there's obviously worrying trends in certain countries at the moment, but overall, I do think we are heading in the right direction. I'm feeling optimistic about it, even as I survey certain political landscapes with horror. We don't get political here, but we understand what we mean. Yeah, and I would say the thing to do is, find common ground with people who share your views. Come and hang out in spaces like this. Whether it's this one or others similar, you're very welcome here anytime. And it's amazing how healing it can be to just be around other people who get what you're saying, get your frustration, get your intolerance for this nonsense, and will make you feel validated for it rather than judged.
I was just tired of looking at the different things that I had to choose between because I had every one. Like, they were all bad.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to make any choices. You can just be, and you can just take it a step at a time and hang around with nice people. If it's in online communities, pick them carefully, and if it's offline, choose friends to be with that are gonna understand where you're at, and you'll be good. And we hope we see more
Thank
of you
you.
around here. Yeah. All right, Kristen. Well, thanks for coming in to talk to us, and come back again. We do
Have a
this
great
3-4
night.
times a week. We hope to see you
Day.
again. Please come back. All right. Take
Thank
it easy.
you.
All right. Take care. Okay. We're going to bring in Yap House, who was saying something in the chat. I think maybe was a little dissatisfied in the chat about the topic of the conversation or something like that. Do I read that correctly, Yap House?
No, I'm very satisfied. First off, I just want to say something.
Sure.
Ice Pick, I'm going to be thinking about that all day. You got me good, man. Just like Host thinks about God all day, even though Host apparently doesn't believe in God.
Okay.
Which is kind of strange.
Are you here to are you here to complain, or are you here to have a conversation?
I'm here to laugh at you, John.
Well, if that's all you're here for, then we can probably move on.
All right. So who's next in the queue?
Yeah. I don't know why someone would wait to do that. I was wondering if he might have it in him to search his minuscule mind for something to say, but apparently all he wanted to do was laugh. There's no substitute for education, I guess. Okay, we are going to bring... he's joined the queue again. Oh, dear. I'm tempted to bring him back in again and see if he can have a conversation, but I don't think he can. So we'll bring in Golden Butterfly, because I don't think Yap House is capable of having an actual grown-up conversation. I stand to be proved wrong, of course. Hey, Golden, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Very well indeed. Welcome back. Nice to speak to you again.
Yeah, you too. Thanks you for having me on here.
Sure. What would you like to say?
I guess I would just like to say that hell is ridiculous when you kind of like frame it as objective reality. I don't think it's really meant to be objective reality. It's just meant to be like a filter that, you know what I mean? Like if you believe in Christianity, it's going to feel natural to enter that sort of worldview. You know what I mean? So it feels almost like free will. It's not really meant for the people joining the religion. It's meant for the people who resist joining the religion. And it's like it's like a form of thinning out the herd, so to speak. Because like you can take the non-believers out, and then you have this sort of insulated bubble that you can create order within. Does that make sense?
I didn't quite get that. Did you, John?
I mean, I think you're talking about hell being sort of either a metaphor or just a device used within the text to try to terrify people into conformity. And in that sense, I would agree, which makes it even more ridiculous. And the idea that it's proposed as a penalty for non-belief makes it even more ridiculous.
It's ridiculous unless you have like a purpose. You know what I mean? Like if your intent was to make a specific kind of society, you can pretty much use any kind of idea at your disposal, and that creates a certain rhythm in people's behavior. And
Golden, just to clarify, do you believe hell actually exists?
No, me personally, no.
Okay,
But,
got you. I just want to make sure I understood you correctly. So please continue.
But I think it doesn't. I think believing that it exists changes your behavior in a real way. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't really matter whether it's true or not. It matters the ultimate output that you get from believing that it's real.
I think the only way it's successful in changing behavior is just based on data I've looked at about behavioral things like violent crime, the extraordinarily low non-belief rate in prisons from the one survey that I read, and just data throughout the world. The only thing I think it does help curtail behavior-wise is allow it prevents people from uh, openly considering, am I wrong, exploring other options, being open minded. It's sort of like a belief, like fear shackles of the mind to dissuade you from exploring. What if all of this is bullshit? What if I'm wrong? What if this other religion is right? What if there is no God? Because it's sort of a thought stopper. But when it comes to
Yeah.
curtailing actual bad behaviors, I don't see uh, Christians behaving any better than non-Christians in the U.S. or worldwide. No, I'm not even saying worse necessarily, although there is an opposite correlation. When you sort states by like violent crime rates, there's an opposite correlation. Like states with higher belief rates actually have more crime. But I'm not even saying there's causality there. They're also likely to have more guns in the U.S. because, there's a tie between being religious and God-fearing and my guns. That's sort of a cultural thing. So it might not even be causal, but it certainly isn't like a positive correlation between this person has these people, I should say, this population has high religiosity, therefore they're going to behave better. I don't see that in the data at all.
Like, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, just because they believe doesn't make them better, and I completely agree with that.
Yeah, not just better, but like behave better, and maybe that's
Yeah,
what you meant. Yeah,
yeah,
like
like behavior, but yeah,
yeah, and
I,
there could be case by case. Like certainly there could be case by case bases where somebody does improve their behavior because they started believing, but by and large, the data doesn't like bear that out.
like I just imagine it's just a different flavor of the same issues. So whether it be under a Christian worldview or an atheist worldview, you'll still have those same problems, but they'll manifest differently in different symptoms. And based off those symptoms, you're able to kind of curtail the masses, or not. I wouldn't say control because that's like too negative of a connotation, but it's almost like society kind of self-managing itself, and it comes out as Christianity. That's just what it looks like. That's its final form, its logical extreme in
Yeah.
that specific reason. Like, so I do sales. Like, I do a lot of sales,
Okay.
and part of what it means to be a good salesperson is you're essentially creating a reality in which they have a problem and you have a solution. That's like
Yeah.
the secret to sales. Like, you
Yeah.
create a reality in which your product makes sense. Now you're not lying, but you're offering them such a different perspective that changes their behavior. And that goes all the way down from like religion. So even like whether you could say you're a Christian or you could say you're an atheist, they're not better or worse from each other. And I mean, it's even, I would even argue which one is even more real. They're just two flavors trying to adapt to certain problems, and it's going about it in a different way, or even like a different song, and you just prefer to dance to a certain kind of music. That's religion, and ultimately it's just our desire to express ourselves. It's an artistic medium. I think life is art.
Yeah.
I think
And even like,
that you're expressing a sort of a much more nuanced view of these concepts than we are sort of really engaging with here. Like, I hear you and I hear what you're saying, and in a way that's fine. I don't really have too much of a problem with any of that stuff. We're talking here about the sort of, when we say hell and these kind of ideas, we're talking about the versions of these things that most people understand without needing to look to metaphor or poetry or interpretation too deeply. It's a sort of a bad place where you get sent you know, if God's not happy with you after you die, that sort of simple, that A1 root thing, that's the idea that we're really critiquing, because the more nuanced, subtle interpretations are less odious and they cause less harm. So I don't really care about them too much, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I would also say like my perspective kind of it offers no emotion. Like if you were to like take away the mythology of your life, like you would lose all your motivation. You wouldn't really move. Like if you just kind of accepted the fact that you're just a bunch of chemicals and you don't really have control over your life. It's all just sort of you just drift in space. You kind of lose all this kind of emotional uh, weight to life. And so I think the feeling of being most alive is entering these matrices that we create for ourselves, like into Christianity, into like all these different things, because that causes friction and that causes change and that causes progress.
But
It's
surely
in the friction that we kind of
then would a valid matrix be rejecting all of that stuff and saying, well, my matrix is being in the reality-based community and valuing reason and evidence and learning and philosophy and life and human connection, and not worrying about any of that kind of supernatural stuff. That's another
well,
valid matrix, isn't it?
yeah, like okay, yeah, that and you still deal with that in Christianity. It's just different. Like for instance, the fact like since I'm not a Christian, I'm not opposed to someone getting an abortion. The fact that I'm not like sold on the Christian worldview, that I don't partake into that matrix, I'm now able to you know commit an abortion. Like it's no problem for me. For a Christian, that's not possible. But it's through that lens that changes your behavior of whether to do something or whether not to do something. And what is good is defined defined by that center point of existence that we like cling to. And it's because we understand the rhythm, we understand like we grew up in it and we're able to kind of live a full life through that, I don't know, framework. So like to say that, oh, I'm gonna abandon God and just like live this atheistic way of thinking, that's gonna change your behavior. It's not like you're more enlightened. You're just different. You're tuned to a different flavor. And that's all it is.
I don't
And
think
acknowledging that,
I'd behave um I don't think I'd behave any differently
you don't think you'd behave any differently
if I believed in a God. I don't think I'd behave any differently. My moral intuitions would still be the same. I'd still treat people.
Agreed.
I'd still feel compassion. I'd still feel human connection and empathy. Those are the things that predominantly determine how I treat the people around me. I'd be like, if I believed in a God, it would just be like a fact of nature that I'd learnt, like I learned about how volcanoes work or something. I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. Okay.
yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that you would have empathy, but I think like would you change your behavior? Would you change the way you empathize toward others if you believed in a hell? Like if you truly believe that
No.
there is hell, how would it change your behavior on your empathy? How would it change how you express empathy to the people close to you?
I don't think it would change it at all. I really don't. Yeah.
Well,
Anyway,
I think that I disagree with that because I think that, that's the reason why you see um like God, I'm losing my train of thought here. Evangelicals, people who evangelize, like they do that because they feel empathy toward the people and that changed their behavior. Now they're like knocking on people's doors and stuff. Like that's a very real example of how the framework changes your behavior.
it can
It
change
changes the way
some
you
people.
express
I
your
don't.
empathy.
Yeah, I don't doubt that it changes some people's behavior. I'm just saying it wouldn't change mine. There are people who profoundly turn around once they find a religious framework or something they didn't have before. My framework works quite well as it is, so I don't feel like it would need any kind of
And
particular tweaking in that way.
for those people, I suspect that heaven and hell have nothing to do with it. I think it's people like who find religion later in life, especially when they've lived a troubled life, they're suddenly around people who are maybe more positive. They have a support group, everything else, and so they kind of become better people as a result of it.
Mm.
I
Yeah,
don't think it's necessarily, oh no, I'm going to go to hell, so I'm going to stop doing these bad things I was doing before. I think it's they're in this church and they're not hanging out with criminals, and they're just living. They have more positive people around them, and they their lives improve and they become better people as a result.
I do have a theory that like why a lot of people who do have substance abuse eventually go to God is because, or Christianity in general, because I have gone to like AA meetings or whatever and whatnot.
I was just going to say that. Yeah. NAAA, higher power,
Yeah,
the serenity prayer. Yeah.
because the idea of surrender. So like like a really mental thing about addiction is that they like the addict is having trouble with control, like they're afraid of taking control of their life. And in that fear, they kind of run from it, they hide from it, they hide from the pain, they hide from like all these different things that are forcing them to have to take control of their life. And so they use substance to cope. And so because of that innate desire within that person, when they come across a framework that allows for full surrender, just like Christianity, they resonate with that, and that's how
Yeah.
that's them finding their rhythm. And it's not about right or wrong. It's about that self-expressive mode.
Yeah.
And I don't. It's hard to really like say like what is real when you're talking about like the metaphysical world, because if you're if your body is just like physical, right, and there's no real free will, then your perspective is just a specific pattern of matter. Like you don't like so this whole conversation loses its meaning, but we don't want to lose that meaning, so we enter the framework, we enter the matrix, and now we can play. Now we can have these discussions, even though we don't have any control over what's going on. We like the feeling of it. It's feeling. We feel shit, and we like it.
Dude, we're going to move it on. We have quite a few in the queue,
Oh yeah,
so we
yeah. I'm
don't want to
sorry.
keep people waiting too long.
Yeah,
But nice to speak to you as always.
yeah.
Go
You
on,
too.
Bye.
Sorry.
Buddy. All the best, man.
Bye.
Take care. Thanks. Okay, we are going to bring in All About Liberty. Hey, All About Liberty, how are you?
Oh, I'm good.
Good. What are you all about?
I'm all about liberty.
Liberty.
Liberty. Yeah.
Right. Good. Okay. And what are you thinking?
Nobody chooses what they believe. I'm always interested in that thought process there.
Yeah, sure.
You have the liberty to choose your actions. You do not have the liberty to choose your own beliefs. You are either convinced of a thing or you are not. It's not like choosing what flavor ice cream you're going to eat. The information that's before you will either persuade you or not persuade you. That's sort of the quick version. Do you have any questions that you want me to expound on?
I mean, you're just acting as if there's nothing new, and where did it all come from?
Where did
There's
beliefs?
never anything new. There's never a discovery.
No, you have
there's definitely discoveries.
Yeah, your brain's getting information all the time, right? Your brain is.
So now they just contradicted themselves. Like
No.
Yeah.
So your brain is taking
Discovery
is taking in information all the time, right? And it's evaluating it all the time because that's how we survive. We survive because our brains keep us safe by figuring out, what's a threat, what's food, all of that stuff, right? So our brains are basically machines built
you said
for figuring out what's true about the world. That's really
okay. So there are discoveries.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So it isn't a conclusion drawn. You discovered something, and then you evaluate it, and then you have a new set of knowledge.
But what you don't
and then you form a belief.
Yeah, but what you don't do is choose. Your belief forms if.
What do you mean? There wasn't a choose. There wasn't a choice.
You got to let him explain.
Your belief forms if the thing that you've discovered is persuasive to you. And if that happens, you have no choice but to believe it. We're not making the claim that nobody ever forms a belief. We're making a claim that the process of that formation isn't a choice. It's not voluntary. There's actually quite an important and profound truth and realization to be had here if you're willing to be open-minded about it, rather than look to shut it down the moment someone pauses for a second to take a breath.
No, real quick. I'm just going to blast your reasoning real quick, and then you can tell me why you push this on people. I mean, you're pushing some sort of something, which is odd because
We're sharing an idea.
Nobody chooses what they believe. So then your beliefs have no meaning. Why listen to you? So, and why listen to anyone other than yourself? So the fact of the matter is you can discover something. And so then there's no preconceived belief. You've just discovered it. And then you come to some sort of conclusion, and you may decide that you'll look at it again or you won't. But you formulated on that discovery on your own a belief about it. Now, some other information may come along that you may choose to pay attention to with that discovery, or you may never. And then you've held your own belief, and therefore I will stand on, yes, I've chosen a belief.
Well done. Okay, shall I explain to you why you haven't blasted anything? You've basically just reiterated...
No, just tell me why that's inaccurate.
Okay, now it's your time to stop talking and listen. So what you said was basically reiterating the idea that you take new information on, that you can make some choices about which information to take on, and then you can make some choices about what you do afterwards, whether you keep on looking, whether you decide to stay where you are with that. Those are all points that we agree with too. What you completely failed to engage with was the point that Sean carefully explained to you and that I reiterated as well, which is that in the process of evaluating the information that you're taking on, the process of figuring out whether you find it convincing or not, that bit you can't choose. That's the one part of the process you don't have any conscious control over. Your mind does that and then feeds the result of that processing back to your conscious awareness, and you become aware that you're finding the information convincing, but there's no choice in that. So what you're doing is you're looking at the areas of the process where there is a choice, and you're then imputing that choice onto the one area of the process where there isn't a choice, which happens to be the determinative one as to whether a belief forms or not.
So do you know that those what were they, psychotherapists, who were those scientists that came up with that, retracted that? Do you know that?
Scientists
I know
you're
referencing. You're referencing some supposed.
I'm not referencing anything.
Some supposed.
I'm not referencing
Are you not referencing
anything.
some scientific?
I'm telling you facts about
Yeah,
how
you're
human
saying that
brains
you've
work.
already.
I'm telling you facts about human brains work.
Those scientists.
Which scientists?
Went
Name
back
them.
and retracted
Name
that.
them.
So I go look up their names. So what were
Name
you
them.
referring to? Go on.
You're talking nonsense.
Well, you name them because you're referring to it.
I'm not referring
You're
to
saying
them.
there's science. There's science of the brain.
Nope.
Okay, you know,
Okay,
hold
which
on. Hold
scientists?
on.
They retracted that.
No,
We
that
can
isn't
just solve
true
this.
what you just said.
We can just solve this right now. We can just solve this
Go
right
look
now.
it up and give me the names.
We're
of
not
those
relying
who
on
derived that.
scientists. This doesn't.
Hold on.
Yeah, you said it's the science of the brain.
Okay.
You said it's how the brain operates. So
Okay,
how
you gotta
figure
let other people speak. I understand it's
There's
a
two
defense
against one here,
mechanism.
dude. There's
Well,
two
it's not.
against one
It's
here.
not.
Why?
It's not a competition. So look,
No,
we
you
can
guys
test.
I'm just
We
talking.
can. You got to stop talking over us. So we can
You're like a
test the
woman.
hypothesis. We can test your hypothesis right now. Go ahead and believe Mickey Mouse actually exists in reality and actually be convinced of it. Let us know when you start believing. Ready, set, go.
So that wasn't my hypothesis at all.
No, that's
So
your
does the
hypothesis.
chat understand what I said about discovery? Someone in the chat will actually know what I'm even referring to.
Everyone in the chat thinks
so
you're
you
on life
can't-
support right now.
You can't. Well, whatever, dude.
You just talked over
I'm on
me
life
again.
support. This is.
You just talked over me again. You got to stop talking over people. I
weren't
can
speaking.
spam the mute button. All right. So your hypothesis is belief is a choice. Since it's
No.
something you can choose. Oh, it's
I
not.
said that my hypothesis is you've discovered something, and therefore you cannot say that I didn't choose to believe it because I deduced a belief. Now somebody else could
When you
discover
discover
the same
something-
exact thing.
You don't
Somebody could
understand
discover the same
you don't
exact thing around this.
understand what discovering something means. Let me explain it to you again. What discovering something means is that your brain becomes convinced that the thing you've discovered is true. If your brain doesn't become convinced of that,
What do you mean
then
true?
then,
It just
then
is.
that it comports
There's
with
no
reality.
true or false. It just is.
There is, that it comports with reality.
No, it just is in front of you.
When you say that you've discovered something, what that means is that your brain has come into contact with information which it assumes comports with reality. That's what discovering something means. Now, that process.
Okay, please tell us.
He was mid-sentence.
Are you going to let me finish the sentence?
The chat why you know.
That's how grown-ups have conversations.
Stop and tell us.
That's how grown-ups have conversations. It's a really novel, amazing technique. It involves actually listening to what the other person says. Now, I listened to what you
listen to you, and I'm
said, and I'm explaining it to you. So you said that you discover something, but you don't seem to understand what's entailed by the process of discovery, which is that you come into contact with information. Your brain evaluates it as to whether you think it's true or not. And if your brain is convinced it's true, you experience a feeling of propositional assent. It's a feeling of thinking, this idea is true. I feel it's true or likely true. And that process of evaluation is, as I said before, the one part of the process of discovering something or learning something that you can't actually control. You either find it convincing or you don't find it convincing. And if you don't find it convincing, there's no decision you can make to decide to find it convincing unless new information comes in, which then persuades you, at which point you then do find it convincing.
So how do you know that to be true about the brain? Please tell us.
Well, we
by
know
the fact that you can't. Yeah,
we know it in a couple of different ways.
How do you know that to be true?
That's a fair question. So it's a fair question. So we know it in a few different ways. So we know it firstly because we understand from cognitive brain science that the brain passes new information in a couple of different ways. When your brain takes in new information, it evaluates it in parallel in two different streams across networks in the brain. Specific networks in the brain evaluate it for how it makes you feel emotionally. That's mainly done through the limbic system. And then another network in the brain evaluates the information for how it squares up logically and how easily you can incorporate it into your map of how reality is. Right? Now, we know this because people with specific brain injuries and people who have specific parts of the brain deactivated struggle to do this. And we can also see it happening in real-time functional MRI machines where they've done studies into the neural correlates of belief. So we understand this. Now, when I was writing my book about this, I had conversations with two of the top neuroscientists in the world who work in this area. And they said to me that this was the current understanding of brain science, is that these processes of internalizing information and coming to understand whether we find it convincing or not are largely out of our conscious control. That's the current understanding. Now, that could be overturned later, but even without that, as Sean said, we can just experience it. You can't just decide to find something convincing if you don't find it convincing, which is why he said to you, take a belief like Mickey Mouse is real and just decide to believe it's true. And you will find very quickly that you can't do it. And the reason you can't do it is because you can't decide to find something convincing that you don't find convincing. So we have the evidence from neuroscience, we have the models from cognitive psychology.
Such a bad example. Can you?
And we have
on and you.
And we have your own personal. And we have your own personal inability to do the contrary.
Why do you think you're right? Why do you think you're right?
Because I'm
I
convinced
don't
by the
agree with
evidence.
you. Why do you think I'm right? And I can find scientists who don't agree with you. So why do you get to be right? Like, what are you going to do to people?
So do you agree?
Right?
Do you agree that you?
Let's push you on that. You're always a nice person.
Do you agree
You're always going
that
to be
you
a nice
can-
person. You assert yourself. You gang up on people, and you assert yourself.
We've been nice to everyone else. You're the first. You're the first. Oh, actually, no.
Yeah. See, you're never.
The only other person we muted so far has a screen name called Yap.
You stroke each other's balls.
Okay.
You're just stroking each other's balls.
I'm actually.
You can't face that you're wrong. You can't face.
Okay. What's happened
Which
now
is really creepy. So, by the way, you know who else operated this way?
It's time for you to be quiet for a moment.
You know who thought this way?
We'll let you have your say in a moment.
Speak.
I'd like everyone to just
for 5
notice.
minutes.
No, I'd like everyone to
spoke
notice
for just 5 minutes.
Okay, well, you can
for
listen
3
for
minutes and you
a
told us
little
everything.
bit more, because this
But
isn't
what you
your
cited was a
this
body
isn't your live
has
stream.
been
So
reversed. That body of work,
do we
that
do we
body of
notice that what's happened here
those
is a
scientists have
subtle shift away
now
from
reversed their
away from
decisions
oh,
on that.
please can you be quiet just for a moment?
Scientists have now diverse.
Do you mind if I
You
speak in my
can't bear.
live stream? How
I
rude is
mean, the
that?
real issue about you is you can't bear being wrong, and
Okay.
so this is when you're.
Okay.
What are you going to do? Beat people?
I think I'm actually
And
going
if
to
you
drop
don't
her for a
agree
moment
because
because
you-
she's insufferable. Okay. Now, what actually
Okay.
happened there? I would like to have a conversation with her, but she's incapable of it. What actually happened there was that she wasn't interested in whether this stuff was right or wrong. She was interested in how evil it is to have the conversation. Did you notice? She shifted there to, why are you doing this? What are you hoping to do? And that was when the mask slipped. She knows absolutely nothing about any of this stuff. Nothing. Her bullshit about
Yeah.
the scientists who've said that have retracted it was fantasy. It was a fever dream. She doesn't
Yeah.
like it.
It
that
didn't mention
people-
the study. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
She doesn't like it that people are pushing back on religious claims. That's triggering for her for some reason. And she doesn't like it. Never mind the fact that there's 5 million channels on platforms like this where you can go to get religious propaganda all day long. And none of us are crying about that because we don't have to go into those places. So we set up shop here to form a narrative for people who don't want the religious propaganda, who don't want the brainwashing, who don't want to be told that they're bad for not believing Bronze Age blood sacrifice magic. And she has to come in here and cry about the fact that we have a rationale for saying these things. I think that's very revealing. You know, I don't go into Christian and religious and Jewish and Islamic lives to tell them all why they're wrong and ask them why they're saying the things. I just let them get on with it because their messaging isn't for me. Well, my messaging isn't for you either, Liberty, whatever your name was, right? You're clearly a bad fit for this place. And it was interesting because she came in trying to argue against the involuntary nature of belief. She was completely ill-equipped to do that, mainly because she knows absolutely fuck all about it, and also because she was lying about scientists retracted this and that and the other. But really, that wasn't her thing. Her agenda wasn't really that. Her agenda was just to say that we're bad for having the discussion. And I just think that's pathetic. So there we are. Now, I notice Yap House is still in the queue. He's been in the queue for a little while after he crashed out before for laughing like an idiot.
All right.
We're going to leave him in the queue for one more call.
Okay.
And if after this call he's still in the queue because he's very committed, and I did put a message in the chat to say, if you want to have a conversation, we'll have one with you. If you want to come in here and laugh like a child, then maybe go and do it somewhere else because we're not really interested in that. We've got, 150 odd people between the two platforms. It's not a huge number, but it's enough to not need to listen to that. So we're going to get another guest in first. We're going to bring in Nash. And then after Nash, we're going to give Yap House another chance if he's still in the queue. And if he comes in to laugh, that will be the last we hear of him. Hey, Nash.
How you going, guys?
How are you?
Doing good.
Yeah, really good, man. Really good. In
Excellent.
London, just like you guys. Anyway, no, I actually wanted to push your ethical intuitions on nobody chooses what they believe. If
Sure.
that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Of course. So
Cool. So,
do you want to go for it?
No, you go first.
Okay. All right. So here's the elevator pitch, okay? So when you become convinced of something, belief follows inevitably. You cannot stop it. Once your mind becomes convinced, a belief forms. That's kind of what a belief means, right? It's just a belief is a word we give to the thing that happens in your mind once you become convinced by something, convinced that something is true or likely true. If you're not convinced that it's true or likely true, belief is completely impossible. It's off the table and it's not an option. You can't believe something if you're not convinced of it. So the question then becomes, can you choose to be convinced by something? Can you choose to find something convincing? And you obviously can't, because if you don't find it convincing, no matter how much you might want to, you still don't find it convincing, which was why Sean used the example with our guest previously, of just decide to start believing in Mickey Mouse as a sort of extreme way of illustrating that you can't just start being convinced by something just because you want to.
No.
So once we realize that,
absolutely not.
the reason why it's important is because our mainstream religious traditions like Islam and Christianity say that if you don't believe the right things, in other words, if you don't find yourself convinced of the right things, then you deserve to be punished for that. And that's morally ridiculous. So that's the kind of pitch.
Let me then push that even further. Why, in both yours and Sean's opinion, why can't we follow this back even further to you can't choose what springs from your consciousness, you can't choose your genes, you can't choose your genetics. Yeah, hard determinism.
Yeah,
so
we discuss that a lot.
You do?
Yeah, we discuss it a lot, yeah. So what's interesting here is people come in from one side, arguing from a religious perspective and saying, of course, you can choose everything, and you're just disagreeing like the last person. And then people come in from the other side saying, not only can you not choose your beliefs, but you can't choose anything, and you can take no credit or responsibility for anything you do or think, because everything you do or think is just a state of your brain, right? It's just processes in your brain, and it's the laws of physics and chemistry and bioelectrics working on, synapses in your brain, and you had no control over that. My position on that is that may be true, but I don't need to make that position. I don't need to hold that position to make this argument. So even if
no, sorry, yeah, no, I didn't. Sorry, whether you're a compatibilist like Daniel Dennett or like a hardline objectivist, it doesn't particularly matter in terms of relativity towards this discussion. Yeah,
correct.
Of course,
It doesn't at all, which is why we don't take that position.
Right. Okay. Cool. Yeah, Sean, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, and I think you picked up on it, that even if we have libertarian free will, in theory, like let's say we have it, beliefs still wouldn't be a choice. You would still either be convinced of a thing or not. Belief is something that happens to you.
It's a good point. I haven't really thought about it that way.
Yeah,
really
so like
interesting.
And belief comes in interesting ways too. Some of it is like snap sensory input. You look at the wall, there's a spider walking up the wall, then you instantly are convinced that a spider is walking up the wall because you generally trust your sensory inputs, and it's just an instant reaction, even if you don't articulate it in the brain.
Sean, I'll hold you up there. As an Australian, I'm not afraid of spiders, mate. So no.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not either. But I have a weird phobia for ants. If there's like a million of them, like, ugh. But yeah, Well, the other topic for another day. I don't like ants and I don't like heights. But belief. So those are snap, like just kind of sensory input. You see this thing, you believe that thing exists. Very, very quick and automatic. Now, there's also contemplative ones where you listen to a college professor discuss black holes. You didn't know about black holes before, and then you become convinced that black holes exist. And because you trust the science and the credibility of the college professor and, et cetera, you are convinced that black holes exist, and it's not something you chose. And you can't choose to not believe they exist because you've already become convinced. So belief is some of it is a deliberate journey, like taking the college class in the first place. But the moment of belief isn't like a choice, a decision you made. You just either became convinced or you didn't. Yeah,
I totally agree with you. And I've got one final question. How do you guys deal with when people go for the first mover principle, like the first mover?
Meaning like as an argument for God?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. So to like a couple of ways. One, cosmologists right now don't know whether the universe had a beginning or if it's finite. So there might not have been a first mover.
Infinite.
Now there is.
Infinite.
Oh, I'm sorry. I might have misspoke. They don't know if it had a beginning or if it's infinite. And then, yeah. So in theory, if the universe is eternal into the past, and it might be, I'm not saying it is, then it didn't have a beginning. If it did have a beginning, what I always do, if it's an unknown in cosmology, I'm certainly not qualified to, come up with like, oh, be convinced of this. So I just leave a marker that says I don't know, and then I just leave it there.
Yeah.
And if somebody has evidence, one, there was a beginning and here's my evidence and it's convincing. And two, the cause of the beginning was a sentient being, then that's the moment when I accept like the first cause argument.
Awesome. No, you guys are great. All right. Well, you guys can take the next caller. I love you both.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Nash.
All right. Thanks,
Keep it
Nash.
up.
Really appreciate you.
Thanks, buddy.
No, you guys are great.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Okay, well, as promised, Yap House has... Maybe he's a reformed character. He's been very patiently waiting. So, against my better judgment, we're going to bring him back in and see if he's able to have an adult conversation.
Hold on. Before you bring him back in, Nash, we genuinely want to have a real conversation with you. We don't know if you're capable of it. So basically, taking a breath, no fake giggles.
You mean
why did I call him Nash? The last guy, Yap House. Sorry, Nash.
Yeah.
Yap, not Nash. Yeah. We want to have an adult conversation. No incessantly interrupting each other, fake laughing. I want to see if you're capable of being an adult. We answer each other's questions. We have a calm back and forth. Let's see if it can happen.
Consider this a test. So let's see. Okay, bringing Yap in right now. Well, interestingly, after all of that big build-up, it's not working. It's not bringing him in.
Yeah.
Which might.
I think it's the Holy Spirit.
I think
it's the Holy Spirit.
He might have left, and his spirit remained in the guest queue. Well, I personally am devastated at not getting a chance to speak to him again.
I really didn't think that was going to go well anyway.
But we'll get over it somehow. So with that, we have Doc Schnabel. Is that right? Am I saying that right? I wonder. Hey, Doc.
Hello.
Hey, by the way, Yap House has come back into the queue. So at the end of this call, we'll try and get you back in. Oh, he's dropped out again. Oh, he's back again. Come on, Yap, make your mind up. Okay, Doc, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. Thank you for waiting patiently. You have been waiting a while. We're very happy to talk to you. What would you like to discuss?
I guess God is not morally good.
Yeah. Is that something you agree with?
No.
Okay. And which God
do you believe in? There you go.
I'm a Muslim.
You're a Muslim. Okay. And you think God is morally good?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you think that the unnecessary human suffering that happens all around us is something that
How
God
do you know it's unnecessary?
Well, here, I'm about to make an argument for why it's unnecessary. Do you think that God is infinitely powerful?
Of course.
Okay. Do you think God knows that the suffering is going on?
Of course.
Could he alleviate the suffering slightly if he wanted to?
Of course, he can even make it go away.
He could make it go away, right. But he chooses not to because he wants the suffering.
Yep.
And wanting suffering, when it's avoidable, is by definition unnecessary. If it's unavoidable, then it's necessary suffering. Like if you said, there is suffering, but he has to have the suffering because he needs it to make his plan work or something, then you would say, then it's all necessary suffering. But if it's unnecessary suffering, then he's choosing more suffering than is necessary, which by definition is unnecessary. So I'd like you to explain, if you can, how you square the word good with wanting there to be more suffering than there needs to be.
God can't do a contradiction. And because God allowed free will, he can't take away free will. That would be a contradiction of his nature.
What's free will
What
got to,
what
to do with a child with bone cancer?
I mean, even if he was born with bone cancer, it would probably be because of the free will of another human.
What are you talking about? There are
Like,
chromosomal
yeah,
abnormalities that lead to cancer. There are lots of things that happen that have got nothing to do with free will. Children
free
get
will is
infections.
only
Children get
one of
infections. They drink
yeah,
water.
yeah, of course,
Right. So
Not
explain to
not
me.
everything is because of another human, of course.
Right. So
Yeah,
so explain
but
to me how
that's
free
also,
will helps with a child who dies of cholera.
first of all, in Islam we believe all children go to heaven. So
That's
that
not an answer.
assumes, I guess. Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
an answer.
Let me continue. Let me continue, please. Can I
I just
finish?
want. I asked you a really simple question, which is how does our free will have anything to do with a child dying of cholera or cancer or because a tree fell on them?
Free will. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Free will. It's not. It doesn't explain all the whole picture. It's just one of the reasons.
Okay,
but
that was you
So
brought it
when
up.
I say free will, yeah, yeah, I brought it up. I'm not claiming it's the only
well, we
variable.
just
It's
want
not.
clarification on that one though, because I understand you have multiple points and that's fair, but we need to hash out one at a time. So what does
Yeah,
free will have to do with a child dying of bone cancer?
yeah, it doesn't have
He
to
said
do with
doesn't.
that.
Okay, well then let's discard free will off
Okay.
the table. We don't need to talk about free will. Let's reset back again then. Why is God choosing this suffering, which is unnecessary? We've already agreed that it's unnecessary because he could easily make it not be there. So he's choosing the suffering. Why?
That also assumes it's unnecessary.
It is. We've already
How can
established
you
it is.
know it's unnecessary?
I asked you if God could avoid it if he wanted to. You said yes. Is he powerful enough to make it not be needed? Yes. By definition, it's
Okay.
unnecessary. So why is he
suffering
choosing it?
evil?
Why is he
Is
choosing it?
suffering evil?
I
Is
don't think
suffering
I don't
evil?
think all suffering is evil. There's some unavoidable suffering. If you take a child for a medical procedure
Even
to
if
save their
avoidable is
lives, hang on.
avoidable suffering
You
evil?
asked a question. I'm going to answer it. You take a child for a medical procedure to save their lives. That medical procedure may cause some suffering for the child, but it's necessary to do the medical procedure. But we have to take children for medical procedures because we're not omnipotent. If we were, we wouldn't need to take them for a medical procedure. We could just click our fingers and ping, the child would be better, no suffering. So God is not limited in that way, apparently. I've heard he's very capable. So again, why is he choosing suffering?
Is avoidable suffering evil?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I mean, evil is a silly word. I would say it's not compatible with good. It's not compatible with goodness to choose more suffering than you need.
I will say it's evil to allow someone to suffer when you could easily stop it, and to unnecessarily allow someone to suffer if you can easily stop it.
How do you define evil exactly? Because for us, evil is the absence, like absolute evil doesn't exist, and absolute evil is the absence of all good.
Yeah, so
if
I don't think
something
you don't need to get into
good, it's
that.
not.
We don't need to get into whether something is absolutely evil. My claim is that God is not morally good. And your claim is that God is morally good, even though he chooses suffering that doesn't need to be there. How on earth do you square that? I haven't said he's ultimately evil. I just said he's not morally good. He would instantly be better if he just didn't do that. But he chooses to do it. He's like, nope, I need the suffering. Gotta have that suffering. How is that good?
That's why I'm saying that suffering isn't evil by itself, even unnecessary suffering.
Is allowing unnecessary.
Don't worry about whether it's evil. Make a case that it's good.
I'm not omniscient. Sorry, I can't say. How do I say this? even if I don't see wisdom in something, doesn't mean that there is no good in it.
Okay, so
yeah, what you're doing now is you're trying to redefine the word good to include within its bounds things that would never be included within its bounds in any other conversation. Just be aware that that's what you're doing right now. You're
like what?
You're
Sorry.
struggling to broaden the word good to include within it choosing to have people suffer for no reason. You've broken the word good if that's what you're doing. If your definition of good is so elastic so as to include having parents lose their children, watching them die in front of them from illnesses, and having to live the rest of their lives with only the memory of their child, never mind the suffering the child went through, which you dismissed with a wave of your hand because they're in heaven now, the agony of the parents for decades, and I know parents who have lost children. I have conversations with them. You can't imagine a pain like it. And you're saying that a God who chooses to inflict that, who could trivially choose not to, that is good. Are you serious?
Yes. Okay, let me think for 1 second. Sorry.
sounds like
If
English
we,
is. Go ahead.
yeah, English isn't my first language.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. So we'll give you latitude to like take your time and formulate an answer.
Yeah.
So yeah. If we're assuming that God is real and heaven is real and stuff like that is real, all right? So when someone, even if someone suffered for his whole life on earth, if he gets, I don't know, an equal reward to his suffering, or even better than his suffering, would the suffering be good or bad?
It would still be bad because God could have given him that reward without the suffering. This is what happens when you propose an omnipotent God. God could have, this is the we'll make it all better later argument. I'm going to kick 7 shades of shit out of you now and pull your fingers off with pliers, but you're going to get a lovely chocolate cake later, so it's all going to be good. That's not convincing. A God could provide those rewards later without the suffering, without imposing the suffering on the child and on the child's parents.
That would not be justice. That wouldn't be just.
Doesn't matter.
Why would someone deserve a reward for nothing?
It's not a reward for nothing. Is your argument that the only way that you can be okay later is if God inflicts a kind of minimum quota of required suffering on you beforehand? Otherwise, there's no justice. Is that seriously your argument?
Of course not. No.
Okay,
Suffering.
So that one doesn't work. So what else?
In a Muslim, no. I'm still have a response. In the Muslim point of view, suffering does how do I say this? Erases sins, right? Suffering erases
sins. Right. So the
even,
baby died of leukemia to erase someone's sins. That's fucking depraved.
Yeah. I mean,
to erase the baby's
parents
sins?
Maybe. No, of course not. The baby doesn't have sins.
So the baby has to suffer because the parent sinned? Is substitutional punishment moral in your view?
Of course not. That's not the suffering of the baby is his own, and the suffering of the parents is their own. So what will erase their sins is their own suffering, not like if when they suffer, if their baby died or something like that. Of course, they will suffer from that. So that would be like something that would erase their sins. As for the baby, we don't believe that anyone that hasn't reached puberty has any sins or something like that. But even then, that would, yeah.
Let me see if I'm understanding you correctly. The parents sinned throughout their life or whatever. So God gives their baby leukemia, and the baby dies a painful death, and the purpose of that is because the parents sinned, and the parents will have to mourn the death of their baby. So it was a method to get rid of or atone for the parents' sin. Is that your answer?
not completely true. No. That's one of the reasons, not all
I'm
of the
going to just
reasons.
interject for a moment.
It's only one of the
Let's do an
reasons.
interesting exercise here, because we've moved on
Of
from
course, I
something.
wouldn't know all the reasons.
We've moved on from something without really spending time on it enough, which is this idea of broadening and increasing the kind of semantic field of the word good in order to encapsulate things that would never be considered within there in any other context. Now, as an example of this, let's try it with another word to show you how ridiculous what you're doing is. Imagine we take a word like affectionate, right? And I say, I'm a very affectionate person. And by affectionate, I mean that I kick strangers whenever I see them and I beat my kids, right? And that's me being affectionate. You would say, well, that isn't what affectionate means. I'm like, well, you don't know exactly what affectionate means. And, maybe in some contexts, this is what being affectionate is, kicking strangers and beating children and torturing animals, for example, right? We would be able to say, no. We would be able to say the word affectionate actually has a valid semantic range. It has a valid set of concepts which we understand by it. When we use the word affectionate, we understand what it means. And anyone would be legitimate in saying there are some behaviors that unambiguously stand outside the range of what that word means. This is what you're doing with the word good. You're taking the word good and you're stretching it to try and encompass within its bounds behavior which is completely incompatible with any meaningful notion of the word good, which is unnecessarily choosing suffering. Now, at first you granted that this suffering was unnecessary because God could, if he wanted to, not impose it. And then it seemed like when you realized that argument wasn't working, you pivoted to trying to find a justification why God needs to do that, which is something about making up for someone's sin or something. What's going on there, just to call this out, is you're looking for a reason to justify that extension of the semantic range of good. And you're not finding one, so you're having to look elsewhere. That's what's going on in this conversation right now.
All right. So, first of all, I maybe think I said that suffering is unnecessary, but to God it wouldn't be unnecessary. To us, maybe it seems that way. Secondly,
pause there. To God, it wouldn't be unnecessary. Could he achieve whatever goal he wants to achieve? Is he powerful enough to achieve whatever his plan is without that suffering? Or is he not powerful enough to do that?
I really don't know his plan.
You don't have to know. No, you don't have to know his plan. Whatever his plan is, let's imagine our minds are like the minds of ants compared to God. Granted, he's got a big plan. Is he powerful enough to achieve that plan without the suffering, or is his power limited in that way?
Let me think. 1 second. I don't know if that would contradict anything that God had decided or had.
That's not really an answer. He's either powerful enough to do it, or you don't think he's powerful enough to do it, and his powers have some limit, and he can only achieve his plans if other things happen, which is fine if that's your position, but then he's not infinitely powerful. Then his plan only works if other things are put in place first, which would be a limitation on his power. You have to choose. And you can say, I don't know.
I'm not really sure, but what I know is that it really, how do I say this? I'm sorry,
No, it's okay.
I'm not sure.
I know we're dragging you over the grills a bit here, but that is the choice. Sorry.
So basically, to try to put it in simple terms, if God is all powerful, he cannot be in a position to where the suffering is necessary in order for him to achieve a greater good. Sometimes suffering is necessary to uh, do something on a bigger scale that overall ends up being good. But if he's all powerful, he can achieve any of the greater goods without the suffering. Otherwise, if he can't, he's not all powerful.
But wouldn't that like contradict fairness and justice sometimes? Like, for example, if you grant someone, I don't know, internal heaven, and for no, like, you created them just for this. If we're created for a test and you get give some people free pass, you know,
A test.
would that
who's doing the test? Who's conducting the test?
God.
Do all-knowing beings have to do tests?
No.
Tests are things that are tests are things that are done by beings with limited knowledge in order to expand their knowledge by doing tests and thereby finding out things later that they didn't know before. So are you suggesting that God is lacking in some insight that require him to do tests in order to find out?
Of course not.
Okay, so God's not doing the tests then?
No.
Okay.
God sent us to earth, how do I say this? Made us and sent us to earth on a test. And if we succeed, we go to heaven. If we don't succeed, we go to hell. That's
so now
like
he is doing
the
tests
test.
again.
Of course, God knows if if we will succeed or not. God knows that.
Then
but
it's not a test.
We don't know.
Then it's
if
not a test.
If he just throws us in hell or throws us.
Well, he might as well just cut out the middleman and just send us where
he knows. A teacher can know if a student will fail or.
Right, but a teacher doesn't have
he
control
could do
over
that,
the universe
but
and
it wouldn't
infinite
be
knowledge.
Fair.
A teacher doesn't have control over the universe and infinite knowledge.
Yeah, but
so
let's picture like how about this? A teacher knows 100% that a student will fail. Should he fail him before even he goes to the test, even though he knows 100% that he will fail?
I mean, if a teacher knows 100% that a student would fail, it could be said that it's not ethical to let the student fail. But I don't know. I don't know the answer there. But if the student's eternal destiny and fate of their soul and whether they get tortured or not is dependent on factors that the teacher could control because he's also infinitely powerful, then it wouldn't be virtuous for him to let that person fail the test. This whole thing of God does tests is so ridiculous. It's anthropomorphizing your God into like a little small-minded man in a laboratory. I'm just going to do tests here and see whether this one gets tortured or not. Is it really? That's the creator of the universe now has to do tests? Is that really where we're at now? Come on, dude.
He doesn't have to. He can.
Just a hobby.
He could erase us all from existence. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know his.
I'll tell you
reasons.
What. If God is creating people, if God is creating people knowing He's going to send them to hell, then that also proves, by the way, that He's not morally good, because He would know.
Why?
He would know from the beginning of time who was going to believe in Him and who wasn't. And I presume if you're a Muslim, that you probably
can you answer me? Can you answer this?
Can I finish my thought? You would probably think agree with me that certain people end up going to hell because they didn't believe the right things. Well, that is already an immoral preachment. But even worse is God would have known before the universe even existed who was going to believe, who wasn't, who was going to end up condemned to hell and who wasn't. And He created them anyway, knowing that He was then going to send them to hell. And why should there even be a hell? That plays into point 3. Why do people go to hell? Why can't God just, if God's unhappy with someone, just get rid of them?
Yeah, I noticed that point 2 and 3 are kind of connected.
They are.
So let me ask you a question. I don't know if you can answer or not. How can you say for sure that even unnecessary suffering is bad or good?
I mean, are you going to make me talk about the semantic range of good again? I can do it. I'm glad to. because
No,
because we
that's not what
define
I mean.
we define good. We define good as not including causing unnecessary suffering. There's no meaningful definition of good that includes choosing to cause suffering. That's what the word means, amongst other things. Like, we can't perfectly define health, right? But we can perfectly define what isn't health. So, like, even if I can't tell you exactly what healthy means, I can tell you that not being able to walk isn't healthy. I can tell you not being able to breathe isn't healthy. I can tell you that being in constant pain all the time isn't healthy. In the same way, even if we can't give an exact definition of good, we can say choosing to cause unnecessary suffering and pain isn't it. And if you're saying that it is, then as I said earlier, you have now broken the word good, and we'll need to find a better one that isn't so silly, that's more morally coherent. Because otherwise, I would then ask you, if causing unnecessary suffering can be included within the range of good, tell me something that can't.
Okay, so
that's a question.
How do I say this? Yeah. Can you repeat it? Sorry.
Yeah. If we're allowed to include causing avoidable suffering, easily avoidable suffering, by the way, trivially avoidable suffering, if we're allowed to include that within our definition of what good means, then tell me something that can't be included in good. Like setting rats on fire for fun, cutting fingers off children, I don't know, what? You tell me, give me an example of something that can't be included in good.
For a Muslim, something that can't be included, because we got our moral compass from God and our own belief, So what God says is good, and what God says is bad.
Right. So what you've done now is destroy the word good and replace it with obedience.
I mean, if he knows everything, then I'm pretty sure he knows what's good and what's bad.
There is no good and bad. You've literally just stripped out any moral value from the word good at all and said whatever God says is good. Anything he says is good, right? If God says it's good to marry a 6-year-old and consummate the marriage when she's 9, then that becomes good. Is that good?
Okay. Can I ask a question? Good and bad can be different depending on your worldview, right or wrong?
Is it just me, or did that question not get answered?
If God says you can do anything, it's good, yes.
So marrying a 6-year-old and consummating the marriage at 9.
If God says yes, then it is.
Well, he clearly he clearly permitted it, right? Because the Prophet did that, right? So, in your view, is it morally acceptable to? Because this is what happens when you decide to root your morality outside yourself. Then you're stuck you're stuck with whatever it gives you. So I'm asking you to tell us all. We're all listening here right now, 170 or 80 people. For you to tell us whether it's acceptable for a 50-something-year-old man to marry a 6-year-old and consummate the marriage when she's 9. Is that okay?
Yes.
Heard it here, folks. I don't really have much more to say. I think, Sean, this is yours from here, my friend. I'm a bit sickened, a bit too sickened, I think, to carry on the conversation. Really, I don't think we can.
I was gonna.
Have a meaningful conversation about morality after that.
I mean,
Josh, I'm going to take it. Yeah, I don't think you realize the magnitude.
If you don't want to continue, you don't need to. But
Josh, is it theoretically possible for a God to exist that's actually, instead of a good God, he's an evil God? Is that in theory possible?
No.
Oh, it's not. Why is that?
Because God has to be how do I say this? A maximally perfect being.
Okay, so why is that? What if okay, could there be a creator of the universe who's all powerful, all knowing, all present, but is evil? Is that a logical contradiction? I'm not saying Allah. All right, so this is a thought experiment. So
No,
there's a creator that why is being all good a logically necessary component of being a all powerful creator of the universe?
because God decides what's good and what's bad.
Okay, so you really are like very strict divine command theory, and good loses all meaning, which is why you would
Can I
consider
ask a
P3.
question?
Yeah.
Doesn't good and bad change depending on your worldview?
It yeah, basically it's a subjective thing. It is for you to come back again, and we can debate like whether morality is objective or subjective.
I
But
mean,
we're all
it's
we're
important to the question, right?
no, it is. But what I'm saying is that's a long conversation, and we've been on this for a while, and it's an opportunity for you to come back. But morality is subjective, and so is yours. And if God exists, so is his.
Forgive me, I
But
can't move on from fucking 9-year-olds is okay. Sorry.
yeah,
I'm struggling with that
no,
one
it's okay.
for some reason.
Yeah, so
Could you? Okay,
Sorry.
all right. If you don't want
Yeah.
to talk, if you don't
I'm
want to
just,
talk,
I mean, it's just,
it's all right.
you know, come back when I feel less annoyed about it. But I think you need to do some really, you need to look inside yourself a little bit there, my friend. One thing to have
Sure, man.
religious faith, but to so casually say that you think that's okay is a bit worrying. I think that's worrying. It just
I
makes me
mean,
disinclined to talk about the philosophical underpinnings of morality
if
when,
you think
when that's your...
like 2 billion Muslims worldwide are all disgusting, then I guess
I don't think
right.
you're disgusting. I just think that's a disgusting thing to think. And I think that there's probably...
Why? Can you explain?
Do you think a child can consent to that?
No. Don't care what I think. Can you explain why is it bad?
No. If you need me to explain why it's bad to have sex with a child, this is not the place for you.
I mean,
I'm not going to explain that. No.
Really.
And if you really need to go and look it up, and
you
seriously,
can't.
no, it's not that I can't. It's that I won't. It's because I'm not going to degrade myself by having to have a conversation with someone online about why it's not okay to have sexual relations with children. If you really don't know that, then this is big school, and you need to go to little school first, because that's
Okay,
really a problem.
Okay, so most cultures believe that murder is wrong, right?
Most
Throughout
cultures believe
history.
that what?
Murder is wrong throughout history, right?
Murder is defined as being wrong. Murder is killing of which you disapprove. And what's that got to do with?
I'm talking about societies. Human beings all around the world decided independently of each other.
Yeah, I don't think whataboutery is going to help.
Is
you
wrong,
here.
right?
I don't think whataboutery.
no, he's trying to bring it back to moral realism versus anti-realism. That's where he's trying to like direct it. Basically, well, what's your standard of right and wrong? So, but
there's just there's a time when the I don't know. There's a time when the philosophy has to stop, and you just have to look at the human being and think, what's going on with someone who can say these things? Because it's astonishing that you would say why is
So is this just a purely emotional like argument?
It's not an emotional
argument. It's
argument.
Wrong because it's wrong?
It's wrong because a child can't give consent, and because it's injurious to a child, and because it's an unfair power dynamic, and because children are not physically or emotionally capable of understanding adult intimacy. And if you really need to have these things explained to you, then I would seriously suggest you go and do some reading somewhere on these issues, not in the Quran. Go and read some actual issues on the development of children, the emotional development of human beings, the physical development of human beings, and all of that. Because if this is really a mystery to you, then okay, it's shocking to come across an adult who doesn't understand why it's wrong for adult men to penetrate young girls. If that's really a mystery to you, then what can I say? That doesn't work. That doesn't work, because if it's not okay right now, there are reasons for that, and those reasons have always pertained. The reasons were not different
No,
back then.
the reasons aren't always the same.
They are always the same. So with that, we're going to move on. We've hit the half hour mark. So thank you for the conversation.
All right, man.
I do think that's
All
really
right.
disgusting, and you need to do some thinking. But we appreciate.
All
the
right,
chat.
man.
All
Sure.
right, thanks. Okay, anyone need a shower? I feel like I need a shower. That was one of the most appalling things I've ever heard. To be so brazen about it, to not even wrestle with it, to not even say, yes, I can feel the tension there. I can see why you say that, and I am really troubled by that too. To just say, yeah, it's fine. Completely fine. Totally fine. Sorry, your objective morality is shit. I'm sorry. Okay, now we're going to repeat the experiment we tried before. I'm feeling a little spicy tonight. Can you guys tell? And we're going to bring Yap House back in. Let's see if he can conduct himself
Have an adult conversation.
like an adult. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
Howdy. Give me 1 second, please. Okay. I think we're good.
Good. Okay. So let's reset and not do the laughing and all of that stuff, and let's have an actual conversation. What would you like to talk about? You're very welcome.
Well, my name is Gap House, right? So I've got a number of things that I would love to talk about, but I like video games. I'm not sure if you do, but I'll give you an easy choice and an easy primer into video games, right? So there are a few things that I'd like to talk about, and I'll let you choose which one that you want to talk about.
But
are they related
before you
tangentially
do,
to belief or religion or anything like that?
There are lots of gaming streams on TikTok. This isn't one of them. So if that is what you want to speak about, respectfully, you'll find better interlocutors than you will here. I have zero interest in that, and I think Sean the same, and the audience almost certainly the same. So
no,
you're welcome to talk about something that is related to our topics, tangentially or directly. And if not, then that's also okay. But we're not going to talk about video games here, because that's not what this is about. The room will empty if I start doing that.
Right. No. I would like to talk about God, much like you do. But I was going to present the topics that I would like to talk about in the form of what most RPGs do.
Okay.
So here are the conversations. Are you ready?
Yeah.
1, the Bible doesn't disprove God. 2, you are basically a Bible thumper. Or 3, how does it feel to rely on God?
Okay.
Let's go with one.
Yeah.
How about 1?
Yeah.
The Bible doesn't disprove God?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like 2 and 3 are just posturing and not really germane to anything relevant.
Yeah, they're bullshit.
Oh, well,
But
the
we
whole
can talk
live
about
stream is
one.
posturing. Didn't anybody tell you?
We can talk about one, though. I would say I would agree with you. The Bible doesn't disprove God. I would agree with you.
Oh, okay. Then we have nothing more to discuss. It's pretty simple. It's
I think
straightforward.
there are lots of other things that disprove God. I think the Bible's just a funny story, but the Bible on its own doesn't disprove God.
Although I got a slightly different take. If the Bible, if the God you believe in entails that all of the Bible is true, for example, if the Genesis account of creation, as written plainly, turns out to be false, if that alone is something that story not being true falsifies what you believe is the God of the Bible, in that regard, the Bible could disprove God.
It could also be true, just for a second, it could also be true that all the Bible stories are not true, but there is still a God.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So basically, like, if it's no longer, I guess, more to be more precise with my language, if it turns out the Genesis account of creation is false, that makes the biblical God untrue, then we can disprove the God of the Bible. But if it turns out the Genesis account of creation is false, and or, for example, Noah's flood story is false, if it turns out that those things disprove, now that God is so different that it disproves the biblical God, then we can use the Bible to disprove God.
Right. I don't believe everything in the Bible is true. There are truths within the Bible, such as radical compassion or violence begetting violence. But the Bible was perverted by men.
Okay. If you're under that paradigm, then I would agree the Bible, it certainly doesn't disprove that there is a God. I think we can all agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So that's one conversation down. Do you
Okay.
remember the other two?
Yeah.
No,
I
but
think I
go
do.
ahead.
One of them was that we rely on God in some way, and the other one was that I'm a Bible thumper.
Yes. Which would you like to talk about, John?
I would like to talk about relying on God, because I think there's a category error there in the way you framed that. So I don't rely on God. I talk about religious issues that affect people. And in talking about those, it's impossible not to mention the content of some of the religions, right? So it's not that I'm relying on God for anything. It's just that the subject matter I speak about sometimes touches on that concept, but it touches on lots of other concepts too. I don't rely on it, though. It just happens to be something I speak about.
Right. So then how do you talk about God without relying on God?
Well, I'm
Depends
not,
on what you mean by relying about him.
Yeah. Can you be
Or
a bit
relying
more
on
clear
him.
with your terms? What do you mean by rely on?
Yeah. So whether God exists or not is irrelevant. You rely on a concept of God to talk about God. In that way, you're much like a Christian.
Well, in the same way, if we're going to have a if this was a stream talking about Marvel Comics, we would be relying on Spider-Man and Professor X and all of these other fictional characters.
Yeah. I mean, if that's your claim, if your claim is that in order to have conversations about the Bible, I have to talk about the contents of the Bible, then I'd probably agree with you. It's a bit asinine, though.
No, I'm not talking specifically about the Bible. I'm talking about God, right? Because God didn't write the Bible. So what I'm saying is you rely on a concept of God in order to host these live streams where you hope to make money.
Well, it's not about making money. I'm not motivated by making money here. It's not about that. And that's a completely separate issue. But, you're talking about me right now. So are you relying on me?
Yes, I'm relying on you to have this conversation, John.
Well, in that case,
if you
when I'm talking about the God concept, I'm relying on the God concept when I have conversations about it.
By the way,
So
am
you
I relying
rely on
on
God?
am I relying on the concept of leprechauns to discuss leprechauns?
Yeah, you are. By his logic, you
Yeah.
absolutely
So
are.
yeah, that's not exactly a flex. So yes, we're
not.
relying on the concepts of the things we're talking about in
kind of
order
how
to
language
talk about
works.
them. So
that's how language and human
It's not
attention works.
Right, but it's not a flex. It's a fact that you rely on God.
Yeah, it's a
no,
fact. It's a
the
fact that you
concept- the
can't talk
concept of
about a
God.
concept. You can't talk about a concept without talking about the concept. Is basically your argument. You're sort of. I mean, I'm going to give you a bit more grace. You're sort of saying that
That's not really my argument,
that
but
my
I'll let you
operation,
finish. I'm sorry.
let me try and steelman your position. So you're kind of saying that everything I do here relies on the idea of this God, and that if the idea of this God wasn't around, I would have nothing to talk about, and therefore the idea of this God is what sustains me in my activity here. Is that a fair assessment of what you're saying?
Not your activity as a whole on TikTok, just these lives, but more so than that, you think and talk about God more than Christians do. So does that make God more or less real to you?
Oh, I mean, as a concept,
it's irrelevant as to whether it's irrelevant as to whether God actually exists. And as a correction, we don't rely on the actual things to talk about them, only the concepts of the things. So in the same way,
that's right.
If I'm going to discuss leprechauns, I rely on the concept of leprechauns. That's not exactly a revelation, nor is it meaningful.
And also,
sorry, there are people talking to me in chat, and I can't talk in chat because I'm muted. Sad face. But yes, I think I'm doing a very good job of proving that they rely on God right now.
I think you're doing a good job of equivocating between the concept of God and the ontological reality of God. Now you appear to be unable to tell those two apart, but they are significantly different. So somebody who writes Harry Potter fan fiction, for example, right, is relying on the concept of Harry Potter, but no one would say that that person has a relationship with Harry Potter or relies on Harry Potter. It's just that that's what's used in their work. I speak about God and religious concepts for a reason. It's not because I need God or I want God or I have a relationship with God or I'm relying on him for something as a character or a person. That happens to be central in the topic that I discuss, in the subject matter that I talk about, to the people who are interested in listening to what I have to say and telling me what they have to say. So in that sense, yes, God is a fairly central figure in these discussions a lot of the time. So what? What point do you think is established by observing that totally asinine and obvious fact?
Well, there's only one thing really, is that you said you don't need God, right? But very literally, you do need a concept of God in order to talk about God. We've already established this. So you rely on a concept of God in order to host these lives. You
So
rely
what?
on God.
So what?
No. Concept of God. You can't. You don't get to like. You don't get to quickly slip in God instead of concept of God right at the
That was
very
what I
end.
called you out on before, is don't equivocate on the concept of God and the ontological reality of God. If you can't tell the difference
What's the
between those
difference?
two, the difference is that one is a topic that someone can talk about, like a set of words with meanings, and the other is a thing that actually exists. Right?
Yeah,
So
I'm not
if all
saying
you're
that God
saying,
actually exists.
right,
I believe that God exists, right? But I'm not saying that God does exist 100%. I'm saying you rely on a
The
concept
concept
of
of
God
yes
so
to
what?
talk about
Yes.
God.
Everyone
So
in the
in a
world,
way,
everyone in the
you
world
rely
relies
on God.
Everyone in the world relies on the concepts of the things they talk about in order to talk about them. That's not a
Hey
profound
John.
point. Yo.
Hey John. Leprechauns are cool, and now I just relied on the concept of
amazing.
leprechauns, and therefore I rely on leprechauns.
You rely on leprechauns, Sean.
Therefore,
you do in order to talk about them. It's not hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
so
I
what?
agree.
So what?
It's not
so
hard,
what?
but
So
it's
yeah,
also
you're playing it.
irrelevant. At what point
It's like
do you hope to
Yes,
establish
just like
by
God existing is
ascertaining
irrelevant.
that?
it's a dumb like attempt at a gotcha.
No. It is a
Like
gotcha.
it's not the mic drop moment you think
it's
it
very
is.
simply a you rely on God.
It's
an
very
attempted
simply a
flex,
silly
but
word game is all it is. At best, it's a silly word
That's
game.
all anything we do is, John. Did nobody tell you?
No, we do
No, that's
much
all
more
you
important.
do.
We do more important things than silly word games. For example,
Oh, Freudian slip. He got
for example,
staggered.
the main reason I do this is actually because it helps to create community for people, and there's a value in that community. That's got nothing to do with what we talk about. It's got to do with what we see in each other and what we give to each other. And that's a thing that I almost every week get messages from people saying that they appreciate that and that the community they found here is helpful to them. That's got nothing to do with talking about God. That's something which is really meaningful to me to help facilitate that. And it gives me a lot of personal joy to watch connections forming between people who might otherwise not have been able to form those connections.
Yeah, but we have people in this community that have been through religious trauma, gone through all kinds of life-shaking experiences with their deconstruction from religion. This is a good support group for all those people. There's a lot of meaning behind this. So your little perceived mic drop of you rely on concepts to talk about concepts is absolutely means dog shit to us.
I mean, really, is that what you sat in the queue for an hour waiting to say? Is that it?
Yes, 100%. Okay. No, but aside from that, I don't not believe that you do this for community, right? I do think that is a very real thing, and I do think that community is valuable. I don't think that this is worthless. I just wonder if you realize that your community relies on God in order for the community to exist.
My community
Who
doesn't give a
gives
flying
a
fuck
fuck?
about God. My community rely on each other. Human actual beings who exist in the real world, not just in someone's imagination. Yes, there is a concept of divinity which shapes a part of their history that they share, but they're not relying on God, because it's the last thing they want to talk about. My friends on here and my community on here don't talk about God. They talk about each other. They talk about their experiences. They talk about their hurts, their vulnerabilities, their disappointments, their joys, their triumphs, their stories of like human connection. God never comes into those conversations. That's your community, dude. Don't get it twisted. Anyway, I think we're pretty much done with this topic. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Yeah, do you want to hear about how you're essentially a Bible thumper?
You can try, but I suspect it's going to be more silly word games along the line that I reference the Bible when I want to talk about the Bible, which is just a rehashing of
Or
this
actually,
last
actually, I
asinine
think
topic.
I know. I think he knows. I think I know where he's going with it. We discuss atheism and belief and everything like that, and we argue our position. So therefore, we're just like the Bible thumpers. Although, in contrast,
Surely.
I have never one time knocked on anyone's door and said, "Excuse me, sir, have you heard the bad news?" Or stood on the street corner with a bullhorn blasting at people who don't want to hear my shit. And in fact, I only discuss theology or debate theology in groups where it's like this, where it's a space where it's mutually agreed upon. Here I am, here you are. Let's debate this topic, and instead of like going into parking lot handing out atheist non-Bibles that don't exist, or approaching strangers, or pushing my belief on anybody who didn't freaking ask for my opinion. Only people on groups where the point of the group is to go there to exchange ideas with people you disagree with. But anyway, Yap House, go ahead and give us your pitch.
Don't worry, Annabella. I'm cackling while I'm on mute. It's okay. Anyway, yeah, no. Are you familiar with how the algorithm works? How it pushes things to people?
Yeah,
Nobody
of course.
quite knows exactly what the special source is, but we know
Yeah, no, I
that
don't know exactly how it
that
works,
there
but I
is an
know generally.
algorithm. It has a logic unto itself. But yes, what's your point?
Dude, yeah, no, like if I knew how the algorithm worked, I wouldn't be here. That's for sure. I'm sure you wouldn't be here either. But my point is, you don't go door to door asking, have you heard the good news? You don't
No,
stand
bad
on a
news.
corner shouting from a bullhorn. Excuse me. You don't go to a street corner and shout from a bullhorn, hey, have you heard the good news? But you do broadcast yourself doing it.
Guess what?
Doing
And
what?
that is essentially the same thing as a Bible thumper.
No.
Have you
You
heard the
did it.
bad news,
I got
so
to
to
correct
speak?
you on something.
Wait. I let you talk? Can you let me talk? Do you see my name?
I think it's worth clarifying.
I'm done.
That TikTok.
Oh,
has
you were already done speaking.
TikTok has a swipe
Yeah,
function.
so
It's really handy, and you can also. Hang on, let me just deal with this. This is TikTok checking that we're not AIs. It has a swipe function, and you can also request not to get content from a particular user. So if I pop up in someone's For You feed and they don't want to hear it, they just have to go, don't show me this, and it's done.
Yeah, exactly.
And I quite often say, very regularly, I say that my content is not intended to pull believers out of their faith. I'm not speaking to believers. I'm really explicit about that. I'm not evangelical about spreading my atheism to believers. I don't give a shit what people believe. I really don't care, as long as you're not pushing it on other people. If it helps you, great, good for you. My stuff is for people who want it. My stuff is for people who benefit from it. We do this because it helps people and it gives them something. And no one else is obligated to pay us a single second's attention, and I'm totally fine with that. Absolutely fine. I don't go into religious spaces spreading my ideas. I don't go knocking on Darth Dawkins' door to say, please, sir, can I come in and explain to you why you're all wrong. I don't give a shit what those people think. I don't care. We set up shop here in a tiny little corner of the internet, and anyone who wants to come by is welcome. And that's it. Is that all right?
Exactly. You don't push your beliefs on people any more than a Bible thumping Jehovah's Witness does. If a Jehovah's Witness knocks
That's a
on your
lie.
door, hold on. If a Jehovah's Witness knocks on your door and says, "Have you heard the good word?" you can say no and close the door, much like I can say, "I'm not interested in this kind of content."
Yeah,
Right?
You can. Absolutely free to do that.
Right. So
and
you
we
are
don't
just
contact.
like a Bible thumper.
I'm not knocking on people's doors.
Not literally,
if those people are
but
choosing,
figuratively, yeah.
if those people are choosing to spend their time on a social media platform which serves up all sorts of different content, and they're not training it well enough in terms of what kind of content they want.
Thank you for the bottle.
That's not my fault. That's not my fault. You know, these systems are very, very good at learning what you like and what you don't like. There's a reason why I never get gardening videos in my feed, because I'm not interested. And if I got any, I would either ignore them or say, please don't give me stuff like this. And it would learn. They're clever. They know. So anyone who is habitually getting my stuff is getting it because they've shown an interest in content like mine, even if it isn't mine. It's not difficult to train your TikTok app about what you like and what you don't. That's literally what it's for. So I'm not knocking people's
And also, let's not pretend the door-to-door is all Bible thumpers do. I've seen plenty. For example, the monks who were just trying to go about their day, and they were stopped by that evangelical, arguing with them, and that monk was just politely like, "Sir, you have your way, I have mine. We just want to be on our way, but I need to save your soul." We don't do shit like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just one example. In shopping malls, people like, Jesus is, and then like big crowds singing gospels inside a mall and big crowds on airplanes. There's all kinds of viral videos of that stuff going on. We don't do anything remotely like that. And I realize you're not really here in good faith. You know we're right. And you're just trying to like, quote unquote, own us. And I get that because you're a disingenuous person. But
right.
Yeah, but we know your game. You got the name Yap, and you're trying to live up to it, and that's fine.
I think I'm doing a very good job of living up to it. And baby, you're in the same game. I hate to tell you, but I'm going to hold your hand whenever I say it again. We're in the same game.
Well, I'm delighted that you've been able to put together a community of people who form friendships and help each other, and and find a value in that. If you're doing that too, then I'm really pleased for you, and I wish you well with yours. But with that, we're going to move on. Thank you for coming to talk to us, and well done for comporting yourself like a grown-up the second time round.
I love the subtle sarcasm at the end. Anyway.
Okay. We have to bring in Tony O'Malley, who's been waiting for absolutely ages. And then we have Hader. We've got Sonny back again. And of course, we have Baku. I hope you're okay for time, Baku. We'll get you back in as soon as we can. Hi, Tony.
Hi, how are you doing?
We are good. Thank you for waiting. You've been super patient. Very, very grateful for that.
Been an interesting conversation so far. And I agree. I dispensed with gods quite a while ago. But it's difficult to find communities where you can have that open discussion that's intelligent about it. With respect to the bottom three that I see, God is not morally good. I would probably agree with that. Hell is ridiculous. I'd agree with that as well. And Noah's flood. I heard there was some information or some old artifacts found that some people suggest may show that Noah actually existed. I don't know. What I found interesting, though, in your discussion was talking about nobody chooses what they believe.
Yeah.
In my situation, I was versed very deeply in Catholicism. And interestingly, I think what I attribute my leaving and becoming an atheist was I started enjoying science fiction, where I was exposed as pretty young and I'm talking about 12, 13, 14, into cultures that were fictional but didn't rely on any kind of God,
Interesting.
or even had bizarre fictional uh, type cultures where the gods were so crazily adapted to the fiction that it was almost, it was entertaining, but it was ridiculous as well. And
Yeah.
when I got, I'm 71 right now. When I got to be uh, in my 40s, I said, "There's all these people that believe in God," and I tried to figure out, is there some core belief that people are searching for or need that encourages them to adopt these ideas of a God. And I really did a lot of reading in a lot of different cultures, and uh, I didn't find a lot of things connecting them. I would say that I'm spiritual in that I enjoy meditation and mindfulness as a way of gathering peace to myself, but it has nothing to do with that. But I wondered, uh, because the topic is nobody chooses what they believe.
Yeah.
I believe I chose what not to believe, and I'm wondering if you could explore that a little bit.
Yeah,
I'd
for sure.
appreciate it.
So I would gently say you didn't. What happened was that over time you became unconvinced that those things were true. And that process wasn't something you chose to do. It was just something that happened to you. It might have happened because of choices you made. In other words, you might have made choices towards being more open-minded or broadening your reading or listening to other things, or as you say, reading science fiction, which made you think in a different way. But your process of becoming unconvinced wasn't itself a choice. It was just something that happened. It was a shift in the way you perceived the ideas that you had held before. And once that shift happened, belief wasn't an option for you anymore. It was literally impossible for you to believe once you were no longer convinced those things were true. So where your choice does lie is in being open to acknowledge those changes and broadening your mind before with other things you were reading. And I think it takes a lot of bravery and a lot of moral integrity to be willing to self-examine in that way, and that willingness is something you chose. So don't for a moment think that anything I'm saying here is taking away the credit you deserve, which is fully yours for being willing to question ideas and beliefs that you'd held for many, many years. That is entirely yours. But the bit that isn't yours, well, it's yours, but you couldn't have done anything about it, is literally just a calculation that went on in your brain when it was like you suddenly became aware, hang on a minute, I don't find this convincing anymore. That shift from the previous state to that state wasn't something that you can achieve just by choosing.
Now, I'm also confronted with uh, a conflict where I perceive many people who I believe don't really believe in God, but present themselves as believing in God. It's like everybody believes in God for an hour during church, and then they go on with the rest of their life ignoring everything they've been shown in that 1 hour.
Yeah.
And I always thought, are those people similarly not convinced, but just putting on a facade so they can get along?
There's certainly many people like that.
Yeah.
I'm always careful to question the contents of someone else's mind. But sometimes there are, I think there can be justification to do so. I'm just always very selective, when I'm going to either outwardly or internally like accuse somebody of being dishonest about their own belief state, because I know it really peeves me when Christians often do that to me. Like, God exists, trying to tell me I really secretly believe I'm just rebelling, that sort of thing, because that'll happen to us a lot. But undoubtedly there are people in the pews who stop believing. We know that for a fact.
Yeah, and to some extent, I was one of those persons.
Yeah.
Even though when I was quite young, before I was even an adult, I'd really given up on my belief in God. But from time to time, particularly after I got married and had children, I started going to a nearby Catholic church. I was raised Catholic, and I ended up being a leader in the church. But I always was kind of cagey because whenever I discussed it with the pastor, I'd always told him, I I I am challenged to find faith, which was my way of saying I really don't believe. And I
Yeah.
think he understood that, and he didn't care, but I was useful to the community, and I
Yeah, for
enjoyed
sure.
the community.
Of course, of
Um,
course. And the
but
community is the biggest value in all of that stuff is the community, as what I was trying to explain
I
to
agree.
our yappy friend before, is like the biggest value in what we do here is the community. And okay, it's not the same kind of community. If I get a leaky roof, my friends from TikTok aren't going to come and help me fix my roof, but there's a different type of community. And so yeah, I get why people stay in that situation. And I suspect, there's no way of knowing what those numbers are, but I suspect they're pretty high.
Well, I'm going to ask you to help me with one last thing, and that is I'm not sure whether I'm actually an atheist or an agnostic.
Oh, I can help
And
you
the
with that
reason I
straight
say
away.
that, yeah,
I
the
can help you with
reason I
that.
say that is,
Sorry, man.
and let me just say why I wonder, and that is because, and you alluded to it, I keep my mind open
Yeah,
that maybe there could be some evidence
that's fine.
someday,
You're,
somewhere, as we learn
you
So
can
do
more
say
I.
about
that.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's really about definitions here, and we don't want to get caught up in semantics. But an atheist isn't someone who is certain there's no God. And agnosticism isn't a halfway stop between theism and atheism. The way to think about it is you're either a theist or at the moment you're not. You can be not a theist and be completely open to the possibility of there being a God. You're still an atheist. You're just kind of reasonable in your atheism. You're like, that's where I am. It's where Sean is. So being an atheist doesn't commit you to saying there is no God. You're just saying, like, I'm not convinced by any of the evidence I've seen so far. I remain open-minded. That's fine. So you can be both. So you can be an agnostic atheist, which is what I am, it's what Sean is, and I'd bet it's what a lot of our friends in here are too. It just means you don't claim to have knowledge that there's no God. You just haven't been convinced yet that there is one. So you withhold belief until there is evidence. That's a very reasonable position to take.
How do you explain, and sometimes I wonder, could that ever happen? To me, at least, I've heard it happen to people who speak of this. Is can you have one of those St. Paul moments? What is that about going on in the mind? If you have any insight into that.
Yeah, people have transformative experiences all over the world, all the time, in lots of different cultures and traditions. Sometimes it takes an extreme event. There are people, I always think about that guy who walked away from that air crash in India last year, the only survivor of like 300 people or something. He literally walked out of the plane. Everyone else on the plane lost their lives. Imagine having an experience like that and how that would shake you up. or a really intense emotional experience or something like that. People happen. These things happen. People have experiences which shake them to the core and make them lean into other ways of thinking. And it could happen to anyone. It could happen to me. I mean, I don't think it will. I'd like to think that I've spent enough time thinking about these issues that if I suddenly found myself in an extreme situation, I wouldn't immediately start, looking for a Bible to clutch. But you never know. I think, human psychology is fragile and people are easily perturbed. And in extreme situations, people react in lots of different ways. And we would expect that from any given belief perspective, there's going to be a certain percentage of people who radically switch to a different one. I mean, one of the most interesting versions of that I've seen recently is Ayaan Hirsi Ali. I don't know if you know who she is. Have you heard her name?
I think I have. Is she the one who wrote that book? She's a physician.
No, she did write a book.
I think of the same one.
She wrote a couple of books. So just in a nutshell, without getting bogged down, she was from a Somali background. She grew up in an Islamic family. She rebelled against it. She ran away from a forced marriage, and she became a leading light in atheism. She was a really inspiring woman, super bright, really, really like.
What's her name again?
Ayaan Hirsi Ali. She wrote a book called Infidel, which is beautifully written, tells her story. And she was a real leading light in, I would say she was for a while, she was the sort of leading kind of female atheist. She was really amazing. Friends with Sam Harris, a really amazing voice for secularism. She did a lot of work in support of women facing religious oppression in Muslim countries and stuff like that. And she was friends with a filmmaker called Theo van Gogh in the Netherlands, who was murdered in the street because they made a documentary film about Islam, and he was murdered in the street, and there was a note pinned to his chest with a knife that had her name on it to come next, kind of thing. And she was a really amazing woman, and for years she was a sort of leading light. And then about 2 years ago, she announced she's become a Christian. The whole kind of world of internet atheism was completely shocked. It was the last thing anyone expected to happen. And now she is a Christian. And, there's interviews there's discussions where Richard Dawkins is saying, Ayaan, what happened to you? What do you mean you believe all of this stuff now? And it's quite shocking. It is quite shocking because she made really lucid, rational arguments, and she's not making them now. So it could happen. These things do happen. And it's explainable.
I'm very accommodating of people who are believers in God, whatever it might be. And the reason being is I come from that place where I had cancer a while back, and I survived it, thankfully.
Good.
That's great.
When you're facing the end, and if you're an atheist, at least my atheism suggests that the lights go out. Everything you love, everybody you know, everything's gone. It ends. Makes life very dear in the meantime.
Yeah.
But I can understand why people grope that ego of theirs wants them to continue that existence somewhere, if not here.
Yeah.
And it's a compelling desire, I think. And I recognize it. I mean, I'd love to live as long as I can.
Sure.
Because I love how I'm living. And
I can recommend something to read, actually. I don't know if people who know me know I'm a massive fan of Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan, the final book that I think it was his final book, was a series of essays called Billions and Billions. It's a beautiful book. It's just a series of non-connected, you can read them in any order, pieces of his writing about various things. And in that book, he talks about, in one of his essays, he talks about his own mortality because he was diagnosed with terminal cancer and he knew he was dying. And he reflects on it. book, and it's been some years since I read it, but it's very moving and it's very brave and it's very honest, and it's very inspiring. I mean, I don't think he had a bad sentence in him, but I very much recommend that. The book is called Billions and Billions, and one of the essays in there is him reflecting on his own mortality.
Yeah, and I like Carl Sagan.
I would actually like to read that, and I'll be honest. One of the things I struggle with, not to an extreme degree, but is my own mortality when I stopped believing, because I think life is too short, and it would be nice to think there's something after, or at least we could live like 1,000 years would be great, right? But I'm 52. It's like if I do extremely well, it's like halfway over. That's if I'm lucky, right? And most atheists I talk to seem to be just, at least outwardly, just fine with their own mortality. I don't like the idea that, it's basically even though I know I won't be suffering or I won't have a care in the world. I don't like the idea of just not existing, no more. It'll be like before I'm born. But I just have to accept reality as reality is. And I could see why people, that alone, not just the fear of hell, but that alone can make people, oh, I don't even want to consider this other possibility, because they have such comfort in you're going to be with God and your family, and you have this whole fantasy about the afterlife. And one last thing, I've always wondered if growing up religious with this belief in the afterlife causes you to be less equipped mentally, emotionally, or what have you, for your own mortality, versus learning to cope with it all the way from childhood through your life experience. I wonder if it causes you to be not as adjusted to the idea as you otherwise would have been, having this fantasy, and then the fantasy's ripped away.
Interesting. Yeah.
Well, I think part of what religion does is because life can be very, very hard for lots of people. And even in a good life, there's hard parts. And I think what religion promises, even though it can't deliver eventually, in my book,
right,
it promises a reward. And I suppose, because I think hell is ridiculous as well as heaven, but it promises you a reward and then I guess a punishment as well. But people don't really worry or expect punishment. Every time I hear some story about, I almost died, I saw the white light, and I said, why was it white? Couldn't it have been red? Head the other way, maybe, And
that's right. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
And so come on, I know how you lived. But the Catholic Church is kind of interesting in all its ways of dealing with weird questions. Developing limbo and purgatory. When I was a kid, I remember I'd add up all the years I'd save off purgatory by saying certain prayers. Gosh. And now I see it's ridiculous, but in a sense, these guys had it figured out how to really pull on your head.
Oh yeah. Well, Tony, thank you so much for coming in. I hope you feel it was worth the long wait, and we really enjoyed talking to you. And you've definitely got props from people in the chat, both on YouTube and over here as well. So we really enjoyed it, and thank you for coming up. And
thank you for having us.
Please know that you're very welcome in our little clan here, our little community that we have. So we'll be really happy to see you again.
Okay.
All right, buddy. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay, Hader has been waiting for absolutely ages, and we have Lacadian back again. We've got Sunny, and of course Baku. I feel terrible about keeping Baku up this late. Show must go on.
Yeah, it's just been a busy night. Yeah.
I suspect actually. Come on, Hader is not. It's not coming in. Let's try. Hader, can you request up again, because it's not working. I don't know why it does that. Let's see. And you just never know with this stuff. Maybe it's maybe Hader left and it just didn't update the queue. But then when I thought that was the
Yeah.
case with Yap earlier, he came straight back. Okay, well, failing that, we will we'll bring Baku in, just because it's getting super late in the UK and I don't want to keep Baku up any later. And then we have the lovely Sunny waiting as well. Baku, welcome back, my friend. Sorry about that, and thank you for waiting.
All right, I've been listening, and it's been very entertaining the last few ones that I've been on.
Good, good. Well, we're happy to have you back in. What else have you got? Where had we got to? You were working your way down the list, weren't you?
We were. I had one more question on the God is not morally good.
Right.
I have one question for hell is ridiculous. And then I said I accidentally wrote down the God hates women category, but I added, I think it was 2 questions for the Noah's Flood one. I'd quickly wrote down while listening.
Amazing. I mean, you can do God
So I'll
hates
just-
women if you want, because we still maintain that that's true, but it's totally up to you.
Well, I'm not sure how long you'd keep me up for.
Well, what we'll do is let's do 2 or 3 now, and then I'm mindful Sunny's also been waiting a while, and I don't want her to have to wait too long either. So we'll do 2 or 3 now, and then we'll deal with Sunny, and then we'll see where we're at, because it's getting on a bit, but let's see how we go.
Okay.
Right.
Where was I? There we are. The question is for the second topic, and it is: does calling God not morally good assume God has moral obligations, and where would those obligations come from? Where would those obligations come from?
I definitely
To say
think
God is not. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I definitely think that if you're going to say that someone is not good, then it's implied by that they do have some kind of obligations, because someone with 0 obligations couldn't fail to meet them, and the obligations could be really minimal. An obligation could be don't cause harm, for example. That's an obligation. You know, we all have the obligation to not beat children, etc. So when I say that God is not morally good, what I actually mean is he fails to live up to certain moral obligations which are entailed by the label of goodness, which is where we got into such a silly discussion earlier, where our guest was trying to kind of broaden the scope of goodness to include causing avoidable unnecessary harm. And so I think that God does have moral obligations, even if he's sovereign, right? This is why so many people say to me, well, who are you to judge God? I could grant God's ultimate sovereignty and still say that in order to be good, that he would have obligations. Now, of course, he would have the perfect right not to fulfill those obligations and do whatever he wants, but then I'm not going to call him good. I'm not going to be good anymore. Sean, you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think any sentient being has a moral obligation to other sentient beings. Period. There's no real exception there. I just just getting kind of on a philosophical level, the obligation doesn't mean like an objective obligation. Just that if they don't treat others with kindness and respect, then they are not. I just don't consider them to be good.
Okay. And then the one question I had for Hella's Ridiculous is, it's probably an easy question, but I thought I'd have to come up with something for this topic. I can't just leave it blank. Do you think hell is inherently ridiculous or only ridiculous within certain frameworks?
I think I could. Okay, so ridiculous is a strong word, and the reason I used ridiculous is, I mean, I probably should have or could have fleshed this out a bit more. I don't think that it's inherently ridiculous to have some notion of some sort of punishment, right? that in itself isn't ridiculous. I don't like it. It's not how I would run things. I think that the concept of retributive punishment is a bit silly and unnecessary, and there are better ways of doing things. But I think when I say hell is ridiculous, what I really mean, I mean, what I'm referring to here is punishment for non-belief is really ridiculous. And the other thing that would be ridiculous is punishment for anything if it's infinite, if it's of infinite duration. That is also ridiculous, morally ridiculous. Sean, what do you think?
Okay. Sean, are you the same?
Yeah, same thing.
Okay. Okay. And then just to kick off the woman, God hates woman one.
Yeah.
The question I had for it is hate being used as a literal description of God's attitude or as a moral shorthand for perceived injustice, and does the difference matter?
Yeah. Okay. So it's very, I mean, it's a very clickbaity thing of me to write God hates women, right?
Yeah.
What would be more accurate is to say that I mean, hate is a very strong word, right? So what would perhaps be more accurate is to say that the treatment of women prescribed by God is very unfair. And so you could say, well, could one legitimately conclude from that then that God does hate women? Because you would need to be fairly, I don't know, you would need to think fairly lowly of an entire section of, half the population living at any given time to create laws and societal obligations which are so disadvantageous to them and so disrespectful to them, and to tell them that they need to, they need to always submit to their husbands and to, all of these things. You can't think very highly of them to do all of that stuff. It may not reach the threshold for actual hate, although when I think about Deuteronomy 22:13, and the requirement, the whole thing about the virginity test, and if a man accuses his bride of not being a virgin, then if her parents and family can't prove that she was one by displaying a bloodied sheet from the consummation bed, from the marital chamber, then she gets stoned to death. I think that probably does reach the threshold of hating women, actually. And the law that if a woman is sexually abused within the city, if she doesn't scream loudly enough, she gets stoned to death because it's deemed as having been consensual. That's disgusting. And so any deity that would propose that as a law, at a minimum, has mummy issues, and more likely probably does hate women. Sorry, that was a really long answer.
I think perhaps more concise would be thinks less of women or does not respect women. There's another one that's always stood out to me, that's a little less shocking, but still highly misogynistic and very telling, is in the New Testament. I don't remember the verse, but where the women are instructed to be silent, not have authority over man, etc. And the reason it gives, for it was Eve who was deceived by the serpent. And, Adam ate the apple too, or the fruit, or whatever it was. They both did the thing, but the woman is being blamed.
He threw her under the bus in like half a second. He literally pointed at her and said, "It wasn't me, it was her." Stand up, man. Yeah. Excellent. Well, Baku, thank you for that.
Questions.
Thank you very, 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 very much for that, and for your input always. And I know that I've broken a promise to you today, because I promised that I would show your art on the next live, and just one thing and another today.
It's all right.
I forgot to get it together, but I promise I will try to do it for next time, because I want people to see your creations. So
and we can turn that into a prompt, right?
Yeah, we can do a thing with it for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you.
All right, no worries. If you want, I can stay in the queue again. I honestly don't mind.
Yeah, well, why don't you do that, and we'll see how we go. So yeah, stick
Okay.
yourself back in the queue, and then if we reach a point, we'll bring you
Yep.
back in for more fun.
All right, lovely.
All right, thanks, buddy. All the best.
All right.
Okay, I honestly don't know how he does it. He just keeps on coming up with them, and they're all good. Okay, as promised, bringing in the very lovely Sunny. Hopefully, Sunny is still
Hello.
there. Hey, Sunny, how are you?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
We're well, thank you. Say hello to our friends on YouTube. We've gone up in the world today. We're dual streaming. So
Hello, friends
I
on
keep
YouTube.
I keep forgetting they're there.
Yep.
I didn't know they were there.
Yep.
How many do you have watching
It's
right
a
now?
small
Or
it's a
at
small
any
crowd
given moment?
over on YouTube. It's a small crowd at the moment. It's only 36 in there right now.
Okay.
But I remember when it was less than
Where
that
do I-
here.
Where do I find you on YouTube?
Just search my name. It should come up. Is John Cohen Official is the actual handle now on YouTube.
Okay.
You can just search me up.
Good.
I should. Yeah. So
Well,
welcome, Sunny.
I was not. Thank you. I was not going to participate tonight. Just monitor. But then you had two people come on that prompted me. And one of them was, I think, something about liberty, all about liberty. And it just, that made me think of something, her not being able to understand why the belief is not a choice. And I thought, would it be a simple way to explain it, that because belief is a biological function of the brain organ, as opposed to a function of the mind, which is, consciously or unconsciously manipulated. We could self-manipulated or manipulated by others. It was just something that came back to me when I in grad school studying mind versus brain.
That's interesting.
Would that be an accurate way?
It's an interesting framing, because I see brains and minds being on sort of different conceptual levels, because a brain is a thing that you can hold in your hand, locate in space, that can be physically damaged. A mind isn't a concept in quite the same category, and I see a mind as being the sort of I think about minds as being the kind of product of a functioning brain. Is that when a brain works, a mind emerges. A mind is a thing that kind of happens. So I'm not.
I sort of go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
go on, Sean. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah. So I sort of, it's analogous to me. There's differences people could point out, but sort of like the brain is the computer and the mind is the software. That's,
Yeah.
I don't know what you think of that analogy there.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Would it be accurate to say that the reason that belief is not a choice is because belief takes place in the organ, the brain? It's a biological function where, as opposed to the mind, which that's where choice takes place.
But we're in danger
So-
there of falling into sort of a lot of sorry, my words have lost me now. Determinism, sorry, hard determinism, because everything that happens by that sort of logic takes place in the organ of the brain, right? So the choice to have a cup of tea rather than a cup of coffee is also a function of the organ of the brain. But I do think it's important to differentiate between the choice to have a cup of tea and a cup of coffee and the so-called choice to believe something and not believe them. So I'm slightly hesitant to make that argument, because they could say, well, if that's your case, if that's what you're saying, then belief is on the same level as the other kind of choices that you can make. Does that make sense? Why I might take that position?
I think we're saying the same thing, just in a different way.
Yeah, maybe we are. I mean, where you're definitely right is that we understand that the processes that determine whether we believe something or not are functions of a brain, right? They are physical
Right,
functions.
a biological function.
Yeah, we know that. And And I guess what I'm saying is I'm slightly hesitant to go there, because that line of argument can then be applied to every cognitive thing we do, which also relies on a brain. And if we do that, we're in danger of losing the distinction between one flavor of cognitive thing we do, which is, shall I have tea or shall I have coffee? And another flavor of cognitive thing we do, which is, do I find this convincing? Because in the first case of tea and coffee, I think
you're saying.
You could argue that you still have some agency, but in the second case, I really don't think you can. And I'm loath to give up the distinction between them by leaning into the physical.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I am understanding it, that we're in agreement that the reason that belief is not a choice is because once you have all of the input from studying, listening, whatever, you have all of the data input, then your brain actually makes the decision.
Correct.
Whether to believe. Okay.
Yeah, and that process of determining whether you feel a sense of conviction isn't something you can command by will. You can't just decide. If you think about something that you currently don't find convincing, you can't decide, now I'm going to start finding it convincing. It's just not possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We are saying the same thing.
We are.
And then the other one was our friend, the Laughing Yap.
Oh yes.
But, and don't take this wrong, because I think I could understand what he was trying very ineptly to say, was that you, John, and you, Sean, too, quote the Bible to question people's belief in God when God can exist separate from the Bible, which you and Sean both pointed out to him, but he didn't hear you. He didn't listen to you. But he wasn't getting that, or he wasn't acknowledging that almost all people who are going to come to the chat, they base their beliefs, their non-beliefs, their questions, their opinions on whatever religious text that they're familiar with.
Yeah.
And they've read or that have formed their beliefs. So you couldn't have these lives without referencing the Bible or the Quran or
Yeah.
the Torah.
He was basically his entire mentality was like, my tribe versus your tribe. This is a competition. Who's going to win? And that's how he was approaching it. So, just a lot of, well, if it wasn't for God, you wouldn't have these conversations. And you guys are Bible, you guys are Bible thumpers too. You know what I mean? It was posturing. It wasn't an attempt at a real conversation, but it was actually worthy of discussion anyway. And he, for the most part, behaved himself. So,
Yes, he did the second time around.
yeah. So we got value out of him regardless of what his intentions were.
He got me to join in.
Well, that's definitely a value, Sonny. We're always happy to talk to you.
I don't know if you noticed or not when All About Liberty was actually on there in the chat itself. She was posting, and she was just posting laughy faces. The whole time you were speaking and she wasn't. She was just posting.
I had my doubts about her before I even brought her in. Even seeing her name set me on edge a little bit. She wasn't here for anything other than...
oh, yeah. She just came out guns blazing and very hostile.
Yeah.
Even look, if you're in here and you're thinking about coming up and you disagree with us, the mentality she brought was like, it's 2 against 1. So right there, that subtle language, she was looking at it like, I'm going to try to get you and you're going to try to get me. And we're just trying to like calmly have a conversation with people. And we have people, they disagree with us. We have a long talk. They leave disagreeing with us, but everything can remain amicable and we could share ideas. but no ideas got shared. She wasn't in receive mode to even hear our ideas or even care to consider them. It was a competition.
Definitely. For her just to keep saying that you're pushing anything on anyone, she obviously hasn't been in the lives very often.
Yeah,
Because
she just didn't like it. She literally this was just icky for her, and she needed to come up and express that this was icky for her. Well, I hope she feels better having got it off her chest. She needs to learn to listen
Maybe
more
she
and
had
talk
a
less.
bad day.
Maybe she was
Maybe
very
she had a
rude,
bad
but
day.
there's no way I would ever go into somebody else's space and behave in that kind of rude way. There's an entitlement about it. Imagine if someone came into your physical home and did that. Like, I'm not suggesting for a moment that this live is my physical home, but it's kind of, this is our little corner, right? This is one of
Right.
hundreds of thousands or millions of available, online spaces that people can congregate in. This is just the little one that we've built, and to think that you can go into someone else's space in that way and then behave in that way and be, it was the same with Darth Dawkins when he came in as well, thinking that he could just
Yeah.
take over like that. It's so entitled, it's so emotionally immature to do that. I would never dream of doing that. If I go into someone else's, I mean, I don't normally go into other people's lives, but I sometimes do, and I always have a feeling that I'm like in someone else's space that they've created, and to be a little bit deferential with that in mind. Maybe I'm just too British. I don't know.
Unfortunately, no, you're civilized. Unfortunately, I've noticed there are far too many spaces that are like that are just argumentative, and they get nothing. I get nothing out of them. I've never. That's why yours is the very first live I've ever listened to. And since I listened to yours, I know Sean and I wound up in the same one today or yesterday. One that I
I think
just,
both.
yeah, it could be, but this is the first one ever that I came across that they've all just scared me. People behaving so badly.
Yeah, they're
just
not nice.
not want to do that. But the only other thing I wanted to say was actually to Sean, because of something you said. Oh, by the way, Sean, thank you for the advice earlier.
Yeah, of
That
course. I hope it was helpful. I didn't feel like it was
very,
much advice, but
is
go
very
ahead.
cool. Very. But I want, just because of something you said right before I came on, Sean, about since you deconstructed having a little bit of a fear of the afterlife, and what would be there, or what, if anything, would be there. And you said something about, about if there's, you were wondering if people who are born into faith, born into believing in an afterlife, if, their fantasy, if it would change them in any way, if their fantasy would be just ripped away. Well, you won't know if your fantasy's ripped away, number one, because you'll be dead. So I can't see that it really hurts to believe in it.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah. Go ahead.
well, the only other thing I wanted to say that hope it might bring you a little bit of comfort. I died. I don't want that to bring you comfort, but was in the hospital a few years ago, and they gave me a medication that killed me. And the last thing I remember was just a bunch of ruckus and being put on a table with machines hooked up to me, and the doctor saying that they were losing me. But then I never went anywhere. And I remember seeing them going out into the hall, him sending a nurse out into the hall to get a crash cart, is what he said. And her coming to a crash cart with a little sticky note saying that it was out of order. And I watched her run all the way down to the emergency room.
Wow.
And grabbed another crash cart from the emergency room, run all the way back, and then them hooking me up to it and shocking me. And then the second time they shocked me, then I remember opening my eyes and I was back feeling pain and everything. But the first thing I remember the doctor saying is, "You were gone for quite a while. We didn't think we were going to bring you back." And I just said to him, "Well, it would have been a lot quicker if the first crash cart hadn't been out of order." And he just stepped back, said, "There's no way you could know that." And then I went through to him and the nurse with everything that had happened, and nobody could explain it. But I know there was no difference between, I mean, whatever makes me me, my essence, my spirit, my soul, whatever, when my body died, there was no awareness of that. It was
Yeah.
just, so you do go on, I know that, or I did go on for a few minutes. I don't know what happens after that. I didn't see lights or angels or my grandmother, but I went on. I'm sure of that. So if
Well,
that helps you to maybe want to believe in an afterlife, there's a short one at least.
I just want to believe whatever is true, and I highly suspect it's just like the best description would be like before you were born. Everything I know leads me to strongly believe that's the case.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I do take comfort in knowing, like, I really am not convinced at all that there's anything uncomfortable or hell or anything like that. But, the idea of non-existence, that kind of sucks. But yeah, what I brought up before is that I don't know if it's the case, but I suspect in many cases, having formerly believed in an afterlife and then you stop believing leaves you less like prepared or equipped than somebody that spent their whole life kind of making peace with the idea that, hey, this life is finite and this is all we get.
Yeah.
But I appreciate your story, and I'm really glad you came through and you're still with us, Sonny, because we enjoy having you around.
Well, I enjoy you guys immensely. You've added a lot to my life.
Thank you, Sonny, and you have
Thank
to
you.
ours
That
too.
means a lot.
Yeah, we'll speak soon
Well,
for
y'all
sure.
have a good night.
And you take
I'm
care.
sorry.
Yeah, we'll speak to you soon. Thanks, Sonny.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Okay. We have Kay Penny. Is it Pen or Penny? I wonder. Hey, Kay. Hey, Kay.
Hi.
Hello.
This is always so weird to me. I've only done this a couple times, and I'm like, ah.
Well, there you go.
You're talking to me. Okay. So, yeah, your prompts. I am in the deconstructing process, and I feel like I believe with everything that you've got up there.
Yeah.
I have a friend. Okay, just a short background on myself. I was in church at a week old. I am 53 years old. I grew up in the church. My dad was a pastor. He's obviously retired now because he's in his 80s. My first marriage was to a pastor. I went to Bible college. I have a minor in Bible, which really does not mean a ton because, I was like 20, 21, that kind of thing. So, I'm like, just, yeah, whatever they tell me is the truth because, I mean, how many Bibles are out there? This is truth, right? And so literally I just started this deconstruction process about a year ago, and it's just kind of floored me. it's like I don't know what to believe because I see everything that you're saying on there, and I agree with it. And I sit there and go, okay, so it is a known fact that they took the names of God out of the Bible and replaced it with God and Lord, right? I mean, those are changed. So that alone says the Bible has been messed with. So in my mind, I'm kind of like, okay, so is there a God that we have been disconnected with because we're doing things completely wrong? And when they say generalized God, is it like the good things we see? Is that the one that we're supposed to be modeling our life after and things like that? So I guess that's where I have confusion because this is how I've grown up. And so I have a friend that I reached out to because she actually deconstructed, went through the whole thing for 5 years, was like, absolutely not. And then she said that she had I guess, a come to Jesus moment. I guess she described it as by saying, you know what? You're going to have to show me something. And if you show me, then I am going to live how I'm supposed to live. And I'm going to have to, I'm going to do everything I can to prove this. And she said, and I did. And she didn't go into detail about what that was. And I didn't ask, but she actually went to seminary and she is like, everything, every question I have, she has an answer for. And I'm going, but how? Like it literally says that he caused people to eat their babies. He caused people to eat their fathers and the fathers to eat their sons. And I'm
he
going,
delighted in it as
how?
well. He delighted in it. He didn't do it reluctantly. He delighted in it.
Right. And that's where my mind is just like, how?
So,
Like, what?
so KP,
And my name is Kim, by the way. It's
okay, Kim. Yes, sorry. And if I see you again, I have the memory of a goldfish. I may ask again your name.
It's totally fine. Me as well.
Okay. All right. So, because I went through my own deconstruction, and so the first bit of advice that I think is really important is don't put pressure on yourself. It's okay to say I don't know. You don't have to say, come to a conclusion and I must figure out what the right conclusion is. There's no pressure. This is just a belief state and you're in an exploratory thing because you're actually at a wonderful time where you're giving yourself the freedom to question. And those questions shouldn't come with, if you want to ascertain truth, it shouldn't come with bias. So I'm even going to encourage you not to try to stop believing, but don't try to believe. Just care about what's true, and I want to believe what's true, and I'm not going to pressure myself to come to an answer until it's appropriate and everything makes sense from a logical, rational standpoint. So just don't put pressure on yourself. And I can I can tell you this. So for me, and this is very common, Christianity fell away first simply because stories like Noah's Ark up there in the prompt. Christianity fell away rather easily for me. And then but I still believed in just sort of, there's probably a creator God or of some sort that created the universe and et cetera. Sort of just my own awe and incredulity about the wonders of why is there something rather than nothing, right? And then later I realized I don't have a reason to even believe that much. And I just accepted the fact that I guess I'm an atheist. And it came from there. Now, the thing is if there's a God who is all powerful, he could easily make it so everybody on the planet knows I'm this God. This is the right religion. These are my rules. Here's the facts of reality pertaining to me. I mean, literally all powerful now. Every single human being on the planet, he can make it so we all know he exists, but he doesn't. Instead, it's set up in such a way where if you're born in India, you're probably going to be a Hindu or a Buddhist in Thailand or any number of Islamic countries, you'd probably be Islamic. He could sort that all out. So,
Right.
and also, being an atheist doesn't necessarily mean being convinced no gods at all exist. It just means you are not convinced any do. And that's where I'm at. I don't know why there's something rather than nothing. Maybe there is some amazing being out there that could reasonably be called a god that is responsible for everything. But I'm just not going to accept that until there's sufficient evidence for it. So I don't claim to know there's no gods. I'm just not convinced there is.
Yeah.
And if you find yourself in that state, you're an atheist. And you don't have to wear the label. You don't have to identify as an atheist or even tell anyone you're an atheist. But just definitionally, that's what you are.
Right. And I said to her, my friend, I said, okay, so here's the thing. I said, if somebody, for some strange reason, dropped on an island, they're 5 years old. They grow up by themselves. They search for food. They make it. They have zero belief. They're going to hell. And she was like, well, I feel like that God shows people in his nature. And I said, okay, let's go with that. Okay. So if I am on an island and I have no beliefs whatsoever, and I start, I'm talking to myself, I have my intuition, I have whatever, and I'm looking at nature, my immediate belief is, oh, okay, so I see that mothers are having babies and they are nursing them and they are protecting them. I'm not saying fathers are bad at all, but in that situation, that is what my conclusion would be. My conclusion would also be, oh, when I die, I must be coming back because the leaves fall off the trees, the flowers go away, but they come back, the grass goes away and it comes back. That would be my automatic belief if nature is to show us. And so I'm like, so how, I don't get how somebody, and again, this has been my entire life, but I don't get how someone can say, this is the only way this is going to happen, like, or you're going to burn in an eternal hell. That is not even how we're born. Like,
yeah.
You have to have a belief taught to you.
Right.
To not burn in hell.
Yeah. And
what?
And whether you're going to believe the right thing is largely contingent on where you're born.
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Like one of the things that I remember hearing somebody say is, well, everybody is going to hell in somebody else's religion.
Yeah. What?
And it hit me like, what? That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
the thing is, even if the Bible didn't have so many both moral and logical and factual absurdities in it, even if none of those were in there, let's say the Bible was a completely coherent story of an all good, all creator God that created the universe, that still doesn't get you to God. Even if the absurdities weren't in there, there would have to be corroborating evidence independent of the claims in the Bible to substantiate it in order to warrant belief.
Right. Okay, so here's the thing. What started me in this process is because, well, I was a Christian who went to church and listened to, all the pretty verses, right? And some of the controversial ones. Okay, I listened to my pastor. I'd go home. I would read. I'd feel bad because I didn't read enough. I would read the pretty verses and be like, well, that was nice. That was nice. Well, and then somebody, of course, I only got on TikTok like a year and a half ago. And so I see one of these flat earth things come up. And my immediate thought is, oh my gosh, there's a firmament. Like, this is what? So my whole point in digging to the Bible was to prove that, oh my gosh, they're right. They're right. And as I'm digging, I'm going, wait, what? He caused them to eat their babies?
So
it pleased him to smash him against the rocks? Like,
Yeah.
what? Wait, what? This is not okay. This is not the God that I've been taught about.
Yeah, it's
And so when I
shocking.
said it to one of my friends, they were like, that friend, a couple friends actually, to question it, they were like, yeah, no, because he's God. And I'm going, that's a reason?
Right.
Like, what?
Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing watching people justify this stuff? It never stops shocking me. I do this. I mean, we do this all the time.
No.
It never stops shocking me. They come in, and I'll offer them a. You know the story of David's punishment for his infidelity with Bathsheba, right? Do you remember this?
Great.
Yeah, that David is unfaithful. It's in 2 Samuel. He's unfaithful with Bathsheba, and so the punishment for that is his wives get raped. Like, that's completely insane. Go and sexually abuse innocent women who themselves were the victim of his infidelity, arguably.
Yes.
Right, and then you watch people come in and try and make sense of that, and they were like, well, yes, because God is goodness is defined in terms of this, and He's the ultimate. And if you created everything, you watch them twisting themselves into pretzels. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, her reasoning.
Mad,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
her reasoning was it was more torture for David to live and see everything he loved die than for him to be taken and wake up in heaven. And I'm going, I'm sorry, what?
God killed an innocent baby as part of that package of punishment as well.
It raped the wives. I said, why did they deserve that?
Yeah. What did they do?
I'm like, what? That makes zero sense.
Yeah. It's
Zero.
Madness. But they will always justify it.
And so that leads me to you can't choose what you believe. So I told her, I said, so basically, I'm going to go to an eternal hell because when I read that, I'm disgusted because the Bible tells me what is supposed to be morally good.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know that, but they also describe that same thing, like God in his own words. I created evil. All the things that he enjoys the killing. And so I'm like, so if we're supposed to believe that the moral stuff is good for us, but we're not supposed to believe it for him because he's God and he just is.
Yeah, might makes right. It's just might makes right. It's
and I said, so my problem is in digging into the Bible to prove it, it has made me question it, and my eyes and my heart cannot see him as a loving God.
Yeah.
I'm like,
that's a common
that's
thing.
not a belief that's not a belief I can change.
Yeah, that's a common thing that creates atheists out of Christians is actually reading the Bible.
It's the most common. It's the most common.
For real.
Yeah, it's horrific.
But I just wanted to tell you guys I appreciate your live because it is very kind and thoughtful, and like I have been in some of the crazy ones and I've listened to them as well, and it's been lots of helpful information. It's just you're just much more calm.
Well, thank you, Kim.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. And speaking of kind and calm, Yap is up next.
I know. I see him. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, that might be our swan song for the night. But Kim, you're very, very welcome here, and you've already got. There's been already messages. I don't know if you saw them. Supportive messages for you in the chat from the community. You're very, very welcome. Please hang out with us. It's awesome watching this happen. Every now and again, another person comes along, like you, and then becomes part of the little group, a part of the little community, and then they are the people, welcoming others into it later. And I can't tell you how much it fills my heart to see it happen. So please know that this is a good, safe place for you to be, and we're all with you. And thank you for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Take it easy.
I really do.
All right.
All right. Thanks.
Again.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. Oh, I meant to say one other thing. Last thing before we move on. if you do get any responses that feel like, leave you feeling like, well, how would I respond to that? Bring them here to us. Bring them here and say,
Okay.
what do I make of this? What would be a good response to this? Because we can all learn together in that way.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
feel
That's a
free
good
to
idea.
use
one of
us
the
as a
things that she
resource.
said, and one of the things that she said to me is, if you're listening to people that are questioning it, you're making it worse. And I said, how? Like, I did the Bible literally says, study to show yourself approved.
Yeah.
And yet, when you study, you question.
Yeah.
Yep. Here's a saying. I don't remember if I heard it or I came up with it, but truth never has anything to fear from any amount of scrutiny.
Yeah.
Right.
I've been saying that for a while. But yeah, so that's it. If something's true, then there should be no fear from questioning. And if a belief crumbles under scrutiny, then it deserved to crumble.
That's the one.
Right.
That is the one.
Right.
Okie dokie. Well, thank you again, Kim, and
Thank you.
well done, you. We're all really pleased for you, even though it's a hard time. What you have ahead of you is a much more authentic life, without having to try and make sense of complete nonsense. You'll feel much
Right. And that's
lighter.
okay. And that's what I told my friend is I said, I actually live my life like the Bible says. So I've changed nothing.
Yep. Exactly.
So, but I'm going to hell because I'm doubting?
Yeah. It's BS. You're not going to hell.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. We can laugh at it because it's a silly story. So
Right.
Thanks again, and we'll speak again soon, I'm
Thank
you.
you.
All right, all the
All right,
best.
thanks.
Take care. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
We've had the best people in tonight. Like
we have.
between her and Sir Jedrick earlier, I forget the exactly how to say his handle now. He was awesome too. We really have had wonderful people in. Okay, so it's 4:15 a.m. over here. Shall we do it, Sean?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right, why not?
I also don't have to work tomorrow.
Fair enough. Let's see. Okay, you're back again, Yap.
Hello, howdy.
Hello.
Okay, so first off, thank you, John, and thank you, Sean, and thank you, chat, sincerely for the footage. It's great. It's wonderful. I wouldn't want to be anywhere but here. I just had one question. Would you mind answering me, John?
Sure.
Do you realize that your identity is just as made up as my idea of God?
No, it's not.
Why not?
Because my identity is grounded in reality, independently verifiable by multiple other people who have an established history of knowing me. I subjectively experience my own identity, which I agree might be an illusion, but I get verification about its objective status from continuous feedback from people who I engage with in life. Unlike God, who's made up.
Right, but it's made up.
Well, it depends. I mean, if you want to one could get into floral language about what it is that actually makes a human identity. By certain definitions, you might be true. That might be true, but it's certainly a lot more tangible and real than people's imaginary friends, for example, who exist in their minds only, but nowhere else. My identity exists in my own mind, which might be an illusion, but it exists in lots of other people's minds too.
Right. God exists in lots of people's minds, but that's not the point, really. Your identity is an idea that you make up so that you can control your flesh mech efficiently.
I mean, there might be some truth to that. I'm quite skeptical about
there is truth to that. It is true.
Whether a self is even a thing that even exists, right? I don't think that there really is a self. So there is actually some profound truth to what you're saying. I would agree with you on some level. Yeah.
Annabella, you don't irritate me other than being in this live. Quite honestly.
Stop worrying about people in the chat. Was there?
Well, I worry about them more than you do, John. In that way, am I more efficient at being a host than you are? Am I a better host than John is?
You're a wonderful host, Yap. You've enriched the quality of our discourse tonight immeasurably. In fact, I will remember nothing else but our wonderful exchanges. Is there anything else you wanted to contribute before we move on?
No, it's just that your identity is made up.
Then. Okay.
Have Marsby?
Yeah, the lovely,
or do you have to?
Marsby.
Yeah, I have vowed to not pressure you beyond your limits again because I felt bad about that one.
We're doing all right. We're doing okay. Marsby, welcome.
Hello, how are you doing, John? How are you doing, Sean?
Wonderful.
Good. How you doing, Marsby?
Not too bad. Just wanted to pop in, say you're absolutely killing it. I believe the term that the last dude wanted was id, super ego, and ego.
Yes, that would be probably what he was reaching for. Yep.
But yeah, no. You know, in terms of topics, I can't necessarily disagree with any of them. Just here, enjoying the show, and happy to be chatting to you all as usual.
Oh well, thank you, Marsby. We're always happy to hear from you, and I'm always going to be annoyed that you have a much nicer speaking voice than me, but I'm learning to make peace with it.
Well, you know, you should have. Well, if we want to get into some form of discourse here, John, you should make peace with your ancestors.
Fair enough.
No, for real though. Half my family are English as well. So honestly, you know, this whole thing about, you know, borders and lands and everything like that, it has been a big contentious topic, as I'm sure you're aware, between the Irish and the English for hundreds and hundreds of years. But that doesn't mean that bridges can't be formed and gaps can't be, you know, bridged between everyone. And, you know, I love everything that you've been saying, and I've been a big follower for a long time, and hasn't anything to do with, you know, the fact that you're English. I won't hold it against you.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate it very much, Marsby. Thank you, my friend.
No worries, man. I was just taking the piss. Anyway, have a good night, boys. Sean, pleasure as always.
You
John,
too, Marsby.
Right.
Always good to see you.
Take care, man. Thanks. Okay, let's bring in. I'm not sure how we say this.
I'm just curious. Are you a secular Jew?
Not really. I mean, sort of. I'm Jewish by family origin. So I suppose you could say I'm ethnically Jewish, but I am not Jewish in any religious sense at all. So there are people.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
But I mean, there are people who define themselves as secular Jews, but they still participate in some, you know, religious thing, or they even have religious belief, but they just lean into the sort of secular values. Yeah, I'm completely irreligious in every way, and I disavow the Torah as a disgusting book of horrible morality.
Fair enough. I mean, personally, I don't believe in like any like dogmatic religions per se, but do you not like think it should be encouraged for people to like believe in a God because it's a sort of thing that's above them in terms of like transcending material reality. It's like kind of gives people some sort of like divine purpose in life, whether it be real or I mean, it's a very ambiguous concern.
If people want to have religious belief and they gain something from it and it helps them move through life, then as long as they're not injuring other people with it, I don't really have a problem. The issue is that a lot of them are injuring other people with it. So what seems at first like just a harmless belief often has quite a dark underbelly. For example, people who are telling other people that they deserve to be eternally punished for their non-belief, and they do it like lovingly, it's because I care about you that I'm telling you, but they're still spreading really, really nasty, harmful ideas, and that cause a lot of harm and hurt to people. And often people are, trying to get away from those feelings of guilt and shame and inadequacy because they didn't believe the correct things. So I hear what you're saying, and there's definitely a benign aspect to religious devotion. And I know people whose lives have been immeasurably turned around because they found religion and it helped them, change things about their life. I couldn't possibly deny that. But I think we just have to engage honestly with the sort of the dark face of it that people don't talk about enough, which is the harm it does. There are tens of millions of people in the US alone. The number is tens of millions of people will at some point in their life suffer from PTSD like religious trauma. Imagine if there was a medication that caused tens of millions of people to have PTSD like symptoms. It would be banned immediately. And yet these ideas, these belief systems, of course, I'm not suggesting that they should be banned, but it's taboo to even suggest that they might be problematic. And that's where I think we need to just speak. I think it's incumbent on us to not be silent about this and to be able to speak about it. So, yeah, you're right. I don't go out there attacking people for having religious belief. There are some people who benefit from it. I get it. But, we're a voice to the people who don't have the belief to say, you're good, you're fine, you're not broken, you're not wrong, you're not deserving of punishment, you're not going to be punished. These ideas are bullshit. There's no heaven, there's no hell. You're not going to be, there's no need for salvation. You're not a sinner. All of that stuff is just nonsense. And that's what we do.
Yeah, I actually completely agree, to be honest. 'Cause I believe there is a possibility of being a god. I don't live my entire life by it, and I don't fundamentally reject it. It's kind of an ambiguous matter, but
That's
I'm not
fine.
I'm not a religious dogmatist where I impose my conception of God upon others and what morality they should be abiding by.
Yeah, well, that's great. It's fine. People like that, I have absolutely no truck with at all. All good.
All right.
Whatever gets you through the day for anyone, it's all good.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's all I had to say. Really good. I'll see you
Nice
later.
one. Thanks for coming up, man.
All right.
Take it easy.
All right.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay. Okay, I think we're going to end the evening with Baku. What do we think about that? We'll bring Baku back in. Trying to bring Baku in. There we go.
Hello.
Baku, you're gonna.
How you doing, Baku?
You're gonna end the stream for us this evening.
What an honor. Do I get to ask all my questions that are left, or would you rather just?
Well, let's see how we go.
All right. I'll finish off the God hates woman category.
Sure.
Okay. The question I have for it is, what would need to be true for unequal treatment to count as hatred rather than moral disagreement or prioritization?
I'd say hatred is an emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, irrespective of how they're treated, hate is a feeling. So if God literally hated women, it would be a feeling of utter disdain, right? So that's why it's somewhat clickbaity. Irrespective of how he feels, he definitely treats women and views them as lesser than. But to truly be hate, he would have to feel the emotion of hate.
Agreed.
Okay. Last question I had for that was, could a belief system systematically disadvantage women without implying that its deity holds animosity towards women?
It could. It could, unless the enjoyments that cause that disadvantage actually are supposedly coming from the deity, which is the case in the Bible, where the Deuteronomy laws and a lot of those horrendous things are delivered via Moses, but peppered liberally with "so saith the God" and "so saith the Lord" and all of that stuff. So when the actual laws and regulations that are so horrendous are explicitly coming from the God, it's hard you can't disassociate them at that point.
I 2 questions for the Noah one, and then I always like to end my questions with one little deep one that I have.
Cool.
The first question for Noah is, how do you explain the presence of flood narratives across many unrelated cultures if the events is purely mythical?
Oh, there's been lots of floods.
Yeah.
Flooding is a
All
thing.
in different places.
Yeah.
All...
Absolutely. Yeah. I guarantee you can find places that never had them.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay. The second question I have is, what kind of evidence would actually be sufficient to move the flood from myth to a historical event in principle?
Understanding where all that water went. Because the only explanation we have so far is magic. And sorry, but that's not very convincing.
Yeah. It's very hard to come up with questions for that because it is...
It's so completely ridiculous.
Yes.
But I admire you for trying.
I'll give a slightly different one. We rely on experts when it comes to matters of science, engineering, or what have you. So, if the consensus of geologists and scientists in all these different fields was that there was once time a global flood, I would believe there was a global flood. I wouldn't necessarily think it was from a god. I would sort of, or from the flood in the Bible. There would have to be some type of evidence that ties it to that. But I would definitely believe in a global flood if that was the case.
Okay. My final question, and then you can all go to sleep. I will spare you from it. The last question is, if a belief system includes consequences as severe as hell or claims like divine hatred, what responsibility does that system have to justify those claims beyond eternal consistency? I've probably worded that really wrong. My dyslexia is not helping.
No, it's okay.
I'll
Did you
try
understand it? Sure.
If a belief system includes consequences as severe as hell or claims like divine hatred, what responsibility does that system have to justify those claims beyond internal consistency?
Well, when I hear justification for belief, or my mind goes to rational justification. Now, in theory, it could be true that a hell with eternal punishment exists, and a justification for the belief itself would just be evidence-based, sufficient evidence to warrant belief. But there would I don't think there could ever be moral justification for the traditional hell concepts in Abrahamic religions.
Yeah.
Are you the same, John?
Yeah, I broadly agree completely with what Sean said.
Okay, well, those are all my questions for today.
That concludes our business. Well,
it does.
Thanks as ever, Baku. Really wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We appreciate
I
you.
have a thank you, Baku. I have a proposition, or just running an idea by you. Yap is back in the chat, and I wouldn't want to keep you up for his yapping. However, if he wants to come in and we'll do something new, he behaves himself and provides evidence that his God exists as a condition for him to come in. What do you think?
We could try it. I mean, he's such a troll. I don't think he's remotely interested in anything other than, I think he said he's captured footage. Dude, if you're planning on putting this stuff out, I thank you for promoting my channel, honestly. I mean, I feel like I maybe ought to pay you for it. So I've got other people who are persistently like doing that and stuff, and they provide me with so much free publicity and exposure. It really helps. So if you are going to do that, send me an invoice and I'll sort you out. I do appreciate it. I don't think people should have to work for free, although I don't mind if you want to. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced that he's an honest interlocutor. I don't think that he's remotely.
Well, I don't think he is either. But
yeah,
yeah, that's fine.
So I
We'll give
think,
him that chance next time.
yeah, if you want to come back and have a grown-up conversation next time about things other than your views on our motivation for being here, which is not particularly interesting to anyone, then maybe we can do that. And as Sean said, come back and talk to us about your God and why you think your God exists. But no, I don't think we're gonna get him back in right now. I don't think I have patience for him at 4:30 in the morning right now. I think that might be it. Can I just say what a pleasure it was to have some people joining us on YouTube as well. I've been trying to get it together to do the dual stream thing. I had a few techie issues, but I managed to figure it out. So thank you very, very much. I will enable super chats so you guys can have your say. And I will also enable VD Ninja so you guys can join in the conversation. I know we're small numbers on YouTube at the moment, but all big things start small. So thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you all. And to all the regulars and to the wonderful new people who we've met today, thank you very, very much indeed for sharing your stories and being willing to be honest in that way in front of a bunch of strangers online. I really hope that you find warmth and welcome and support and comfort amongst the wonderful people who populate this room every time I come on here. I continue to be astonished that everyone turns up and so grateful for it. So with that, I bid you all farewell. And Sean, thank you as ever as well for being steadfast.
Thank you too. And thanks everybody. Thank you to the mods. You guys do a great job every single time.
Yeah, awesome. So thanks everyone. And announcements for the next one will come up very shortly. So thanks guys. We'll speak soon. Take care all. Night.